Chapter 307. Xiaoqing, why don't we leave this place first? Lu Ming said. With the two wolf kings here, it was impossible for them to tame the crimson blood-scaled wolf today. No, I don't believe that I can't tame it, Xian Yinqing said stubbornly. Lu Ming was speechless. This girl is throwing a tantrum again. It's just a fake wolf king. Let's see if they dare to be arrogant in front of the real wolf king. Xian Yinqing snorted and quickly formed a seal with both hands. Then, layers of black light emitted from Xian Yinqing's body. Slowly, the black light formed a giant silver wolf in the air. Moonhowl wolf! Lu Ming could not help but exclaim. Lu Ming was very familiar with this giant silver wolf. Back in the Dongyi tribe's ancestral remains, Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing each obtained half of the Moonhowl wolf's beast soul. Later on, in the Battle of White Tiger Hall, Lu Ming merged with half of the Beast King's soul and killed Lu Yunxiong and Duan Mulin. He was very familiar with this giant silver wolf. He did not expect Xian Yinqing to condense the Moonhowl wolf at this moment. However, Lu Ming could tell that it was not a beast soul, but something that had been condensed. It was a manifestation of a cultivation technique. The Moonhowl wolf's aura had weakened significantly. Oh! The Moonhowl wolf let out an earth-shattering howl, and a supreme aura spread out. Although it was only half of a Moonhowl wolf and had been condensed, the Moonhowl wolf was a real beast king when it was alive. The aura of a superior being was extremely powerful. Woo-woo! Countless crimson blood-scaled wolves let out woo-woo-woo sounds. They lowered their heads and looked at the Moonhowl wolf in the air in awe. The Moonhowl wolf was silver and white. It stood in the air, looking mighty and powerful as it howled continuously. Slowly, some of the level 4 crimson blood-scaled wolves also lowered their heads. Roar! Roar! However, the two crimson blood-scaled wolf kings continued to howl as they looked at the Moonhowl wolf in the sky. Although they were afraid, they did not submit. Furthermore, an ominous glint flashed in his eyes, as if he would pounce on Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing at any moment. It seems like the two wolf kings are very difficult to tame, Lu Ming thought. Roar! The Moonhowl wolf in the air howled at the sky, its entire body emitting a dazzling silver light. At that moment, Lu Ming's body also emitted a silver glow. Then, the silver glow condensed into a huge moon-howling wolf in the sky. What happened? Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that the remnant of the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf that remained in my body after I fused with the soul of the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf? Now it has been activated by the other half of the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf in Xian Yinqing, causing it to appear. Lu Ming's mind raced as he thought of this. This was the only explanation that made sense. The Moonhowl Wolf condensed on Lu Ming's body howled at the sky, emitting a mighty aura. The rest of the crimson blood-scaled wolves were lying on the ground. Some of the low-level ones were even trembling. Even a few level 4 crimson blood-scaled wolves were lying on the ground, not daring to move. Only the two crimson blood-scaled wolf kings continued to howl. However, a trace of fear finally appeared in their eyes. At that moment, the Moonhowl wolf above Xian Yinqing's head and the Moonhowl wolf above Lu Ming's head merged into an even larger Moonhowl wolf. Roar! The Moonhowl wolf howled, and emitted an extremely powerful kingly aura. It was an aura that was innate to the wolf tribe. It was superior and could not be provoked. The two crimson blood-scaled wolf kings began to tremble, their eyes filled with fear. The Moonhowl wolf stood in the air, looking down at the two crimson blood-scaled wolf kings. There seemed to be a hint of displeasure in its eyes. Woo-woo! The two crimson blood-scaled wolf kings were finally afraid. They crawled on the ground and whimpered like two domestic puppies. Tamed. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Roar! The moon-howling heavenly wolf let out an angry roar. The two crimson blood-scaled wolf kings suddenly trembled, and actually stood up shakily. They crawled to Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing's side and lay down obediently. It's true, Lu Ming muttered. He was overjoyed. He moved and rode on the back of one of the crimson blood-scaled wolf kings. The crimson blood-scaled wolf king did not resist and behaved obediently. On the other side, Xian Yinqing also rode on the other crimson blood-scaled wolf king. That one was also obedient. Lu Ming took a glance and discovered that Xian Yinqing's wolf was a female, while Lu Ming's wolf was a male. It was no wonder there were two wolf kings. Haha, Xiaoqing, a male and a female. They make a pair, just like you and me. Lu Ming laughed. Who's a pair with you? Dream on. Xian Yinqing snorted and rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming grinned. He was just joking and did not take it to heart. At this moment, the moonhowl wolves howled in the air and turned into two rays of light again. They fell into Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing's bodies and disappeared. The powerful pressure between heaven and earth also disappeared. Roar. The two crimson blood-scaled wolf kings growled and stood up. However, they did not go crazy and did not resist. They seemed to have been completely tamed. Maybe Xian Yinqing and I still have the aura of the moonhowl wolves on us. That's why we can tame these two wolf kings. Lu Ming guessed. He patted the crimson blood-scaled wolf king and said, "Call all your subordinates and follow me." Roar. Roar. The two crimson blood-scaled wolf kings were very obedient. They let out two long howls that spread for dozens of miles. The other crimson blood-scaled wolves howled and gathered from all directions. In the end, the surroundings were densely packed with crimson blood-scaled wolves. There were so many of them that one could not see the end of it. So many. Lu Ming was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. Lu Ming took a closer look and discovered that there were more than 8,000 crimson blood-scaled wolves all over the mountains. Most of them were LV2 demonic beasts. A small portion were LV3 demonic beasts. There were even dozens of LV4 demonic beasts. LV4 demonic beasts were equivalent to martial ancestor realm martial artists. I'm rich, I'm rich. Lu Ming roared in his heart. What are you so happy about? Don't forget that it's all thanks to me that we can tame the crimson blood-scaled wolves. If it were you, you would have run away, coward. Xian Yinqing curled his lips and said disdainfully, Yes, it's all thanks to you. Lu Ming was in a good mood and did not argue with Xian Yinqing. You lost the bet this time. You won't go back on your word, right? Xian Yinqing said. Hey, I also contributed to the taming of the Wolf King. How can it be considered my loss? Lu Ming said. What contribution? If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have had the chance to tame the Wolf King. Are you trying to go back on your word? If you go back on your word, I'll spread the news of you going back on your word in the camp. Xian Yinqing gritted his teeth. In the end, Lu Ming could only compromise and agree to Xian Yinqing's condition. What condition? Say it. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Lu Ming said. It's not time yet. When the time comes, I'll tell you. Xian Yinqing smiled slyly and rode away on the crimson blood-scaled Wolf King. Lu Ming followed on the Wolf King. Chapter 308. On the grassland 2,000 miles away, Ming Meng, Hua Ying, and the others were waiting anxiously. Why hasn't the general returned after so long? Could something have happened? Gao Li frowned. I don't think so. With the general's cultivation, he should be able to escape even if he can't defeat those below the martial ancestor realm. Hua Ying said. However, there was a worried look in his eyes. Ever since they had pledged allegiance to Lu Ming, they had been thinking for Lu Ming. Ming Meng, Miangcheng, and the others were also anxious as they looked in the direction that Lu Ming and the others had left. Rumble. At that moment, the ground started to shake as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. Ming Meng's face changed and he shouted. Oh no, there's a large group of demonic beasts coming. This is a beast tide. Listen to my orders, get into formation and prepare for battle. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3,000 guards that Ming Meng had brought with him got into formation and drew their longbows, ready for a bloody battle. Rumble. The shaking became more and more violent, as if there were many huge creatures galloping. Ming Meng and the others looked more and more serious. Howl. Howl. At that moment, loud wolf howls came from the depths of the plateau and pierced through the clouds. Oh no, that's the howls of the crimson blood-scaled wolves. Why are there so many of them? Where are Brother Tianyun and the others? Ming Meng shouted. The others were also shocked. They did not know how many crimson blood-scaled wolves there were, but they were sure that they did not have enough people. How could they fight? Retreat, retreat. Let's rush back to Full Moon City first. Ming Meng shouted. Let's go. They turned their horses around and rushed back. Ah, that's the general and Miss Xian Yinqing. Suddenly a loud shout sounded. It came from a youth in the Star Cluster Hall. What? Ming Meng and the others hurriedly looked in that direction. At the end of the ground, there was a boundless red color. From afar, it looked like a fiery red sunset. Upon closer look, it was not a sunset. It was clearly a crimson blood-scaled wolf with a strong physique. As far as the eye could see, the ground was filled with crimson blood-scaled wolves. They covered the sky and covered the earth as an extremely dense, baleful aura filled the air. Some of the more timid people's calves began to tremble. In front of the endless horde of crimson blood-scale wolves, there were two of the tallest crimson blood-scale wolves. There was a person sitting on each of the two scarlet bloods. It was Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. It's really Brother Tianyan and Miss Xie, but what's going on? Why are they riding on the crimson blood-scale wolves? Ming Ming was dumbfounded. Could it be that General and the others are being chased by crimson blood-scale wolves? Impossible. The two crimson blood-scale wolves they are riding seem to have the strongest aura, but they aren't resisting. Could it be that they have already tamed them? Tamed? That's impossible, right? Hua Ying and some other young experts were discussing among themselves. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the crimson blood-scale wolf king that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were riding on let out two roars. Then the horde of crimson blood-scale wolves gradually slowed down. Finally, they began to walk slowly towards Ming Ming and the others. This is the crimson blood-scale wolf king? Could it be that the crimson blood-scale wolf king has been tamed? How is that possible? Ming Ming's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in disbelief. Those who were originally from Full Moon City also widened their eyes and mouths as they stared blankly. At this moment, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were not far away. Brother Tianyan, you tamed these two crimson blood-scale wolf kings? Ming Ming asked in a daze. Haha, Brother Ming Ming, I was lucky to succeed. We chased after the previous two, but we didn't expect to run into the crimson blood-scale wolf king's lair. We were lucky to have tamed these two crimson blood-scale wolf kings, so we asked the wolf king to order all the crimson blood-scale wolves to be brought here. Lu Ming explained. Oh, lucky? Ming Ming's lips were trembling, and one of his hands was tugging at his beard. Until now, he was still in shock, as if he was in a dream. The 3,000 guards he brought were not any better. They all thought they were dreaming. Taming the crimson blood-scale wolf king? But no one had ever heard of anyone succeeding. Now Lu Ming had succeeded as soon as he came, and even brought back a nest of crimson blood-scale wolves. Brother Tianyan is invincible. Ming Peak reacted quickly and shouted. Then he ran to Lu Ming's side and said, Brother Tianyan, can you give me a crimson blood-scale wolf as a mount? After a few days of hesitation, Miangcheng and his siblings decided to be friends with Lu Ming, regardless of how their father and Lu Ming addressed him. Otherwise, they would really have to call him Uncle Lu Ming. Of course, you can choose one yourself. Lu Ming smiled. Thank you so much, Brother Tianyan. Ming Peak was overjoyed. He immediately picked a Class 3 LV6 Crimson Blood-Scale Wolf and rode on it. Roar. As soon as Ming Peak rode on it, the Crimson Blood-Scale Wolf let out a furious roar. Roar. At this moment, Lu Ming patted the Wolf King that he was riding and the Wolf King let out a loud roar. Immediately, the Crimson Blood-Scaled Wolf became obedient and whined. Ren Mingfeng rode on it. Haha, let's go. Ming Peak patted the Crimson Blood-Scale Wolf, and it immediately roared and rushed out like a gust of wind. After a while it ran back. Haha, awesome, this is awesome. Ming Peak laughed. This made the others unable to stand it. General, give me one. Huang shouted. General, I want one too. The other young men shouted. You can choose one yourselves. Lu Ming waved his hand and said. Hua Ying and the others were overjoyed. They were all martial arts grandmasters, so they naturally chose Class 4 mounts. Hua Ying picked a Class 4 LV4, which was equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster realm LV4. The others also picked suitable mounts. For a moment, the wolves howled and the red light leaped on the grassland. They were all trying out their new mounts. This is awesome. This is a real mount. With a mount like this, killing enemies will be as easy as pie. Hua Ying and the others laughed. Ming Ming looked on enviously. With his status, he was too embarrassed to ask Lu Ming for one. Brother Ming Ming, this one is for you. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a tall and burly crimson blood-scale wolf came forward, exuding a powerful aura. This was a Class 4 LV5 crimson blood-scale wolf, second only to the two wolf kings in the wolf pack. Brother Tianyan, how can I accept this? Although he said that, his eyes were fixed on the crimson blood scale wolf. And he could not move his eyes away. Brother Mingmeng, why are you being so polite with me? Take it and ride it. Lu Ming said with a smile. Okay, then I won't stand on ceremony. Mingmeng was overjoyed. He hurriedly jumped on the crimson blood scale wolf and controlled it to run a big circle. The smile on his face could not fade. Let's go back to the barracks. Lu Ming waved his hand and said. Instantly, more than 8,000 crimson blood scale wolves followed Lu Ming and the others to the barracks of Moonview City. Along the way, Mingmeng's 3,000 guards looked at the crimson blood scale wolves with envy. Chapter 309. When Lu Ming and the others returned to Full Moon City, it naturally caused a huge commotion. The entire Full Moon City was shaken. The 100,000 Mountain Suppression Army was even more shocked and envious. As for Lu Ming's 18,000 troops, they were extremely excited. They knew that the crimson blood-scaled wolves would definitely be assigned to them. Sure enough, from the next day onwards, Lu Ming began to select 8,000 of the strongest soldiers from the 18,000 troops, and assigned each of them a crimson blood-scaled wolf. In this army of 8,000, everyone's cultivation was at least at the 9th level of the martial warrior realm. Among them, 2,000 were at the martial master realm, and about 100 were at the great martial master realm. 8,000 people formed a crimson blood-scaled wolf cavalry. Those who were assigned the crimson blood-scaled wolves were elated and excited. A powerful mount meant that their battle prowess was stronger. On the battlefield, not only did they have a higher chance of survival, but they also had a higher chance of killing the enemy and making contributions. All of them were extremely grateful to Lu Ming. Many of them even secretly swore to follow Lu Ming to death. As for those who were not assigned the crimson blood-scaled wolves, although they were envious, they were not jealous. They knew that the reason why they were not assigned the crimson blood-scaled wolves was because their cultivation was not enough. And Lu Ming was a peerless genius whose name shook the Blazing Sun Empire. His future was limitless. They secretly swore to follow Lu Ming well and cultivate diligently. There would be benefits sooner or later. Lu Ming did not expect that this move would make the army under him trust him even more. It also made him more prestigious. 2 days later, rumble. On the prairie, a crimson blood-scaled wolf cavalry whistled past like a gust of wind. Their aura was earth-shattering and stirred up the wind and clouds. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing rode at the front. The wind whistled and hit their faces, but the light in Lu Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. As a man, what could make one's blood boil more than leading an iron-blooded army and making contributions on the battlefield with a beauty beside him? Roar! Roar! The howls of wolves could be heard as the 8,000 cavalrymen whistled through the air. On the grassland, when the other demonic beasts saw this, they all ran away madly, not daring to stop for even a moment. In the distance, Mingmeng and his army watched in shock. In the face of such power, most of the mountain-crushing army were terrified. Who can stop such an army? Mingmeng sighed. It's a pity that there are only 8,000 of them. Moreover, the cultivation base of each knight is too low. Otherwise, they might have become a special force to fight against the Yin Moon Empire. Beside Mingmeng, a deputy general sighed. That's right. The Yin Moon Empire's Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Legion and Grey Wolf Legion each have 100,000 soldiers. If they all attack together, Tianyun's 8,000 red blood cavalrymen will be no match for them. Another deputy general sighed. Don't ask for too much. 8,000 Qixia armored cavalry is equivalent to 100,000 ordinary soldiers. For my moon city, this is a great thing. Mingmeng said. In the next few days, the Yin Moon Empire didn't make any moves. Lu Ming took the red blood-scaled wolves to practice on the grassland. He wanted to get the soldiers and their mounts to know each other better. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. The 8,000 soldiers and the red blood-scaled wolves were getting along well. On the 6th day, a message suddenly came. The Northern Army, which was 3,000 miles away from the Moon City, sent an urgent message asking for help from the mountain-crushing army. They were under attack from the Yin Moon Empire. General Ming, it's urgent. I will take the red blood cavalrymen to ask for help first. In the big tent of the military camp, Lu Ming and Mingmeng were discussing this matter. Lu Ming directly proposed to take the red blood cavalrymen to help first. The Northern Army was another powerful army of the royal family in the north. It and the mountain-crushing army complemented each other. Once the Northern Army was destroyed, the mountain-crushing army would be in danger too. Therefore, when the Northern Army was in danger, they had to help. The red blood cavalrymen were the fastest, so they were the most suitable ones to go first. All right, Brother Tianyan, go first. The Northern Army will follow, Ming Meng said. After a while, the red blood cavalrymen rushed out of the camp like the wind, heading for the Northern Army's North City. The red blood cavalrymen only needed 4 hours to travel 3,000 miles. The red blood cavalrymen could travel tens of thousands of miles in a day. When Lu Ming and the others arrived at a grassland 100 miles away from the Northern Army, they saw countless people fighting. There were at least hundreds of thousands of people fighting together. Their shouts shook the sky. Grey Wolf Army, Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Army. Lu Ming saw 2 armies in the Yin Moon Army, each with about 10,000 people. They were extremely powerful and were fiercely attacking the Northern Army. The Northern Army had about 60 or 70,000 people. They were surrounded by the Yin Moon Empire's army and were constantly attacking. The smell of blood filled the grassland. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He and Xian Yinqing rode in the front, rushing towards the Grey Wolf Army. Howl! Howl! Apparently, the Grey Wolf Army had also noticed Lu Ming and the others. They gathered their forces and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. However, halfway through the charge, the Grey Wolf Army let out a terrified cry. What is that? Oh my God! Are those red blood scale wolves? How is that possible? They are red blood scale wolves. They are an army of red blood scale wolves. Countless people in the Grey Wolf Army looked forward in fear. Howl! Howl! The red blood scale wolves roared. Their eyes turned red as they rushed forward. Howl! The Grey Wolf cavalrymen's mounts started to howl in fear and slowed down. Damn it! Go! Go! Don't be afraid. The general of the Grey Wolf Army roared. He cut the wolf's skin with his saber and made it bleed. The others did the same. They all cut the wolf's skin. The wounded wolf became even more ferocious. It suppressed its fear and rushed towards the red blood cavalrymen. Kill! Destroy the Grey Wolf Army! Lu Ming shouted. His voice was full of killing intent. The first army he had encountered was the Grey Wolf Army. In that battle, they had ambushed the Grey Wolf Army. They had the advantage in numbers and had lost 2,000 men. Lu Ming was still brooding over that. Now that he saw the other Grey Wolf Army, he was naturally filled with killing intent. Kill! The other red blood cavalrymen felt the same as Lu Ming. They all roared and rushed forward. Bang! The 2 armies finally clashed. However, the seemingly powerful Grey Wolf Army was as weak as tofu in front of the red blood cavalrymen. The moment the 2 armies clashed, the Grey Wolf Army was torn in half. Miserable cries filled the air. Howl! The red blood scale wolves were extremely ferocious. They roared and slashed out with their claws, tearing the Grey Wolf cavalrymen and their wolves in half. In a short moment, the Grey Wolf Army's formation had been torn in half by the red blood cavalrymen. It was a mess and thousands of corpses were left behind. Kill! Lu Ming turned around. The 8,000 red blood cavalrymen followed him and charged towards the remaining Grey Wolf Army. This was a battle without any suspense. The difference in strength was too great. It was a one-sided slaughter. Ah! Run! Save me! Don't kill me! Run! Chapter 310. Devour. Lu Ming manipulated the 9 dragons' bloodline, and a terrifying devouring force was attached to his left palm. His left palm was like a black hole, and Lu Ming devoured the essence blood. Wherever he went, regardless of whether it was the blood essence of humans or the blood essence of the ash wolf, they were all devoured and refined. This time, Lu Ming used half of his essence blood to increase his cultivation. Although the Grey Wolf cavalry was not strong individually, they had the advantage in numbers. His cultivation base was slowly rising. Kill! Kill! The red blood cavalry's battle cries shook the sky. They kept reaping the lives of the Grey Wolf cavalry. The battle on the other side was alerted by the noise. The Grey Wolf cavalry is about to be destroyed. Our reinforcements are here. The Northern Battlefront Army shouted. The Moon Empire's army was shocked. Send reinforcements to the Grey Wolf Cavalry. Quick! A general roared. All of a sudden, a group of 20,000 ordinary cavalry charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Kill! Kill them all! Lu Ming roared and dashed toward the 20,000-strong army. The other Red Blood cavalry followed him. The 10,000 Grey Wolf cavalry were almost wiped out. Only a few hundred of them were left. They were running away in fear. The Qixia armored cavalry once again formed into a sharp knife formation and rushed towards the enemy. This time, it was even more one-sided. The 20,000 Grey Wolf cavalry were defeated as soon as they came into contact. The red blood-scaled wolves roared and the enemy's mounts trembled. Their fighting strength was greatly reduced. The red blood-scaled wolves waved their claws and tore apart several cavalrymen. They could not resist at all. It was still a massacre. Reinforcements. Send the signal. Ask for reinforcements. An exasperated shout came from the Moon Empire's army. Following that, streaks of smoke and fire flew up into the sky, forming multiple moons. The fierce battle continued. The Crimson Blood-Scale Wolf entered the battlefield for the first time, displaying its unparalleled battle prowess. Facing enemies several times its size, it easily tore apart the enemy's battle formation and slaughtered the enemy's cavalry. Corpses were everywhere. Corpses were everywhere. During the battle, Lu Ming's cultivation broke through and reached the middle stage of the second martial grandmaster realm. Rumble. Not long after, a deafening tremor resounded between heaven and earth. In the distance, tiger roars came from the Crimson Moon demonic tigers. The army of Crimson Moon demonic tigers was rushing toward them. There were 20,000 Crimson Moon demonic tigers. Together with the previous 10,000 Crimson Moon demonic tigers, there were 30,000 of them. Kill. Kill that red blood-scaled wolf cavalry. The Crimson Moon demonic tigers were led by a general in red blood cavalry. He was strong blood-scaled wolf, holding a mace. What a powerful aura. This is the aura of the 7th level martial ancestor realm. Blood-scaled wolves was red blood tiger cavalry kill. Without hesitation, Lu Ming led the 8,000 red blood iron cavalry and charged toward the 20,000 Crimson Moon demonic tiger legion. The two armies drew closer and closer to each other. Die brat! The blood-armored general roared and smashed the mace in his hand toward Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! The mace smashed through the air, causing the space to tremble violently. Golden Eye. Lu Ming's mind flickered, and the golden-eyed blood zombie beside him roared and charged towards the crimson-armored man. Boom! Boom! The golden-eyed blood zombie and the blood-armored general were locked in a fierce battle. Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust out his spear, the power of wind and fire fusing and erupting. Bang! A 5th martial ancestor realm expert had his heart pierced by Lu Ming's spear and fell to the ground. Lu Ming rushed over and devoured his essence blood, refining it with extreme speed. Following that, the spear swept out, and a 100-meter-long spear light swept out. Dozens of Blood Moon Devil Tiger cavalry were blown apart, and their flesh and armor fragments scattered all over the ground. Kill! The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. The battle was incomparably fierce. Boom! Boom! The golden-eyed blood zombie roared and attacked the blood-armored general without fear of death. For a moment, the blood-armored general was at a complete disadvantage. Beast Dao Palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm, and a huge beast palm flew towards the blood-armored general. Great demonic palm print. Not far away, Xian Yinqing also struck out a few palms, and a pitch-black palm print flew towards the blood-armored general. Bang! Bang! Although the blood-armored general was fierce, he could not withstand the ferocious attacks of the golden-eyed blood zombie. In addition, Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing were besieging him. His body shook violently, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood as he retreated quickly. Chi. However, the golden-eyed blood zombie would not miss this opportunity. He pounced on the blood-armored general, and his fingernails were sharper than sabers. In an instant, he tore the blood-armored general's armor into pieces. Lu Ming rushed forward and devoured the blood-armored general's essence blood. This was the essence blood of a 7th martial ancestor realm martial artist, and it was shocking. Lu Ming continued to refine it, and his cultivation level began to rise rapidly. The general has been killed. Someone in the Blood Moon Devil Tiger Cavalry shouted. The commander of the Blood Moon Devil Tiger Cavalry had been killed, and their morale had plummeted. On the other hand, the Red Blood Cavalry's morale had soared. General Tianyan is invincible. General Tianyan is invincible. The Red Blood Cavalry roared as they charged towards the enemy. Slowly, the Crimson Blood Fiend Tiger Army began to crumble. In a battle, victory and defeat were decided by a hair's breadth. Once they collapsed, they would be defeated like a landslide. Kill. The Red Blood Cavalry's eyes were bloodshot as they charged towards the enemy. Hold on, hold on. The Deputy General of the Blood Moon Devil Tiger Cavalry roared. He tried to hold on and turn the tide, but it was all in vain. The Blood Moon Devil Tiger Cavalry was doomed. Boom. Boom. In the distance, there were explosions in the sky. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he looked in that direction. There was also an intense battle going on in the sky a few miles away. That was the battlefield of the experts, because the people fighting there were all experts of the martial ancestor realm and above. There were 40 to 50 people fighting in the sky. Lu Ming discovered that there were experts of the Mystic Essence Sword sect and the Ghost Moon Saber sect. The others were undoubtedly experts of the Een Moon Empire. That's Autumn Moon. In the crowd, Lu Ming suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Autumn Moon. Obviously, after not seeing him for such a long time, Autumn Moon had reached the martial ancestor realm. Huaying, I'll leave the Red Blood Cavalry to you for the time being. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's shout could be heard from afar. Huaying was startled. Although he did not understand the reason, he immediately replied, yes. On the battlefield, one only needed to obey. Good. I'll leave the Red Blood Cavalry to you, Lu Ming said. There was no suspense in the battle here. Huaying was well versed in the art of commanding, so Lu Ming was relieved to leave it to him. Golda, let's go. Lu Ming moved and leaped from the crimson blood-scaled Wolf King's body, flying toward the distant sky. The gold-eye blood zombie followed closely behind Lu Ming. They covered the distance of a few miles in an instant. Who's there? Chapter 311. I'm here to kill you. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk to him as he stabbed out with his spear. Fiery Wind Kill. The man was only of martial ancestor realm 3, and was unable to defend himself against Lu Ming's attack. He was killed by the spear in the air. Then Lu Ming looked around and analyzed the situation. Most of the experts of the Burning Sun Empire were from the Mystic Essence Sword sect and the Ghost Moon Saber sect. It was obvious that they were at a disadvantage. High up in the sky, there was a loud explosion and a powerful aura came down. It was the aura of a martial ancestor realm 7 martial artist. Not far away, Autumn Moon was wearing a white dress. She exuded an extremely cold aura. When she waved her hand, the cold aura froze everything. After not seeing her for a while, Autumn Moon was even more beautiful. Her curves were graceful and her figure was even more voluptuous. However, her beautiful face was extremely cold. It was even colder than the aura she exuded. Judging from the aura on Autumn Moon's body, Autumn Moon had reached the early stages of martial ancestor realm 2. Even Lu Ming was shocked by her cultivation progress. Her opponent was a martial ancestor realm 3 expert. However, he was completely suppressed by Autumn Moon. Absolute frost. Autumn Moon shouted. She waved her hands and an endless amount of cold aura surged. Her opponent roared, but in the next moment he was turned into an ice sculpture. Autumn Moon slapped out, and the ice sculpture shattered into pieces. A martial ancestor realm 3 martial artist had been easily killed by Autumn Moon. Little bitch, you're courting death. At that moment, a sharp sound was heard and a bright sword radiance shot towards Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon's face changed. Her body flashed quickly, and she managed to dodge the sword radiance. With a flash of light, a white-haired old man appeared in front of Autumn Moon. He looked at Autumn Moon coldly. Little bitch, die. The old man shouted coldly. His sword radiance flashed and he charged towards Autumn Moon. Martial Ancestor Realm 5. The old man had a cultivation of Martial Ancestor Realm 5. His sword radiance was bright and sharp. In an instant, he had completely suppressed Autumn Moon. Rise! Autumn Moon shouted. Her body flashed with a blood-red light, and a humanoid figure with blurry facial features appeared. This figure was incomparably cold, as if it was completely made of ice. At the same time, 5 silver chakras flashed across this figure. However, it was still seen by Lao O and Lu Ming. Level 5 King Class Bloodline. The second bloodline awakened by Autumn Moon was actually a level 5 King Class bloodline. Lu Ming was shocked. But on second thought, he felt that it was normal. The first bloodline of Autumn Moon was originally a very powerful natural type ice bloodline among the special bloodlines. Its level was as high as level 8. It was normal for the second bloodline to be powerful. However, Oldo was frightened. Then he roared with a ferocious expression. Die, die, I will not let you live in this world. Amidst the screams, the terrifying sword chi surged towards Autumn Moon. After activating her bloodline, Autumn Moon's combat strength had increased tremendously. Although she was still at a disadvantage, she would not be defeated for a while. However, at this moment, a black-robed figure appeared not far away from Autumn Moon. He stared coldly at Autumn Moon. Die. Suddenly, the black-robed man attacked. A jet-black sword radiance pierced towards Autumn Moon. He was also a level 5 martial ancestor realm cultivation. You are the one who will die. When the black-robed man appeared, Lu Ming had already rushed over. At this moment he shouted coldly and swept out his spear. Clang. The long spear hit the black-robed man's long sword. The long sword shook violently and almost exploded. Who is it? The black-robed man's body shook violently and he retreated quickly. The one who will kill you. Lu Ming stepped out and charged towards the black-robed man. Boom. On the long spear, the power of wind and fire was entwined, causing the long spear to move at an extremely fast speed. Bam! The black-robed man's body was swept by the spear. He screamed in pain and his body exploded. Now Lu Ming only needed one move to kill a level 5 martial ancestor realm cultivation. The 9 dragons' bloodline circulated and devoured the opponent's essence blood. Suddenly Lu Ming's body shook. His cultivation had broken through again. He had reached the late stage of level 2 martial ancestor realm. The essence blood he had devoured was too rich, and there was still a large portion that he had not refined. Kill. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, Lu Ming's combat strength was even stronger. In a flash, he appeared beside Elder O, who was fighting with Autumn Moon. He stabbed out with his spear, and the spear radiance was like lightning. Elder O screamed in horror and tried to dodge. However, everything was in vain. In the next moment, a large hole appeared in his chest. Killing with one spear. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and looked like a god of war. You. Autumn Moon looked at Lu Ming and her heart trembled. She did not know why, but when she saw Lu Ming, she felt that he was extremely familiar. Although his body shape and appearance were completely different, she was all too familiar with his temperament. For a moment, she was stunned. What? Little girl, don't you recognize your young master? Lu Ming came to Autumn Moon's side and smiled. Hearing this, Autumn Moon's body trembled. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened as she stared straight at Lu Ming. Young master? Is it really you? Is it really you? Qiu Yu's eyes were misty and tears rolled down her cheeks as she spoke emotionally. Little girl, if it's not me, who else could it be? Lu Ming stretched out his finger and scratched the tip of Autumn Moon's white nose. Autumn Moon was so emotional that her body trembled. Tears streamed down her face as she said, young master, Autumn Moon has finally found young master. If it were not for the fact that they were fighting, she would have jumped into Lu Ming's arms. Back then, she was brought to a secret place by her master to cultivate in seclusion. Her cultivation progress was extremely terrifying. However, when she ended her cultivation and returned to the Mystic Essence Sword sect, she heard a shocking piece of news. Lu Ming killed his way into the White Tiger Hall and killed many people from the Duanmu family. In the end, the Duanmu family forced him to leave the Mystic Essence Sword sect and disappear without a trace. This news was like a bolt from the blue to Autumn Moon. If it were not for her master stopping her, she would have killed her way into the White Tiger Hall. During this period of time, she had traveled far and wide, but there was no news about Lu Ming. If it were not for her master's kindness, she would have left the Mystic Essence Sword sect on her own accord. This time, She followed the experts of the Mystic Essence Sword sect to support the Ghost Moon Saber sect. One reason was to gain experience, and the other was to find Lu Ming. She wanted to try her luck and see if she could get any news about Lu Ming. She never expected that Lu Ming would suddenly appear beside her. One could only imagine the excitement in her heart. Silly girl. Why are you crying? It's more important to kill the enemy first. After we kill the enemy, we can have a good chat. Lu Ming stretched out his hand to wipe away Autumn Moon's tears. Yes, young master. Autumn Moon's tears turned into smiles. Her face revealed a smile that was even more brilliant than flowers. At this time, you still have the mood to be intimate with each other. Let this old man send the two of you on your way to the underworld to be intimate. Suddenly, a dry and hoarse voice rang out. A skinny and gloomy old man appeared not far away and looked at the two of them with a cold smile. His body emitted a powerful aura. Chapter 312. Roar. The golden-eyed blood zombie growled and stood in front of the old man. The old man looked at the golden-eyed blood zombie with fear. The reason why he did not launch a sneak attack was because of the golden-eyed blood zombie. Old man, you're the one who's going to die. Golden-eyed go. Lu Ming growled. The golden-eyed blood zombie roared and pounced on the old man. Swoosh. Swoosh. At that moment, two figures appeared behind Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. As soon as they appeared, they turned into two slender and sharp sword radiances and stabbed toward Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Their speed was shocking and the sword radiances were sharp and indestructible. The two sneak attackers were at the peak of the sixth realm of the martial ancestor realm, and their auras were similar. When they joined forces, their power was multiplied. You're courting death. Lu Ming roared furiously and pulled Autumn Moon. At the same time, 6 ancient shields appeared in front of him. The 6 shields stacked together and blocked in front of him. Poof. Poof. Like leather being pierced, the sword radiances of the two sneak attackers were too sharp. The 6 shields were pierced one after another. However, Lu Ming had bought himself some time. His long spear turned into 2 spear radiances and stabbed forward. Clang. Clang. The tip of the spear and the sword collided. Lu Ming felt waves of sharp sword chi surging toward him. The wind and fire aura on the tip of the spear were almost scattered. Lu Ming moved and pulled Autumn Moon back quickly. The 2 sneak attackers were also blocked and were forced to retreat. At that moment, Lu Ming saw the 2 figures clearly. These 2 people looked almost exactly the same. They were short and small like monkeys. They were about 40 years old. Damn it, this person can block our attack at such a young age. He's too terrifying. We can't let him live. The 2 short men growled and were shocked. Kill. Swoosh. Swoosh. The 2 of them moved and turned into 2 sword radiances. They charged toward Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. They were as fast as lightning and could not be seen with the naked eye. Icebound 10,000 miles. Autumn Moon shouted as her second bloodline appeared. With a wave of her hand, the temperature in front of her plummeted, and a large patch of frost appeared out of nowhere. It was as if even the air itself had frozen. Great success, Ice Force. Lu Ming could tell that the ice force that Autumn Moon comprehended was already at the major success stage. Its power was incomparably powerful. The 2 short men also seemed to be frozen, and their speed was greatly reduced. Damn it! Damn it! The 2 short men roared angrily. Ah, good. Lu Ming laughed heartily as he struck out with both palms. In the sky, 2 huge beast claws condensed and blasted towards the 2 short men. During this period of time, Lu Ming had already cultivated the 3 Dao palms to the 5th level. Its power was close to that of a superior grade earth rank martial skill. It was extremely powerful. As long as Lu Ming comprehended the final Heaven's Path palm, its might would be infinitely close to a Heaven tier martial skill. Boom. Boom. 2 beast claws came crashing down like mountains. The 2 short men slashed out streaks of sword chi to block the beast claws. With 2 booming sounds, the 2 of them trembled and quickly retreated. Swoosh. Lu Ming charged forward. His long spear was like a dragon as the spear radiance pierced through the air and blasted towards the 2 short men. Behind him, Autumn Moon waved her hands and ice wheels that were like crescent moons appeared. They slashed towards the 2 short men continuously. It had to be said that the 2 short men were extremely powerful. Their genuine chi was dense and extremely sharp. Their cultivation had reached the peak of martial ancestor realm level 6. When the two of them joined forces, they could compete with an ordinary martial ancestor realm level 7. When Lu Ming and Autumn Moon joined forces, they could only fight to a draw. Refine for me. Lu Ming tried his best to refine the essence blood in his body. The essence blood in his body came from a martial ancestor realm level 7 martial artist. There was also the essence blood of a martial ancestor realm level 5 martial artist, and a large number of other martial artists. It was extremely rich. At that moment, it was continuously converted into the energy of the 9 dragons bloodline, and into Lu Ming's genuine chi. Lu Ming's genuine chi continued to grow. After a while, he reached the peak of martial ancestor realm level 2. However, he did not stop there. He started to break through to martial ancestor realm level 3. It was not the first time Lu Ming had broken through while fighting. He was familiar with the process. Of course, it was because of the 9 dragons bloodline. The two short men became more and more frightened as they fought. Firstly, Autumn Moon's cold chi was too shocking. Although her cultivation was much lower than theirs, the cold chi was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could freeze everything. They felt that the genuine chi in their bodies was about to be frozen, and their speed slowed down. Of course, the most terrifying one was Lu Ming. His attacks were violent and his strength was shocking. Each of his attacks could destroy a mountain. Each of his attacks forced them to give their all. Furthermore, Lu Ming did not seem to be tired at all. The more he fought, the braver he became. The two of them had the intention to retreat. Come, let's leave first. These two are too terrifying. We'll let the stronger experts kill them. Let's go. The two of them slashed a few times and decided to retreat. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes emitted a brilliant glow as he sneered. Go? It's too late to leave now. Boom. The aura on Lu Ming's body rose rapidly like an erupting volcano. Third layer martial ancestor realm. Just a moment ago, his cultivation had successfully broken through. After breaking through to the third layer martial ancestor realm, Lu Ming's combat strength rose rapidly again. Oh no, he broke through? One of the short men yelled in disbelief. Demon, he's a demon. Retreat quickly. The other man yelled crazily as he retreated frantically. However, it was too late. Lu Ming moved like lightning and appeared not far away from him in the blink of an eye. He thrust his spear forward. Poof! It was as if the air had been pierced through. A spear radiance instantly crossed 100 meters and penetrated everything. The short man did not even have time to react before his heart was pierced through by the spear radiance. Buzz! Then, Lu Ming held the spear in his hand and threw it out. A spear radiance that was 200 meters long crossed the void and blasted toward the other short man. Break! The short man yelled in horror as he slashed out a shocking sword radiance. However, it was useless. The spear radiance swept past and the sword radiance collapsed. The spear radiance did not stop and struck the short man. Bang! The short man screamed as many bones in his body were broken. His body flew out like a cannonball as blood spurted out from his body. Although he was not dead, he was not far from it. Chiao Yu waved out a crescent-shaped ice wheel, which rushed through the short man's body and cut him in two. Lu Ming rushed past them and devoured their blood essence. The blood essence of two martial artists at the peak of the 6th layer martial ancestor realm was definitely a great supplement. Roar! On the other side, the golden-eyed blood zombie was fearless and had completely suppressed his opponent. How is this possible? Seeing that Lu Ming had killed the two short men, the old man could not believe it. Although the two short men were no match for him, they were not to be underestimated. He had thought that it would be more than enough to kill Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. However, he had never expected that they would be killed by Lu Ming. The old man was shocked. It's your turn now. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he moved and stabbed the old man with his spear. Clang! The old man slashed out with his sword and collided with the long spear. However, he was pushed back by a powerful force. How can he be so strong? Chapter 313. The old man was no match for the golden-eyed blood zombie. With the addition of the freakish Lu Ming, he did not dare to continue the fight. He turned and ran. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Lu Ming sneered and chased after him. At the same time, the golden-eyed blood zombie did the same. The white-haired old man was shocked. He flew up into the sky. There were 6 figures, both male and female. Each of them emitted a terrifying aura. The 6 of them were all experts in the martial ancestor realm. There were 3 from the Een Moon Empire and 3 from the Burning Sun Empire. The 6 of them were fighting fiercely. Seeing the white-haired old man rushing over, the 3 from the Een Moon Empire were shocked. One of them asked, "Old Lin, why are you back?" The intelligence was wrong this time. There are a few extremely powerful figures. I'm no match for them. Let's retreat quickly. The white-haired old man shouted. Retreat? We're about to win. How can we retreat now? Are you crazy? A burly man roared. Whoosh. At this time, Lu Ming and the golden-eyed blood zombie had already rushed over. The white-haired old man was scared and fled in a hurry. What's there to be afraid of? I'll kill him. That burly man bellowed coldly. The opponent who had retreated with one move was holding a huge saber in his hand. He slashed toward Lu Ming. Boom. The saber radiance slashed down and the space shook violently. No. The white-haired old man screamed. But it was too late. Roar. The golden-eyed blood zombie roared and rushed forward. He waved his claws and streaks of blood-red light appeared and collided with the saber radiance. Whoosh. Then Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear. The spear radiance, which contained the power of wind and fire, instantly pierced through the saber radiance and headed for the burly man. The big man's pupils suddenly widened, revealing an extremely frightened look. Ah! Retreat! 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 The burly man roared. He unleashed all of his genuine chi and physical strength in an attempt to dodge the spear radiance. But it was too late. He avoided his vital parts but was still stabbed in the shoulder by the spear radiance. The burly man's shoulder exploded and one of his arms disappeared. Ah! The burly man let out a blood-curdling scream as he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He had already suffered heavy injuries. Circulating his remaining jinqi, he attempted to flee. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. His long spear shook, and the spear light swept out horizontally, whipping the big man's body. The big man screamed in horror, and then his body exploded in the air. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed over and devoured the blood essence. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The white-haired old man was scared out of his wits. The big man, who was no weaker than him, was killed by Lu Ming and the golden-eyed blood zombie in a single exchange. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. He screamed and ran even faster. Go! The other 2 martial arts Grandmaster realm experts from the Een Moon Empire also turned pale with fright and fled madly. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming did not give chase. The reason why he had been able to kill the burly man so easily was not because he was much stronger than the burly man, but because the burly man had been too careless. That was why he had been killed by Lu Ming and the golden-eyed blood zombie. If they were to fight head-on, Lu Ming might not be able to defeat the burly man. Mister, how should I address you? At this moment, the 3 martial arts Grandmaster realm experts from the Burning Sun Empire flew over. They cupped their fists and bowed. At the same time, they carefully sized up Lu Ming. After discovering Lu Ming's age, they were shocked. I am Tianyan. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. From their attire, he could tell that one of them was an expert from the Mystic Essence Sword sect, and the other 2 were experts from the Ghost Moon Saber sect. You are Tianyan? The expert from the Mystic Essence Sword sect was a tall and skinny man in his 50s. At this moment he exclaimed. The 2 experts from the Ghost Moon Saber sect also looked at Lu Ming in shock. Tianyan's name had spread throughout the Burning Sun Empire. As long as one was a martial artist, they would know of him. However, today, they realized that Tianyan was even stronger and more amazing than the rumors said. Seniors, it's more important for us to deal with the enemy first, Lu Ming said. That's right. Let's go and kill those beasts from the Een Moon Empire. The tall and skinny man from the Mystic Essence Sword sect roared. Immediately, the 4 of them rushed to the battlefield of the other martial arts grandmasters. The martial arts grandmasters from the Een Moon Empire had obviously received the news and fled like the wind. After leaving behind a few lives, they all fled. Kill! The other martial arts grandmasters charged towards the battlefield on the ground. Mr. Qiu Moon appeared beside Lu Ming and whispered. Her eyebrows were filled with joy. Qiu Moon, let's go and kill the enemy together. After the battle, we can have a good gathering. Lu Ming smiled and said. Qiu Moon nodded obediently and followed Lu Ming to the battlefield below. There was no suspense on the battlefield below. When Lu Ming left, the 20,000 Crimson Moon demonic tigers of the Yin Moon Empire had already been defeated. After that, the Northern Battlefront Army fought back and attacked the Crimson Blood-Scaled Wolves from both sides. The Yin Moon Army was completely defeated. When Lu Ming came back, he saw Xian Yanqing leading the Crimson Blood-Scaled Wolves to chase the defeated Yin Moon Army. Along the way, there were corpses everywhere. Whoosh! Lu Ming landed on the Crimson Blood-Scaled Wolf King. Qiu Moon also landed and sat in front of Lu Ming. The Crimson Blood-Scaled Wolf King was huge, more than 6 meters long. It was still very spacious for 2 people to sit on it. On the other side, Xian Yanqing saw Lu Ming and Qiu Moon sitting in front of Lu Ming. His face darkened and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Run! The soldiers of the Yin Moon Empire screamed in fear and ran for their lives. However, no matter how fast they were not as fast as the Crimson Blood-Scaled Wolves. They were killed one by one. The smell of blood filled the air. Suddenly, Lu Ming noticed that the golden-eye blood zombie next to him was emitting a thick bloody light. The bloody qi in the air kept gathering towards the golden-eye blood zombie. The bloody light on the golden-eye blood zombie was getting thicker and thicker. That's right. Blood zombies like to drink blood to increase their strength. The battlefield is their heaven. Lu Ming thought to himself. He was secretly happy. He was happy that the golden-eye blood zombie had become stronger. The slaughter continued. After an hour, everything returned to normal. The Yin Moon Empire had suffered a crushing defeat. Tens of thousands of corpses were left behind. It was a great loss. All of this was because of the arrival of the Crimson Blood-Scaled Wolves led by Lu Ming. The Crimson Blood-Scaled Wolves' power was demonstrated. Dong dong. A troop of horses galloped over and stopped 100 meters in front of Lu Ming. It was the Northern Battlefront Army. Is that General Tianyan in front of us? A big dark-skinned man in his 40s shouted. Yes, I am Tianyan. Lu Ming said. I am Huang Chenlong, the Deputy General of the Northern Battlefront Army. Nice to meet you, General Tianyan. The dark-skinned man cupped his fists. General Huang, please come over for a chat. Lu Ming said. Huang Chenlong nodded and led some people to meet up with Lu Ming. Lu Ming asked Huang Chenlong what had happened. How was the Northern Battlefront Army? The great general was assassinated. Chapter 314. The general of the North Battlefront Army was assassinated by the assassins of the Empire of Yin Moon. Then the army of the Empire of Yin Moon seized the opportunity to attack. The North Battlefront Army was in chaos after the general died. The Empire of Yin Moon seized the chance and broke into the North Battlefront city. They suffered a great loss. The remaining soldiers of the North Battlefront Army tried to break out of the encirclement, but the army of Yin Moon caught up with them. That was the reason for the great battle. Luckily, the superior cultivators of the Ghost Moon Saber sect and the Mystic Essence Sword sect helped them. Otherwise, they would have been defeated. With the help of Lu Ming's army, they were able to turn the tables and defeat the army of Yin Moon. The North Battlefront city has been occupied by the Empire of Yin Moon. They have deployed a great army to guard it. It's too difficult to take it back. Huang Chenlong sighed. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. So that was the case. So what's your next plan? Lu Ming asked. Huang Chenlong and the other deputy generals looked at each other and nodded. Then they got off their horses and bowed to Lu Ming. If you don't abandon us, we are willing to lead the remaining soldiers of the North Battlefront Army to you. Generals, what are you doing? Stand up and talk. Lu Ming hurried to help Huang Chenlong and the others up. General Tianyan, we are defeated. We have nowhere to go. If you don't take us in, we will be wiped out by the Empire of Yin Moon sooner or later. You are a peerless genius. If you lead us, we will avenge our brothers. Please take us in. Huang Chenlong bowed to him. Okay. I will take you in. Lu Ming pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. Thank you so much, General Tianyan. Huang Chenlong and the others were overjoyed. Generals, brothers, don't worry. I, Tianyan, swear that I will lead you to kill the empire of Yinmun and avenge our brothers. Lu Ming shouted. His voice spread far and reached the ears of every soldier of the North Battlefront Army. General Tianyan is awesome. General Tianyan is invincible. Instantly, the field burst into loud cheers. After a while, the cheers stopped. Then Lu Ming asked Huang Qianlong to count the remaining Northern Battlefront Army. Huang Qianlong accepted the order and left. At this moment, a ray of light flashed across the sky, and a figure appeared. It was the tall and thin man from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Autumn Moon, the battle here is over. Follow me back to the Ghost Moon Saber Sect. The lanky man said. Marshal Uncle, you can go back first. I plan to stay in the military camp to train. Autumn Moon said. Stay in the barracks? No. The tall and skinny man's expression changed drastically. Autumn Moon's second bloodline awakening was a terrifying level 5 king class. This was too shocking. She was much stronger than Duan Mulin. Her future achievements were unimaginable. Only a few of the higher-ups of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect knew that Autumn Moon was listed as a key training target. Now that Autumn Moon had to stay in the military camp to train, if anything were to happen, he wouldn't be able to answer to Autumn Moon's master and the other higher-ups. Marshal Uncle, don't worry. I'll be careful. Autumn Moon said. Senior, Miss Autumn Moon will stay in the barracks. Tianyan will do his best to protect her. I won't let her get hurt. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. The tall and skinny man muttered to himself as his mind started to wander. How did Autumn Moon get to know Tianyan? Could it be love at first sight between a hero and a beauty? It's very possible. With Autumn Moon's talent, only a genius like Tianyan is worthy of her. Fine, I'll let her stay. I'll go back and report to Senior and the sect leader to let them decide. Thinking of this, the tall and skinny man bowed slightly and said, Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble young Master Tianyan. Senior, don't worry. Lu Ming nodded. Then the tall and skinny man turned into a ray of light and disappeared. General Tianyan, you're really handsome. You didn't forget to kidnap a little beauty when you're marching to war. Why? It's too cold at night. Are you using her to warm your bed? At this time a faint voice sounded. Xian Yanqing came over riding on the red blood-scale wolf. He carefully sized up Qiu Yu and a gloomy look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Ahem, Xiaoqing, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ming coughed a few times and then rolled his eyes. He approached Xian Yanqing and said, What's wrong? You sound so sour. Are you jealous? Jealous? You, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I be jealous of you? Dream on. Xian Yanqing's heart skipped a few times and she hurriedly denied it. But her heart beat even faster. That inexplicable feeling in her heart made her a little flustered. When she saw Lu Ming and Qiu Yu together, she felt an inexplicable sourness in her heart. Am I really jealous? No, that's impossible. How could I be jealous of this guy? I just want to trample him under my feet. Yes, that must be it. I will work hard to cultivate and trample him under my feet as soon as possible. Xian Yanqing kept thinking in her heart. She stared at Lu Ming fiercely and gritted her teeth. Lu Ming got goosebumps from her stare. He thought to himself, Is this woman crazy? On the side, Autumn Moon looked at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. No one knew what she was thinking, but she didn't say anything. After a while, Huang Qianlong came to report the number of soldiers. There were 60,160 soldiers in the Northern Battlefront Army. Almost 40,000 of the 100,000 soldiers in the Northern Battlefront Army were killed in one night. It was a great loss. Immediately, Lu Ming led the Red Blood Scale Cavalry and more than 60,000 soldiers to the Moon City. On the way, they met Ming Meng, who was leading the army to rescue them. After knowing the situation of the Northern Battlefront Army, Ming Meng sighed. They returned to the Moon City the same way they came. After returning to the Moon City, Lu Ming asked Hua Ying to reorganize the Northern Battlefront Army. He hid in the Temple of Paragon and started to refine the Essence Blood. Although he had refined a part of the Essence Blood, there was still a lot left. The energy of the Essence Blood was turned into genuine qi. Lu Ming's cultivation kept increasing. After refining all the essence blood in the 9-dragon bloodline, his cultivation reached the late stage of the martial ancestor realm. He was only one step away from the peak of the martial ancestor realm. After breaking through to the martial ancestor realm, he had killed a martial ancestor realm 7 expert. However, the essence blood of the martial ancestor realm 7 expert didn't help him increase his cultivation by much. After refining the essence blood, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon and helped Huang reorganize the Northern Battlefront Army. 2 days later, the Northern Battlefront Army was reorganized. Lu Ming had almost 80,000 soldiers under his command. His strength had increased greatly. However, Lu Ming still wasn't satisfied. After this battle, Lu Ming found the weakness of the Red Blood Scale Wolf Army. Although the Red Blood Scale Wolf Army was powerful, most of them relied on their mounts and red blood scale wolves. The soldiers' cultivation was too weak, and it was difficult for them to use the full strength of the red blood scale wolf army. Moreover, there were too few of them. There were originally 8,000 of them, but they had lost 500 to 600 in this battle. Their numbers had decreased by a lot. I have to think of a way to increase the soldiers' cultivation. Also, I have to capture more red blood scale wolves. Lu Ming thought. Chapter 315. If he could have 30,000 Crimson Blood Scale Wolves and 30,000 Martial Master Realm Warriors to form an army, it would be truly terrifying. It would become an invincible army. Lu Ming shook his head with a smile. It was just a thought. It was too difficult to realize. Crimson Blood Scale Wolves were easy, but 30,000 Martial Master Realm Warriors were too difficult. Now, including the 60,000 Northern Battlefront Army, Lu Ming had less than 5,000 Martial Master Realm Warriors under his command, unless it was a force like the 5 Great Sections. For example, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Besides the young disciples, there were many warriors over 30 years old. The total number of Martial Master Realm Warriors might be more than 100,000, but that was the result of years of accumulation. In the past few days, there was no movement in the Een Moon army. It seemed that after the battle, the Een Moon army needed to rest. Hence, Lu Ming led the Red Blood Iron Horse into the depths of the plateau to capture the Red Blood Scaled Wolves. Roar! Lu Ming rode on the Crimson Blood Scale Wolf and rushed forward. On the side, Xian Yinqing rode on another Crimson Blood Scale Wolf and followed closely. On the other side, Autumn Moon also rode on a Crimson Blood Scale Wolf and followed. Seeing Lu Ming, Autumn Moon was in a good mood. She had a bright smile on her face every day. She followed Lu Ming all day, just like the little maid she used to be. Xian Yinqing gritted his teeth and muttered that Lu Ming was a pervert, which made Lu Ming smile bitterly. Roar! Roar! The Crimson Blood Scale Wolf army roared and marched into the depths of the wilderness. Lu Ming let the Crimson Blood Scale Wolf lead the way. After a few hours, they arrived at a huge valley. Roar! Roar! Wolf howls came from the valley. Then, Crimson Blood Scale Wolves appeared one after another. There are more! Lu Ming was overjoyed. Obviously, this was another group of Crimson Blood Scale Wolves. Roar! A huge wolf howl sounded, and a huge Crimson Blood Scaled Wolf with a fiendish aura walked out. This Crimson Blood Scale Wolf, whether it was its size or aura, was not inferior to the Crimson Blood Scale Wolf King that Lu Ming was riding. Clearly, this was the king of the Crimson Blood Scale Wolves. Roar! Roar! The Crimson Blood Scale Wolf Kings under Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing began to howl. They seemed to be communicating with the Crimson Blood Scale Wolf King. Roar! After howling for a while, the Crimson Blood Scale Wolf King growled at Lu Ming. Its eyes were filled with doubt, and then a provocative light. Looks like strength is the only thing that matters. Lu Ming smiled faintly and pounced on the Crimson Blood Scale Wolf King. Roar! The Crimson Blood Scaled Wolf King also pounced forward. One man and one wolf engaged in a fierce battle. Half an hour later, when Lu Ming continued his journey, there were more than 5,000 Crimson Blood Scale Wolves behind him. This was the number of Crimson Blood Scale Wolves in the previous pack. The Crimson Blood Scale Wolf King had become Qiu Yu's mount. However, Lu Ming was still not satisfied. He continued his search on the plateau. There were countless Crimson Blood Scale Wolves in the plateau. They had lived here for countless years. In 3 days, Lu Ming found 5 packs of Crimson Blood Scale Wolves. The strongest pack of Crimson Blood Scale wolves had more than 10,000 wolves. The weakest pack only had 2,000 wolves. Through the two Crimson Blood Scale Wolf Kings at the beginning, Lu Ming's strength, and Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's Howling Moon Wolf King's aura, these Crimson Blood Scale wolves were subdued one by one. Suddenly, the number of Crimson Blood Scale wolves under Lu Ming's command exceeded 30,000, reaching a total of 32,000. At this point, Lu Ming had to stop. Deeper into the plateau, the beasts that appeared were too strong. Some of them were Class 8 LV4, and some were even Class 9 LV4. If Lu Ming and the rest continued, they would suffer great losses. However, 30,000 Crimson Blood Scale wolves were enough. Immediately, Lu Ming brought the Crimson Blood Scale wolves back to Full Moon City. Needless to say, it caused a tsunami-like commotion. The Mountain Suppression Army was envious, while the former Northern Battlefront Army that had sided with Lu Ming was ecstatic. Lu Ming was not stingy. He gave a few hundred Crimson Blood Scale wolves to Ming Meng. As for the rest, Lu Ming selected 30,000 of the strongest men to form a Crimson Blood Scale wolf cavalry. There were 31,000 of them. 1,000 of them were called the Crimson Blood Guards. They were the strongest and the most elite. They were Lu Ming's guards. The other 30,000 formed an army. Lu Ming temporarily handed them over to Hua Ying to manage and train. Hua Ying's mount was also changed to a Crimson Blood Scale Wolf King. It was easier to manage. Lu Ming was happy to be able to relax. Other than occasionally sparring with Autumn Moon, he spent most of his time cultivating. In the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. He had just refined a few hundred spiritual herbs and cultivated the 10,000 spirit battle form to increase his physical strength. At this moment, he stopped cultivating. The 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps is really difficult to cultivate. It's been so many days, but I still haven't mastered the first step. However, I feel that I've gained some insights recently. As long as I continue to comprehend, I'll master it sooner or later. There's also the third palm of the 3 Dao palms, the Heavenly Path palm. I don't have any clue about it either. If I can master it, it'll definitely be my trump card. Lu Ming pondered. Now cultivating the true dragon of battle arts and comprehending the force was something that he had to do every day. Other than that, he had to cultivate various martial techniques. Every day, Lu Ming felt that he didn't have enough time. Thinking of this, Lu Ming moved his hand and a storage ring appeared. What's in the storage ring of a king? Looking at the storage ring, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. That's right. This storage ring belonged to the martial king that Lu Ming had obtained in the Dongyi tribe's ancestral ruins. Lu Ming had fought with Xian Yanqing for this storage ring. In the end, Xian Yanqing had chosen a small jade sword. There was a powerful inscription array on the storage ring. Lu Ming couldn't break it in the past. He could only slowly work on it. However, recently, Lu Ming felt that the inscription array on the storage ring was loosening. It was about to be broken. Today, I'll break it completely. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then his hands glowed and powerful true qi surged toward the storage ring. The storage ring floated in the air, surrounded by a light screen. However, this light screen had become very thin. Under Lu Ming's true qi, it was on the verge of collapsing. Break for me! Lu Ming shouted. The true dragon of battle qi was constantly circulating. Like small true dragons, they rushed toward the light screen. Suddenly, the light screen emitted a bright light and expanded rapidly. When it had expanded to a few meters, it exploded with a poof. The inscription array on the storage ring was broken. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He grabbed the storage ring and immersed his mind into it. It's so big. His first impression was that the storage ring had a huge space. Lu Ming reckoned that even if he threw a mountain peak into it, it would be able to contain it. Then Lu Ming saw a mountain of items in the storage ring. This is spiritual weapons, armor, elixirs, and secret manuals. Chapter 316. However, after looking through them, Lu Ming was shocked. Actually, these spiritual weapons, armors, elixirs, and secret manuals were not very high level. The key was that there were too many of them. Numerous battle spears and battle swords were piled up like a mountain, emitting a cold luster. The armors were piled up higher than a mountain. The elixirs and jade bottles were also piled up like a mountain. There were too many of them. There were too many of them. Lu Ming estimated that there were at least hundreds of thousands of sets of spiritual weapons and armors. This was simply an armory. Lu Ming picked up some of them and found that most of them were level 2 spiritual weapons. There were a few level 3 spiritual weapons. As for level 4 spiritual weapons, there were not many of them. These are soul-gathering elixirs and soul-breaking elixirs. When Lu Ming checked the elixirs, he was shocked at first. Then he was excited and overjoyed. Soul-gathering elixirs could help martial soldiers, and even martial masters, improve their cultivation quickly. On the other hand, soul-breaking elixirs could help people break through to the next realm. Most of them were level 2 elixirs. They were not very useful for martial masters. However, there were too many of them. No wonder Lu Ming was so excited. These items could equip a huge army. How could there be so many low-level items in the storage ring of a martial king expert? Then Lu Ming thought about it and understood. The Dongyi tribe had occupied a huge territory and established an empire. Now most of the territory of the Burning Sun Empire, the Dark Moon Empire, and even the Blood Zhao Empire belonged to the Dongyi tribe. The Dongyi tribe was a real medium-sized empire. Later on, it was destroyed. The Dongyi ancestors' storage ring was filled with so many low-level spiritual weapons and elixirs. He must have wanted to build an army and rebuild the Dongyi Empire in the future. However, he died before he could do it. Now, all of them were taken advantage of by Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, I've searched high and low, only to find it by chance. Good, this is great. In this way, how big of an army can I build? The Crimson Blood-Scaled Wolf Cavalry and the other soldiers will be upgraded. Their strength will definitely increase greatly. Lu Ming thought ecstatically. Thinking of this, Lu Ming immediately left the Temple of Paragon and gathered all his deputy generals and deputy generals. When Lu Ming used some empty storage rings to store these spirit armors and elixirs, and showed them to these deputy and deputy generals, these people were immediately petrified. All of them widened their eyes and opened their mouths. They stared at Lu Ming in disbelief, motionless. After a long while, they finally reacted, and their bodies trembled with excitement. General, are these all yours? Huang gulped and said, Of course. Did you think I snatched them? All right, give everyone a set of spiritual weapons and armor. Distribute these medicinal pills to increase their strength. Take note, focus on the 30,000 scarlet blood-scaled wolves. I want them to break through to Martial Master as quickly as possible. Lu Ming instructed. His goal was to let the 30,000 crimson blood-scaled wolves all reach the Martial Master realm. Only then could the crimson blood-scaled wolves unleash their true strength. Of course, he only gave out 80,000 sets of spiritual weapons and armors. He would keep the rest for now. As for the secret manuals, they were some low-level martial techniques and battle formations. They were suitable for fighting on the battlefield, so they wouldn't be used in a short time. Lu Ming didn't give them out. Hua Ying and the others went out happily. Not long after, when Lu Ming's subordinates all changed into new equipment, everyone in the mountain-crushing army was shocked. It was too shocking. Lu Ming's subordinates were all equipped with level 2 spiritual weapons and armors. Level 2 spiritual weapons were on par with martial masters. When martial soldiers put on level 2 spiritual weapons and armors, their combat strength would definitely increase greatly. Their ability to protect themselves would also increase greatly. As for the elites, they all changed into level 3 spiritual weapons. It didn't take long for everyone to find out that Tianyun was the one who had given them the equipment. The mountain-crushing army's soldiers were so envious that their eyes turned red. They found that the soldiers who followed Lu Ming were treated too well. First, they had crimson blood-scaled wolves, and now, even their equipment was brand new. If it weren't for the military rules, they would have sworn allegiance to Tianyun. After Ming Ming found out, he smiled bitterly. From then on, every soldier under Lu Ming used the energy-gathering pill and the energy breakthrough pill to crazily increase their cultivation. During this time, the Een Moon Empire seemed to have calmed down and didn't make any other moves. Time passed in a flash and half a month passed. In the past half a month, the strength of the crimson blood-scaled wolves had increased crazily. Originally, there were about 5,000 martial masters in the crimson blood-scaled wolves. As for the rest, most of them were at the 8th and 9th level of the martial warrior realm. In the past half a month, All of them had crazily improved. Some 9th-level martial warriors had been stuck in the 9th level for a long time. At this time, with the help of the energy breakthrough pill, they broke through the bottleneck and rushed into the martial master realm. In half a month, more than 10,000 people rushed into the martial master realm. As for the others, almost every one of them had advanced by 1 or 2 levels. Pills left behind by a martial king expert, even if the level wasn't high, were still extraordinary. The Eastern barbarian martial king intended to build a strong army in a short period of time. The effects of the pills were naturally astonishing, exceeding Lu Ming's expectations. Great, if this continues, the 30,000 crimson blood-scaled wolves will all enter the martial master realm in less than a month. Lu Ming was overjoyed and distributed the pills without hesitation. The pills in the martial king's storage ring were prepared for the army of 500,000, so there was an inexhaustible supply. At this time, news came from Ming Meng that the Yin Moon Empire had made a move recently. Sure enough, 3 days later, the Yin Moon Empire's 600,000 army attacked the Ghost Moon Saber Sect's territory. For a time, the war continued. After Lu Ming received the news, he didn't hesitate and led the 30,000 Crimson Blood-Scaled Wolves to set off. It was time to test the strength of the Crimson Blood-Scaled Wolves. This battle shocked the entire world, shaking the Blazing Sun Empire and the Yin Moon Empire. The 30,000 Crimson Blood-Scaled Wolves led by Lu Ming were simply invincible and undefeatable. In this battle, the Crimson Blood-Scaled Wolves' first opponent was the Yin Moon Empire's Grey Wolf Legion. The 50,000 Grey Wolf Legion didn't have the slightest ability to fight back against the Crimson Blood-Scaled Wolves' attack. The 50,000 Grey Wolf Legion was almost completely annihilated. In this way, the Yin Moon Empire's Grey Wolf Legion was completely destroyed by Lu Ming, with 70,000 of them destroyed. Afterwards, the Yin Moon Empire sent out an extremely powerful legion, the Wild Lion Legion. The Wild Lion Legion was 100,000 strong, and their battle strength was even stronger than the Grey Wolf Legion. This battle was incomparably tragic, and shouts of killing filled the sky. In the end, the result was the same. The 30,000 Crimson Blood-Scaled Wolves defeated the 100,000 Wild Lion Legion in one fell swoop. The 100,000 Wild Lion Legion was almost completely wiped out. Chapter 317. In this battle, the Yin Moon Empire had lost 2 powerful legions, and was forced to retreat. After this battle, the prestige of the Burning Sun Empire's imperial family increased greatly. This was because the Scarlet Blood Cavalry and Tianyan belonged to the imperial family. In the imperial palace of the Burning Sun Empire, excited laughter came from the throne room. In the throne room, Emperor Hua Jingxing sat on the dragon throne. Below him stood all the officials. Ha, good. Tianyan is indeed a peerless genius with the potential of a dragon or a phoenix. This battle has greatly damaged the morale of the Yin Moon Empire, and our imperial family's prestige has greatly increased. We have regained our popularity in the hearts of the people. Hua Jingxing laughed as his eyes shone with excitement. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for finding such a genius. Our imperial family has forgotten about this. A white-haired old official came up to congratulate. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for finding such a talent. The other civil and military officials all bowed and shouted loudly. Father, Tianyan has done such a great service. We have to reward him. Huaqi walked out and bowed. Reward? Of course we have to reward him. How about this? Give Tianyan the title of Marquis Champion, meaning that he can form any army and recruit any talents. Hua Jingxing announced. Thank you, Father. Huaqi was overjoyed. Your Majesty is wise. The officials all congratulated. The news of Tianyan being given the title of Marquis Champion shook the Burning Sun Empire again. Tianyan's name was remembered by everyone because he was the youngest marquis in the history of the Burning Sun Empire. In the palace of Heavenly King Suppressor. Marquis Champion? Damn it, this Tianyan deserves to die. Heavenly King Suppressor's angry roar came from the palace. In a certain side hall of the Star General Hall, Lu Yuntian was sitting on a stone table in a small courtyard with a piece of white paper spread out. He was concentrating on writing. It was the character for Marshal. Lu Yuntian's brush strokes were bold and vigorous, as if they were about to break free from his grasp. Although Lu Yuntian's cultivation had been destroyed, the word martial still contained his essence. He finished writing in one go. Lu Yuntian exhaled deeply. Brother Tian, I believe that in the future, Ming-Er will definitely cure you and let you step onto the martial path again. Li Ping whispered as she saw through Lu Yuntian's thoughts. She understood how desolate it was for a martial arts genius to be unable to practice martial arts. Ping-Er, as long as you're by my side. Even if I can't practice martial arts, so what? Moreover, Ming-Er's talent is countless times higher than mine. I'm satisfied. Lu Yuntian smiled. At this moment, a servant girl of about 20 years old hurriedly ran in. The maidservant was brought over by Li Ping from the Lu family, and was very loyal. Chuanxiang, why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Li Ping frowned and asked. Master, madam, good news, good news. Young master won a great victory at the border. Now His Majesty the Emperor has already conferred young master the title of Marquis Champion, and announced it to the world. Chen Xiang said excitedly. What? Lu Yuntian froze, the brush in his hand falling to the ground. Li Ping was also stunned. After a while, she finally reacted. She was so excited that her whole body was trembling. Marquis Champion? Ming-Er has been conferred the title of Marquis? Is it true? Is it true? Li Ping asked a few times. She thought she was dreaming. It's absolutely true. Master, madam, the outside world is talking about this matter now. Everyone knows about it. Chen Xiang said. Ming-Er has been conferred the title of Marquis. Brother Tian, Ming-Er has been conferred the title of Marquis. Li Ping whispered as tears rolled down her face. She couldn't help but lean into Lu Yuntian's arms. She was too excited. Why are you crying? This is a great thing. Why are you crying? Lu Yuntian hugged Li Ping and pretended to be calm. However, his slightly trembling voice could not hide his excitement. 2 days later, the news spread to Full Moon City. Marquis Champion, Marquis Champion. An inspiring roar resounded through the sky. On the northern grassland tens of thousands of miles away from Full Moon City, there were endless military tents here. At a glance, there was no end to it. This was the largest military camp in the south of the Yin Moon Empire. It ruled most of the southern territory of the Yin Moon Empire. Yin Tianjue, the south-guarding king of the Yin Moon Empire, was stationed here. He was fully in charge of the attack against the Burning Sun Empire. At this moment, there were a dozen people sitting in Yin Tianjue's military tent. Yin Tianjue sat at the top, looking at a figure wrapped in a black robe in the middle of the tent. Yin Tianjue, why did your Yin Moon Empire retreat? Our plan is ruined. The black-robed man only revealed a pair of eyes. He looked at Yin Tianjue gloomily. Why did we retreat? Nonsense. Do you know how big our losses are? The entire Wild Lion Legion was annihilated, the Grey Wolf Legion was almost destroyed, and the Crimson Moon Demonic Tiger Legion and so on. Do you know how much it cost to train these legions? Do you know? Yin Tianjue slammed the table heavily and almost roared. The black-robed man was silent for a while and said, This time, we didn't foresee it. We didn't expect Tianyan to be so difficult to deal with. Haha, you want to shirk responsibility by saying that you didn't foresee it? Wishful thinking. Yin Tianjue sneered. When I came here, I already received the order that we will compensate for your losses. However, the plan still has to go on. Otherwise, this loss will be in vain. As long as the plan succeeds, we will give you a lot of benefits. The black-robed man said. Go on. It's easy for you to say. Who will be responsible for Tianyun's red blood cavalry? We can't afford to lose them. Yin Tianjue sneered. The red blood cavalry is not scary. The scary one is Tianyan. As long as Tianyan is dead, the red blood cavalry will fall apart. At that time, we will be able to destroy them easily. The black-robed man said. Oh, what's your plan? Yin Tianjue asked. The black-robed man sneered and said, Assassinate Tianyan. Assassinate? Tianyan is hiding among the 30,000 red blood cavalry, and there is a powerful expert following him. It's not easy to assassinate him, Yin Tianjue said. Then let's wait. I refuse to believe that Tianyan will just hide in his barracks. Your country is famous for its assassination techniques, and I'm sure you're more adept than I am. Besides, this time, we'll be sending our strongest assassins to work with your country to kill Tianyin. The black-robed man's voice was filled with killing intent. Good. We will also send our strongest assassins to kill Tianyin. Also, I need to ask for reinforcements from His Majesty. I'm afraid that we won't be able to launch a large-scale attack in a short period of time. Yin Tianjue said. Don't worry. We can still afford to wait for 1 or 2 months. That's settled then. After the black faction member finished speaking, his figure moved, and he had already disappeared. Yin Tianjue thought for a while and then ordered, "Summon the Yuanke twin killers to see me." Yes. Chapter 318. 3,000 miles northwest of Full Moon City, there was a quiet valley. Lu Ming appeared outside the valley. Then, Lu Ming moved and went into the valley. After about 1,000 meters, Lu Ming stopped. In front of him, there was a huge blood cocoon floating in the air. The GoldenEye blood zombie is going to evolve. Lu Ming whispered. That's right, the blood cocoon in front of him was the GoldenEye blood zombie. Previously, Lu Ming had led the GoldenEye blood zombie and the red blood armored cavalry to kill hundreds of thousands of Yin Moon soldiers. The GoldenEye blood zombie had absorbed too much blood and aura and had begun to evolve on the way back to Full Moon City. They could only find a quiet place to let it evolve. After Lu Ming returned to Full Moon City, he finished his business and rushed over to check on the situation. I don't know how long it will take for the GoldenEye blood zombie to evolve. Now it seems that the situation is stable. I'll go back to Full Moon City first and check on it later. Thinking of this, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. Soon after, he returned to Full Moon City. Greetings, Marquis Champion. Greetings, Marquis Champion. Once he returned to Full Moon City, the officials and the general of the mountain army bowed respectfully when they saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded in response. Soon he returned to the Red Blood Army camp. Everything was normal. Huang was indeed a good commander. Under his management, the Red Blood Cavalry and the other soldiers were cultivating hard. Lu Ming was very assured about this. In the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. A huge stone tablet floated above his head. What was different was that there were 4 silver chakras around the tablet. That's right, Lu Ming's second bloodline had evolved. Lu Ming felt that the 9 Dragons bloodline had reached the limit of ordinary level 9, but it was difficult to evolve. No matter how much blood chi it refined, it was still at ordinary level 9. Therefore, Lu Ming had used the blood chi he had devoured to evolve his second bloodline. In that battle, he had devoured so much essence blood that his second bloodline had successfully evolved. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the 3rd layer martial ancestor realm. I don't know when the 9 Dragons bloodline will reach the king level. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. When the time comes, it will naturally come naturally. Right now, the 9 Dragons heaven step is the most important. Lu Ming pondered. After this period of cultivation, coupled with the continuous battles, Lu Ming finally had some understanding of the 9 Dragons heaven stomping steps. Lu Ming took out the secret manual of the 9 Dragons heaven stomping steps and read it carefully. Then he closed his eyes and carefully comprehended it. An hour later, Lu Ming suddenly stood up and casually stepped to the side. Wang. At this time, Lu Ming's body seemed to resonate with the heavens and earth. His body emitted an inexplicable fluctuation that was extremely mysterious. What a strong pressure! At this moment, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure acting on his body. He felt as if his body was about to explode from the pressure. Dong! Finally, Lu Ming stepped on the ground. At this moment, the entire Temple of Paragon shook violently. The ground rumbled as if it was about to explode. Phew! After stepping on the ground, Lu Ming let out a long breath. The mysterious fluctuation on his body disappeared, and the pressure on his body disappeared without a trace. What a strong pressure! No wonder Supreme Nine Suns told me that I must break through the martial ancestor realm, and my physical body reach the 4th layer before I can cultivate the 9 Dragons heaven stomping steps. If my physical body and cultivation don't meet the requirements, I'm afraid I'll explode from the pressure. Lu Ming sighed. However, his eyes were filled with excitement. I haven't completed the first step yet, but the power is already extremely shocking. The Supreme Divine Palace is indestructible, but it actually caused such a vibration. If I took a step on the ground, I'm afraid the ground would explode. Lu Ming was extremely satisfied with the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. It was indeed a divine-level martial skill. Continue. After that, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. He wanted to complete the first step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Time flashed by and another month passed. In a month, the Qixia cavalries had made incredible progress. With the continuous supply of medicinal pills, the remaining 30,000 Qixia cavalries had all broken through to the martial master realm. This had greatly increased the strength of the Qixia cavalries. Of course, the consumption of medicinal pills was also terrifying. 30,000 people had consumed the medicinal pills that were originally prepared for 100,000 people. That was why their cultivation had increased so quickly. Apart from the 30,000 Qixia cavalries, the other soldiers' cultivation had also increased a lot. The fastest one had increased his cultivation by 3 whole levels. The worst one had increased his cultivation by 1 level. Lu Ming's army of 80,000 people had become much stronger. During this month, the outside world had not been peaceful. It could be said that a storm was brewing. However, there were 2 people who had attracted the most attention. One was Duan Mulin. After being silent for many years, Duan Mulin had finally erupted. He had consecutively challenged 10 extremely famous Golden Grade disciples of the 5 great sections. He had won one battle after another. He had almost challenged the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire. Just when everyone thought that he would challenge the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire, he had stopped. This made many people wonder how strong Duan Mulin was. The other person was even more shocking. He was Qiu Changkong. For some reason, Qiu Changkong had a conflict with Gu Yuyan, who was ranked 22nd on the Emperor leaderboard. The result was shocking. In the end, it had ended with Gu Yuyan being killed. Qiu Changkong was ranked 36th on the Emperor leaderboard. However, he had killed Gu Yuyan, who was ranked 22nd. This was not only shocking in the Blazing Sun Empire, but also in the 36 empires of the Emperor leaderboard. Qiu Changkong's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Among the 36 empires of the Emperor leaderboard, there were 8 middle-ranked empires. Of the 36 geniuses on the Emperor leaderboard, 32 of them were from the 8 middle-ranked empires. Only 4 of them were from the low-ranked empires. It was already shocking that Qiu Changkong could be ranked on the Emperor leaderboard. This had caused an even greater commotion. These 2 pieces of news naturally reached Lu Ming's ears. However, when Lu Ming heard it, he smiled faintly and continued to cultivate. There is movement from the golden eye. On this day, when Lu Ming was cultivating, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with the demon suppression token. It was emitting a faint light. Perhaps the golden eye has completed its evolution. Let's go and see how much the golden eye can improve. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. The golden eye blood zombie was already at the peak of the 7th realm of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. If it evolved again, it would definitely be stronger. It would be a great help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming left the full moon city and turned into a ray of light. He headed toward the valley where the golden eye blood zombie was. Lu Ming did not notice that not long after he left the full moon city, a few figures in the distant grassland rushed into the sky and followed him. Soon Lu Ming arrived at the valley and walked in. In front of him, the smell of blood was extremely strong. The blood cocoon was filled with blood light. When Lu Ming stepped into the valley, the blood light in front of him suddenly shrunk. Crack! Chapter 319. This figure was the golden eye blood zombie. However, it was slightly different from before. Its golden pupils had become even more dazzling, as if 2 pieces of gold had been embedded in them. The green hair on its skin had faded a lot, making its skin appear blood red and translucent. It looked like it was made of fiery red steel, and was full of power. The aura of the golden-eye blood zombie was more than 5 or 6 times stronger than before. How could it be so much stronger? This aura is definitely not the aura of an 8th level martial arts grandmaster. Could it be that the golden-eye blood zombie has reached the 9th level martial arts grandmaster? Lu Ming's mind raced, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Roar! The golden-eye blood zombie growled and came to Lu Ming's side. Let's go back to Full Moon City, Lu Ming said. Then, together with the golden-eye blood zombie, They shot into the sky and flew toward Full Moon City. However, before they had flown for more than 10 miles, Lu Ming suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Roar! At this moment, the golden-eye blood zombie let out an earth-shattering roar and rushed toward Lu Ming's head. Chi-chi! Above Lu Ming's head, a dark cloud suddenly split open. Two pale white saber radiances, faster than lightning, slashed toward Lu Ming's head. Boom! Boom! The golden-eye blood zombie and the two saber radiances collided. Then, the golden-eye blood zombie's body fell to the ground like a cannonball. Swoosh! Just as the two saber radiances slashed out, a black sword radiance pierced through the void behind Lu Ming and stabbed toward him. This sword was fast, accurate, ruthless, and terrifyingly powerful. 9th level martial arts grandmaster. 3 9th level martial arts grandmaster assassins, block for me. Lu Ming roared furiously. 6 ancient shields condensed behind him and stacked together. However, Chi-chi, the 6 ancient shields were penetrated in an instant. However, this bought Lu Ming time. The second bloodline was activated instantly. He waved his left hand, and a huge beast claw struck out. At the same time, he held the demon banishing spear in his right hand and stabbed it out. The spear was filled with the power of wind and fire. Bang! The first to bear the brunt was the giant beast's claw, which was destroyed by the sword light. Following that, the tip of the demon banishing spear clashed with the sword light. Clang! A terrifying shockwave spread out, and Lu Ming gave a muffled groan as he was sent flying back several thousand meters. Only then did he stop in the air, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, 3 figures flashed and appeared in the air. 2 of them were middle-aged men wearing blood-red robes. One of them had a full moon embroidered on it, while the other had a chipped moon embroidered on it. Both of them held a scimitar in their hands. The 2 of them stood behind Lu Ming, blocking his path of retreat. The third person was wrapped in a black robe, and his appearance could not be seen. He held a thin and black sword in his hand. He was in front of Lu Ming, and the 3 of them had faintly sealed off Lu Ming's escape route. This Tianyan is indeed difficult to deal with. I can't even kill him. The middle-aged man with a flawless full moon embroidered on it spoke. His voice was cold and hoarse, extremely unpleasant to the ears. That's a golden-eyed blood zombie. What a powerful golden-eyed blood zombie. It seems to have reached the early 9th realm of the martial arts grandmaster realm. It's not weaker than the 3 of us. The middle-aged man with a chipped moon embroidered on it said. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie roared and rushed out from the ground, blocking in front of Lu Ming. There were 2 deep wounds on the golden-eyed blood zombie's claws, which were caused by the scimitar radiance. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze landed on the thin black sword in front of him. His eyes flashed as he said, "You're from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, right?" He had seen that kind of sword more than once. Hee, since you're going to die today, there's no harm in telling you. You guessed right. I'm the top assassin of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. It's your honor to have me. The black-robed man sneered. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion is actually cooperating with the Een Moon Empire. It seems that the Decimo Sword Sect is going to play a big game of chess. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Hee, you seem to know quite a lot. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin sneered. Charge! Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted softly and dashed to the left. What a joke. The 3 martial arts Grandmaster Realm early-stage assassins were too strong. They were not people he could fight against. If he stayed, he would only die. Only by charging out would he have a chance of survival. Trying to escape? How is that possible? Die. The 3 assassins roared and attacked. 2 scimitars and 1 scimitar radiance pierced through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. Fast, too fast. They were behind Lu Ming in an instant. The martial arts Grandmaster Realm 9th stage assassins were too strong. Roar. The golden-eyed blood zombie roared and rushed forward fearlessly. However, it was only one person after all. It was no match for the 2 scimitars and was sent flying again. If its body was not as tough as steel, it would have been cut into pieces. Clang. On the other side, Lu Ming used all his strength to exchange blows with the Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin. This time, Lu Ming was sent flying even further. He coughed up blood, and one of his arms was covered with scars. He felt as if his entire body was about to split open. This blow had caused him to be even more severely injured. Kill. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin shouted coldly. His murderous intent surged as he continued to attack Lu Ming. Roar. The golden-eyed blood zombie rushed out from the ground again. Leave this beast to the two of us. You're in charge of killing Tianyan. Yuan Ke shouted coldly and charged toward the golden-eyed blood zombie. Don't worry. Tianyan will die. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin's voice was extremely cold. His scimitar radiance became sharper as it pierced through the sky. A sword scar that was a few miles long appeared in the sky, as if it was going to cut the sky apart. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Boom. At that moment, Lu Ming unleashed all his strength. His true chi surged as he roared into the sky and suddenly took a step forward. A strange wave of energy emanated from Lu Ming's body. Following that, a terrifying force exploded from Lu Ming's feet. A dragon's roar suddenly sounded. It was as if a supreme true dragon was stepping in the sky, crushing everything. After a month of hard work, he had finally mastered the first step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Boom. This step collided with the Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin's scimitar radiance. With an earth-shattering boom, Lu Ming's body flew far away again. However, the Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin was also stunned by this blow and stopped. How is this possible? The Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin let out a hysterical roar. He could not believe it. He could clearly see that Tianyan was only at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster 3rd realm, while he was at the early stage of the martial arts Grandmaster 9th realm. There was a difference of about 6 levels. It could be said that they were worlds apart. With such a huge difference, it was already a miracle that Ling Yun could survive 2 strikes of his scimitar. But now Ling Yun had actually blocked his attack. This was simply a fantasy. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin had lived for so long, but he had never heard of such a thing. His self-confidence had been severely damaged. Die, die, die. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin roared and charged toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. Lu Ming's talent terrified him. 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Lu Ming roared. This time, he did not step toward the Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin. Instead, he stepped toward the space behind him. As a divine martial technique, the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was not only used for attacking. Chapter 320. With one step, Lu Ming's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 10 miles away. 10 miles in one step. This was the terrifying power of the 9 dragons' heaven-ascending steps. Moreover, Lu Ming had only mastered the first step. According to the records of the 9 dragons' heaven-ascending steps, when cultivated to the highest level, one would be like 9 dragons. With one step, one could travel hundreds of millions of miles. It was unimaginably powerful. Right now Lu Ming was still far from it. Damn it, you can't escape. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin roared furiously and chased after Lu Ming. To a martial arts grandmaster, 10 miles was a matter of a few breaths. Without thinking, Lu Ming took another step. With a flash of his body, he moved as fast as lightning and crossed a distance of 10 miles under his feet. Puff. Suddenly Lu Ming's body trembled, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He was already severely injured. Using the 9 dragons' heaven-ascending steps consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, the pressure from heaven and earth was also extremely great. This caused his injuries to worsen. The difference was too great. There was no way he could fight back. He could only escape. Swoosh! Behind him, the Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin chased after him relentlessly. Even further behind, the golden-eye blood zombie was holding Yuan Ke back. Tianyan, hand over your martial technique, and I'll leave your corpse intact. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin shouted. The martial technique Lu Ming used was too shocking. He was envious. If he could get it, how strong would his combat power be? His desire to kill Lu Ming grew even stronger. What a joke. If you have the ability, come and get it yourself. Lu Ming sneered and took another step. Buzz. Heaven and earth trembled slightly. Lu Ming's body was like a bolt of lightning, sweeping across the void. In an instant, he was 10 miles away, widening the distance between him and the Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin. Damn it, damn it. I don't believe you can use such a powerful martial technique continuously. Today you must die. The assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion roared loudly, and a huge black wolf rose from his body. He chased after Lu Ming with all his might. Every time Lu Ming took a step forward, he would take 2 breaths, and then take another step forward. It was these 2 breaths that allowed his opponent to close the distance between them. Just like this, one fled while the other chased. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed 1,000 miles. Lu Ming's body was bleeding profusely. The continuous use of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps had caused him too much damage. His skin cracked open and blood flowed freely. The true qi in his body was becoming increasingly scarce, and he could not hold on for much longer. Suddenly, there was a burst of moisture in front of him. It was a great river that was incomparably wide, surging across the prairie. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he took another step along the river. 10 li away, Lu Ming looked ahead. The great river forked in front. Moreover, it wasn't a single fork, but rather a fan shape, opening up 5 forks, 5 branches, flowing towards the entire prairie, nurturing the creatures of the prairie. The heavens are helping me. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Without thinking, he plunged into the great river. The river was extremely deep, more than 100 meters deep. Lu Ming sank directly to the bottom of the river and swam rapidly forward. Swoosh! In just 4 to 5 breaths, the assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion appeared above the great river. Trying to escape? Dream on. Kill. The assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion shouted loudly as he slashed out with his battle sword. Dense and sharp sword qi shot toward the river. Instantly, the river surged, and many large fish were killed. Their corpses floated to the surface, and blood dyed the river red. Die. The assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion seemed to have gone mad as he continuously slashed out sword qi at the river. Boom. Boom. Sword qi shot out continuously, covering the entire river surface. At the bottom of the river, Lu Ming swam like a fish, dodging the sword qi. Splat. However, the sword qi was too dense, and one sword qi still pierced through Lu Ming's shoulder, almost chopping off his arm. Blood flowed profusely. Lu Ming snorted and continued to move forward. 5 forks appeared in front of him. Lu Ming chose one at random and swam down quickly. Above him, the assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion ravaged this part of the river, as if he had gone mad. However, he still did not see Lu Ming's figure. Then he rushed into the river and started searching. After searching everywhere, he still could not find Lu Ming. When he reached the fork, his face was completely distorted. He did not know which fork Lu Ming had gone to. Moreover, it was impossible to chase after the enemy based on the aura in the river. The river water would disperse the aura. Swoosh. He rushed into the sky and looked around. Then he roared furiously, damn it. Lu Ming followed the river and swam down. He did not know how far he had drifted. Lu Ming felt more and more weak. His vision turned black, and he felt waves of intense pain all over his body. He knew that his injuries were too severe previously, and they were acting up now. No, I have to find a place to heal. Otherwise, I'll be in danger. Then Lu Ming wiped his face and took off his disguise mask, revealing his true appearance. His body had already returned to its original state, due to his injuries. Then he changed into a new set of clothes. Lu Ming continued to drift along the river for a while, in case the assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion caught up to him. In the evening, a group of people hurried along the main road beside the Sioux River. There were more than 10 people. Most of them were burly middle-aged men. They exuded a heavy aura. It was obvious that they were martial arts experts. Riding at the front were 2 young people, a man and a woman. The man was handsome, but his long and narrow eyes gave people a gloomy feeling. The woman wore a long green dress. Her figure was graceful, and her curves were undulating. She was extremely beautiful. However, the woman seemed to have something on her mind. Her brows were tightly furrowed. Stop. Suddenly, the woman shouted softly. She pulled the horse under her and made it stop. The others also stopped. Emoing, why did you suddenly stop? The young man asked with a frown. There's someone ahead. Emoing said. The group looked ahead. Indeed, they saw a figure climbing out of the Sioux River. After the figure climbed onto the bank, he staggered as if he would fall down at any moment. Yin and Yang. The figure looked at everyone and suddenly screamed. Then he fell straight to the ground. He's just a dying man. Why do you care so much about him? Let's hurry back to Tiansu City. The young prince came specially to see you. Don't keep him waiting. The young man casually glanced at the figure and said nonchalantly, I want to save him. After saying that, Emoing jumped off her horse and walked toward the figure. What? You want to save him? You want to save a piece of trash like him? The young man shouted. However, he did not see the shock in Mo Ying's eyes. How did he know? Can he cure me? I'm the only one who knows about this. But this person can tell at a glance. I must save him. Emoing thought as she helped the figure up. She was slightly shocked when she saw him. He's so young. The figure who climbed out of the river was naturally Lu Ming. He drifted along the river for a while. Unexpectedly, his injuries were more serious than he thought. Chapter 321. Lu Ming tried his best to climb to the shore, but he was already exhausted and could faint at any time. But then, he saw Mo Ying and the others. The moment he saw Mo Ying, his 9 dragons bloodline throbbed for some reason. He could clearly feel the cultivation situation in Mo Ying's body. Mo Ying's bloodline was definitely related to dragons. He realized that there were 2 types of qi in Mo Ying's body. That was why he screamed before he fainted. His purpose was to attract Mo Ying's attention. Mo Ying would definitely not abandon him and save him out of curiosity. He guessed right. Mo Ying was very curious about him. Mo Ying, there is no fluctuation of genuine qi in this person. He is obviously an ant. Why save him? Leave him here and follow me back to Sutian City. It will be hard to explain to the young prince if he waits for too long. At this time, the young man walked over and glanced at Lu Ming, urging him. Mo Bing. Mo Ying's face flashed with displeasure. She shouted coldly. If you are in a hurry to return to Sutian City, you can go back first. Also, I am not going back to Sutian City to see the young prince. I just want to go back. There is no need to explain to anyone. If you want to explain, do it yourself. Also, this person is seriously injured. If I don't save him, he will not live for long. I must save him. Mo Ying's tone was resolute. You. Mo Bing's face was livid. Then he glared at Lu Ming viciously and turned to leave. Mo Ying looked at Lu Ming and frowned slightly. Lu Ming's injuries were too serious. This person is definitely a martial artist. Maybe he has exhausted his genuine qi. Otherwise, how could he see the abnormality in my body at a glance? But this person's injuries are too serious. I am afraid it will not be easy to save him. Mo Ying thought for a while, took out a fragrant pill and fed it to Lu Ming. The pill melted in his mouth and turned into energy that flowed into Lu Ming's body. After a while, Lu Ming's face became a little rosier. Come, help him onto the horse. We will go slowly. Mo Ying ordered. Yes, missing. A middle-aged man stepped forward and helped Lu Ming onto a horse, letting Lu Ming lie on the horse. After that, Mo Ying got on her horse and moved forward at a speed that was not much faster than a normal person's walking speed. Mo Ying, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You're walking so slowly on purpose. Have you thought about the consequences of standing Little Prince up? Little Prince is the son of our Inua Empire's Jinnan Prince. Mo Bing shouted coldly. You keep calling me Little Prince. I'm not Little Prince's dog. I can see whoever I want. I can walk as slowly as I want. No one can stop me. I've said it before. If you're impatient, you can go back first. Mo Ying replied coldly with a hint of mockery. What did you say? Mo Bing was furious. But Mo Ying sneered and ignored him. Little bitch, just because you have some talent, you think you're a proud daughter of the heavens. Just you wait. One day, I'll make you regret what you said today. Mo Bing roared in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. The group moved forward at a leisurely pace. Half a day later, Lu Ming woke up. As soon as he woke up, he felt a stabbing pain all over his body. I've been cut by the Silver Wolf Pavilion Assassin's sword chi and the pressure from using the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. My muscles and bones are all cracked. Fortunately, my internal organs are not seriously injured. I should be able to recover soon. Lu Ming secretly observed his injuries and pondered in his heart. Then Lu Ming struggled to sit up and circulated the True Dragon Battle chant to heal his injuries. At first, he did not use any true qi, but after circulating the true dragon battle chant several times, a wisp of true qi began to appear in his body. With the circulation of the true dragon battle chant, the true qi in his body increased. On the side, Mo Ying looked at Lu Ming and did not disturb him. On the other side, Mo Bing glanced at Lu Ming and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He thought, so he's a martial artist. This time, it's all because of him that we're late. When we get back to Sutian City, I'll teach him a lesson. 2 hours later, Lu Ming had recovered 1% of his true qi. At this time, he took out 2 spirit crystals and held them in his hand to speed up the recovery of true qi. The wounds on his body were healing rapidly. At the same time, the internal injuries deep in his body were also slowly healing. This was the benefit of having a strong body. His body had reached the 5th grade, so his recovery and vitality were extremely amazing. If an ordinary person suffered such injuries, they would have died several times over. Half a day later, Lu Ming barely recovered 1/20th of his true qi. The injuries on his body were also much better, and there were no more bursts of stabbing pain. How's your recovery? At this time, Mo Ying rode over and asked. It's a little better. This time, thank you for saving my life. Lu Ming will remember it in his heart. Lu Ming clasped his fist and said, this was the Yinhua Empire. Of course, he could not use the name Tianyun, or he would be killed on the spot. So, he simply used the name Lu Ming. You don't have to thank me. It's just a small matter. Mo Ying pondered for a while and asked in a low voice, Young Master Lu Ming, before you fell unconscious, you shouted that qi is divided into yin and yang. What do you mean? Finally, you can't help it. Lu Ming smiled in his heart and said, you know the answer. If I'm not wrong, your bloodline should be related to the dragon. But in the process of cultivation, there is a problem. The true qi you cultivate is biased toward yin, but there is yang true qi in your bloodline. So yin and yang are not in harmony, which often causes you to suffer. Lu Ming spoke very softly, and only Mo Ying could hear him. After hearing this, Mo Ying's eyes lit up. She was very surprised and said, Young Master, you can see it at a glance. It's completely correct. My bloodline is the cloud dragon. Like the flood dragon, I have the bloodline of the true dragon. But I don't know why there is yang true qi, which repeatedly interferes with my cultivation. I wonder if young master has a way to solve it? After saying that, she looked at Lu Ming with a hopeful face. She had secretly looked for famous doctors and some famous inscriptionists, but she could not find a solution. She had been in despair, but now there was hope. It shouldn't be difficult. As long as you suppress the yang true qi and take it out, it will be fine. But to do this, you have to wait until my injuries are healed. Lu Ming said. Really? Well, I will buy the best elixir to let you recover as soon as possible. Mo Ying was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded. He planned to go to Sutian City with Mo Ying first. After his injuries were healed, he would return to Full Moon City. Otherwise, with his current situation, he wouldn't even be able to fly. If he were to encounter a slightly stronger demonic beast along the way, he would become its food. That would be too unjust. Not far away, Mo Bing saw Mo Ying talking to Lu Ming, as if they were very close. He immediately roared in his heart, this little bitch is really a slut. She must have taken a fancy to this little bastard. Humph, when we reach Sutian City, I will report to the young master. Let's see how you will die. Chapter 322. The Yin Moon Empire and the Burning Sun Empire were completely different. In the Yin Moon Empire, the royal family was extremely powerful and controlled everything. Below them, there were a series of powerful aristocratic families that obeyed the royal family and ruled over thousands of miles of land. Su Tiancheng was extremely majestic and was one of the top 10 cities in the Yin Moon Empire. The Mo family in Su Tiancheng was also extremely prosperous and ranked in the top 10 among the aristocratic families in the Yin Moon Empire. Along the way, Lu Ming learned a lot of information. For example, Mo Ying was originally a collateral disciple of the Mo family. However, she was extremely talented and was heavily nurtured by the Mo family. Now, she was already one of the top 5 geniuses in the Mo family, and her cultivation had reached the first level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. With such a status, She would be treated well in the Mo family. She had her own courtyard and more than 10 servants. Once they returned to the Mo family, Moing brought Lu Ming to her courtyard, so that Lu Ming could recover better. In a guest room in Mo Ying's courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a pile of spiritual herbs and spiritual medicine appeared beside him. Here, Lu Ming could finally relax and recover to his heart's content. Immediately, he activated the 10,000 spirit battle body and turned the spiritual herbs and spiritual medicine into 10,000 spirit qi. The 10,000 spirit qi seeped into his body and quickly healed Lu Ming's injured body. Lu Ming's body was recovering rapidly. A few hours later, Lu Ming finished healing his body and activated the True Dragon of Combat skill to recover his genuine qi. When he finished cultivating, it was already evening. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Lu Ming opened the door and saw Moing. Apparently, Moing had just finished washing up. Her hair was still wet and stuck to her face. She had changed into a black gauze dress and her graceful figure was faintly discernible under the gauze dress. She was extremely seductive. Moing was indeed very beautiful. Among the women that Lu Ming had seen, Moing was only slightly inferior to Xian Yinqing, Xian Yinjuan, Autumn Moon and Mulans. She was a rare beauty. Brother Lu, these are the healing elixirs that I just bought. Take them. Moing took out a few jade bottles and handed them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony either. He received the jade bottle and said with a smile, "Many thanks, Miss Mo. There's no need to be so polite. I won't disturb Brother Lu's recuperation." Moing did not say much. She said a few words of courtesy and turned to leave. After Moing left, Lu Ming raised his head and looked towards the north. That direction was the depths of the Mo family. For some reason, as soon as Lu Ming arrived at the Mo family, he felt that there was something in the depths of the Mo family that was attracting him. To be precise, it was attracting the 9 Dragons bloodline, making it feel as if it was cheering. What exactly does the Mo family have? It actually caused the 9 Dragons bloodline to jump for joy. Looks like I'll have to stay in the Mo family for a while longer. Lu Ming looked in that direction deep in thought. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming returned to his room to recuperate. Just like that, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 5 days of recuperation, Lu Ming's injuries had completely healed and his cultivation had returned to its peak state. To be able to fully recover from such a serious injury in just 5 days was extremely shocking. This was completely dependent on the divine level cultivation method, True Dragon tactics, and his rank 5 physical body. In these 5 days, Moing often came to visit him, but she did not mention a word about treating him. I wonder what the local customs of the Inua Empire are like? It's rare for me to come here. I'll take a look. Lu Ming smiled, then walked out of Mo Ying's courtyard and casually strolled around Su Tian City. Su Tian City was really big. In the Burning Sun Empire, among all the cities that Lu Ming had seen, only the Burning Sun Empire was bigger than Su Tian City. On the streets, there was an endless stream of powerful martial artists. Around the streets, there was a forest of shops. There were all kinds of strange things, some of which were specialties of the Inua Empire. Lu Ming had only seen them in books before. Now that he saw the real thing, he could not help but buy some. Little bastard, stop right there. Lu Ming had just strolled for a while when a cold voice came from behind. Lu Ming turned around, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't that Mo Bing? Mo Bing's face was gloomy as he strode towards Lu Ming with 4 big men. Little bastard, who are you calling? Lu Ming said lightly. Of course little bastard is calling you. Mo Bing said coldly. Oh, so it's little bastard calling me. Hello little bastard. Lu Ming said with a smile. You. Only then did Mo Bing react, his face was livid. The 4 big men behind him almost could not hold back their laughter, but looking at their slightly trembling body, it was obvious that they had a hard time holding back their laughter. You have a sharp tongue. Do you want to die? Mo Bing's face was incomparably ugly. He stared coldly at Lu Ming and said, I think your injuries have almost healed. In that case, quickly get out of the Mo family. Mo Ying's courtyard is not a place where you can stay. The longer you stay, the more miserable your death will be. Oh, is that so? I'd like to try. Lu Ming smiled, not caring at all. Brat, have you taken a fancy to that girl Mo-ing? Do you want to hit on her? Let me tell you, that girl Mo-ing is someone that the young prince likes. If anyone wants to hit on her, he will be going against the young prince. Only death awaits him. Mo Bing threatened. Little prince? Who does he think he is? Lu Ming said lightly. Mo Bing's face suddenly changed and he shouted. Boy, you're courting death. Men, break his legs and throw him out of Su Tiancheng. Yes. Behind Mo Bing, the 4 big men responded in unison. They took large strides forward, emitting powerful auras as they closed in on Lu Ming. 9th layer martial master realm. The 4 big men were all 9th layer martial masters. Whoosh. Whoosh. The 4 big men attacked together, aiming at Lu Ming's hands and feet. They were going to cripple his limbs in one blow. Bang. 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 In the next moment, 4 crisp sounds could be heard. 4 tall figures were sent flying far away and fell to the ground. Each of them hugged an arm and cried out in agony. It was the 4 big men. At this moment, one of their arms was twisted into a fried dough twist, broken into 7 or 8 pieces. Mo Bing was stunned. He kept blinking his eyes, thinking that he was dreaming. The 4 martial artists at the 9th level martial master realm had their arms broken in an instant and were sent flying. He did not even see how Lu Ming did it. How was this possible? This person that they had randomly bumped into on the side of the road, who was about to die, was so strong. Was he a martial ancestor realm genius? You said you were going to break my legs? Lu Ming smiled and walked toward Mo Bing. Mo Bing's expression changed greatly. He could not help but retreat and shouted. What are you trying to do? I'm an elite disciple of the Mo clan. These servants can't compare to me. If you dare to touch me, I won't let you leave Su Tiancheng. However, Lu Ming was not moved at all. He walked toward Mo Bing step by step. Cold sweat started to appear on Mo Bing's face. His eyes were filled with fear. In the end, he screamed and turned to run. Lu Ming smiled coldly. He flicked his finger and shot out a few streams of energy, hitting Mo Bing's legs. Chapter 323. Both of Mo Bing's legs were broken by Lu Ming, and blood flowed out. Mo Bing wailed again, and even tears flowed out. Around them, a large number of onlookers were shocked. Mo Bing was a genius disciple of the Mo family, and was very famous in Su Tian City. Who was this person who dared to break his legs? Many people looked at Lu Ming and secretly guessed. What are you shouting for? Now get out of here. Lu Ming shouted angrily. The 4 burly men struggled to get up as if they had been pardoned. They used the other hand to support Mo Bing and ran away. Lu Ming did not care, and continued to stroll on the street. After strolling for a while, he went back. As soon as he returned to Mo Ying's courtyard, he ran into Mo Ying. Brother Lu, have you recovered from your injury? Mo Ying asked. Lu Ming nodded and said with a smile, It's almost healed. That. Mo Ying stammered, wanting to say something but hesitated. Lu Ming smiled and said, Let's go and see how the true qi in your body is. Okay. Mo Ying was overjoyed. Then to my bedroom? Or to your bedroom? Lu Ming asked. Mo Ying was stunned, and then her face turned red. After pondering for a while, she whispered, Let's go to my bedroom. Lu Ming nodded and walked to her bedroom with Mo Ying. Mo Ying's bedroom was decorated very elegantly, with a faint fragrance. The 2 sat cross-legged on the bed. Miss Mo, there may be some presumptuous actions later. Please forgive me, Lu Ming said. Presumptuous actions? Mo Ying's face turned even redder, and her big eyes were misty. Lu Ming was speechless. This girl was too shy. I haven't started anything yet. Mo Ying took a deep breath, as if she was going to throw caution to the wind, and said firmly, Go ahead, I'm fine with anything. Anything? Lu Ming's heart could not help but flutter. A man and a woman alone in a room, and a young and beautiful girl said, Go ahead, I'm fine with anything. This was too much for one's imagination to run wild. I didn't mean that. When Mo Ying thought about it, even her ears turned red. The 2 of them stared at each other for a long time before they slowly calmed down. Then Lu Ming and Mo Ying's palms touched each other. Lu Ming channeled a stream of true qi into Mo Ying's body. Mo Ying's genuine qi was strong and condensed, and it was unusually cold. However, within the cold true energy, there were traces of blazing true energy that intertwined with the cold true energy. In this way, Mo Ying's genuine qi would not be pure, which would greatly interfere with her cultivation. Sometimes she would even experience alternating between hot and cold, which would be extremely painful. Only by removing the blazing genuine qi could Mo Ying's shackles be lifted. By then, Mo Ying's cultivation speed would be even faster. As expected, the true qi nurtured by the cloud dragon can actually take the form of a dragon. Lu Ming discovered that Mo Ying's cold and blazing true qi were both in the shape of dragons, intertwining with each other like tiny dragons. It was very similar to the true qi cultivated by the true dragon battle art. However, the dragon-shaped true qi cultivated by the true dragon battle art was more lifelike and lifelike. After observing for a while, Lu Ming withdrew his genuine qi. "Brother Lu, how is it? Can you get rid of the yang attribute genuine qi?" Mo Ying asked nervously. This was related to her future path of martial arts. Of course, she was nervous. Lu Ming nodded and said, "It shouldn't be a big problem. The two types of genuine qi are too deeply intertwined. It can't be completely removed in a day or two. I estimate that it will take about 10 days. It's okay, it's okay. It's worth it no matter how much time it takes." Mo Ying said excitedly. She had endured it for more than 10 years. Why would she care about 10 days? "Well, that's good. Take off your clothes," Lu Ming said. "Okay. What? Take off my clothes?" Mo Ying nodded subconsciously. When she came to her senses, she let out a deafening scream. "Well, I need to directly suppress your blood meridians from your spine. That's the only way to get rid of the yang attribute genuine qi," Lu Ming explained helplessly. Mo Ying's face turned red. After pondering for a while, she gritted her teeth and turned her back to Lu Ming. Then, she slowly took off her clothes. Suddenly, a jade-like body appeared in front of Lu Ming. Although it was only her back, the amazing curves were still visible. Lu Ming's heart raced and he almost lost control. Lu Ming desperately looked away. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then he stretched out his palm and placed it on Mo Ying's back. When he touched it, it was delicate and smooth. It was as if he was touching a piece of nephrite. Mo Ying's delicate body trembled. She moaned and her body became hot. Even her back turned red. Buzz. At this moment, Mo Ying's back trembled slightly. A strong blood-red light was emitted. Roar. A cloud dragon that was as white as jade emerged and roared at Lu Ming. "How dare you?" Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. It was only in the shape of a python. However, when the cloud dragon saw the 9 dragons' bloodline, it seemed to be terrified. It wailed and sank into Mo Ying's back. It did not dare to move. "Devour." Lu Ming's palm exuded a powerful devouring force. He pressed it against Mo Ying's back and the devouring force gushed out. The yang-type true qi in Mo Ying's genuine qi was instantly extracted and refined by Lu Ming. Although it was not very fast, it was very stable. Mo Ying's delicate body trembled slightly. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her smooth back. 2 hours later, Lu Ming stopped. Phew. Mo Ying let out a long breath. Then, she carefully observed her genuine qi. She was so excited that her body trembled. "It's really been extracted. It's really been extracted." Mo Ying turned around excitedly and looked at Lu Ming with excitement and gratitude. However, Lu Ming's eyes widened and he stared straight at her chest. "Ah!" Mo Ying screamed again. Only then did she realize that she had not put on her clothes yet. She hurriedly put on her clothes. Her pretty face was as red as an apple. Lu Ming coughed awkwardly. If he had not told Mo Ying's servants not to barge in, Mo Ying's servants would have barged in by now. This time, only a part of it has been extracted. It will take another 8 or 9 days. Lu Ming changed the topic. "Thank you, Lu Ming." Mo Ying had forgotten her embarrassment. She was extremely excited. The problem that had troubled her for many years was finally going to be solved. "Let's continue tomorrow." Lu Ming smiled. Okay." Mo Ying nodded cheerfully. In the following days, Lu Ming spent 2 hours every day to help Mo Ying extract the yang qi. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The yang qi in Mo Ying's body was almost completely extracted. Mo Ying's genuine qi suddenly became several times faster and smoother. She even broke through a realm and reached the second realm of martial arts grandmaster. On the 8th day, just as Lu Ming was extracting the remaining yang qi from Mo Ying, there was a sudden noise and screams outside. Young master, missing is really cultivating. Chapter 324. Get lost. How dare a few lowly ants block the young prince's way? Are you tired of living? An old man with a big belly scolded. With a slap, Mo Ying's servants were sent flying far away and fell to the ground. One side of their faces was swollen, and blood was flowing from their mouths. Behind the old man with a big belly, a young man in luxurious clothes with a sinister face walked in. Spare my life, young prince. I'm not lying. Miss Mo Ying is cultivating in seclusion. She told us not to disturb her no matter what. A servant girl in her 20s knelt on the ground and said, trembling, not to disturb her? Who does Mo Ying think she is? It's her blessing that the young prince came to see her personally. What's more important than the young prince? Hurry up and report it. Otherwise I'll kill all of you. The old man with a big belly shouted coldly and looked at the servant girl with a ferocious expression. Young prince, Miss Mo is really... Before the servant girl could continue, the old man with a big belly lost his patience and shouted, You're courting death. Bam. The old man with a big belly slapped the other side of the servant girl's face. The servant girl screamed and flew far away. When she fell to the ground, she was already unconscious. When the other servants saw this, they were trembling in fear. Hurry up and ask your miss to come out. Otherwise, she'll be the next example. The old man with a big belly pointed at the servant girl and said coldly, Creak. At this moment, Mo Ying's door opened. Lu Ming and Mo Ying walked out of the room. When the young prince saw Lu Ming and Mo Ying walking out of Mo Ying's room together, he was stunned. Then his handsome face was completely distorted. He pointed at Lu Ming and screamed, little bastard, how dare you enter Mo Ying's room? What are the two of you doing in there? Damn it. And you little bitch, I'm here to see you. Not only did you stand me up, you even shut yourself in for 7 days and refused to see me. I was wondering why. So it turns out that you're together with this little bastard. I'm going to kill you all. Hey, who are you? Why are you barking like a mad dog? Did you take the wrong medicine? Also, the two of us aren't married yet. We're just hiding in our rooms and doing what we need to do. What does that have to do with you? Lu Ming said indifferently as he glanced sideways at the young prince. The little prince almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming actually dared to talk to him like that. Did he eat a flood dragon's gallbladder? Also, the little prince really wanted to yell that it was none of his fucking business. Of course, he forced himself to hold back. Brat, do you know who I am? The little prince took a deep breath and said slowly. He reckoned that Lu Ming still didn't know who he was. He wanted to announce his name to scare Lu Ming. At that time, he would kill Lu Ming and let him know what regret was. Who are you? What does that have to do with me? Lu Ming said indifferently. You. The little prince was stunned. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, Listen carefully. I'm the only son of the Zhennan prince, the little prince of the Zhennan prince's residence. Then the little prince looked at Lu Ming proudly, hoping to see fear, panic, and fear on Lu Ming's face. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Lu Ming didn't react at all, as if he had heard the name of a cat or a dog. Lu Ming said indifferently, So you're the son of the Zhennan prince. It turns out that the sons of the Zhennan prince are all idiots. What did you say? You're courting death. You're courting death. The little prince was trembling with anger. He pointed at Lu Ming and kept shouting, Abai. At this time, Mo Ying rushed to the front of the unconscious servant girl and checked her injuries. Then she looked at the little prince angrily and said, Little prince, Abai was just following my orders. Aren't you too heavy-handed? Heavy-handed? Mo Ying, she's just a lowly servant girl. She doesn't know her place. How dare she make excuses in front of me? I'm disciplining her for you. The little prince gritted his teeth to calm himself down and said coldly, You. Mo Ying's face was livid with anger. What place? You keep calling others lowly. In my opinion, you're just a good-for-nothing who relies on your father's power. Lu Ming said indifferently. How dare you? You lowly ant. How dare you call me a good-for-nothing? You're offending your superiors and committing a heinous crime. No one can save you today. I swear I'm not a man if I don't kill you. The little prince screamed hysterically. Lu Ming dared to call him a good-for-nothing? A lowly ant dared to call him a good-for-nothing. Rebellion, rebellion. Isn't it? You think you're superior to others. What do you rely on? Power or strength? Lu Ming sneered. I have power and strength. I'm born noble. How can you lowly ants compare to me? The little prince yelled. Is that so? If that's the case, you're just a piece of lowly shit in front of me. Lu Ming said. What? What did you say? Damn it. Kill him. I'm going to grind his bones to dust, skin him, and pull out his tendons. The little prince screamed crazily. Die, you little bastard. The pot-bellied old man had been holding back for a long time. At this moment, he roared and slapped Lu Ming's face. Although he was fat, he was as fast as lightning. His cultivation had reached the third martial ancestor realm. In an instant, he was close to Lu Ming and was about to slap Lu Ming's face. Brother Lu, be careful. Dutch. Emoing exclaimed. However, Lu Ming stood there motionlessly. Just as the pot-bellied old man's slap was about to land on Lu Ming's face, Lu Ming kicked out. It was impossible to describe how fast this kick was. When the kick was sent out, it arrived first even though it was launched later. It landed heavily on the round belly of the pot-bellied old man. His stomach had sunken like a rubber ball, and his eyeballs were popping out like a dead fish. Ah! With a scream, the pot-bellied old man flew backward like a bloated rubber ball. Whoosh! Lu Ming moved and caught up with the pot-bellied old man in an instant, giving him a slap. Slap! A crisp slap was heard. The pot-bellied old man was sent spinning in the air by Lu Ming's slap and landed heavily on the ground. Boom! A human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. The pot-bellied old man was lying in the pit and twitching non-stop. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. The whole place was silent. Everyone stared blankly at Lu Ming, including Emoing. The pot-bellied old man of the third martial ancestor realm was beaten half to death by Lu Ming as if he was an ant. Lu Ming was such a terrifying expert. Previously, although Emoing knew that Lu Ming was very powerful, she had originally guessed that Lu Ming should only be slightly stronger than her. However, at this moment, she knew that she was wrong. Ridiculously wrong. Lu Ming's strength was far beyond her imagination. Well done. Emoying's subordinates roared in their hearts. They were extremely satisfied. Previously, the pot-bellied old man was so arrogant and treated them like ants. Now he was like a dead dog. Little bastard, how dare you hit my man? How dare you? Chapter 325. Who said I only hit your men? Lu Ming smiled and stepped toward the young prince. The young prince's expression changed greatly. He shouted in disbelief. What are you doing? How dare you hit me? You're offending your superior. You're treacherous. Slap. Lu Ming slapped him in the face. The young prince didn't even have time to react before he was slapped in the face by Lu Ming. He didn't stop until he spun 3 times on the ground. He stared at Lu Ming in a daze. He was completely dumbfounded. Lu Ming really dared to hit him? In the Inua Empire, the royal family had supreme authority. His father, Zhennan Wang, was the commander of all the troops in the south of the Inua Empire. It could be said that he was second only to one person. As the only son of Zhennan Wang, his status was so noble that no one dared to disobey him, let alone hit him. He even doubted that he was dreaming. However, the piercing pain on his face told him that this was real and not a dream. Therefore he screamed hysterically. Ah! How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? You're dead. Your whole family is dead. No one can save you. Slap. Lu Ming slapped him again on the other side of his face. The young prince saw stars and was completely dumbfounded. He forced himself to swallow back a string of vicious words. You said that you had power and strength and were superior to others. You regarded others as lowly ants and could bully them at will. But now, I'm stronger than you, so you're also an ant in front of me. Am I wrong to say that you're a piece of lowly shit? Lu Ming stared at the young prince and said coldly, I. The young prince's face was swollen like a pig's head. He looked at Lu Ming in horror. No matter how stupid he was, he could see that Lu Ming was not afraid of him at all. He didn't know what to say for a moment. What? You don't dare to speak? Where's your courage just now? Lu Ming's eyes were like two sharp swords as he stared at the young prince. The young prince felt a chill run down his spine. He retreated and shouted, "What are you doing? My royal father's army is not far from Su Tian City. If you dare to touch me, not only will you die, the Mo family will also be buried with you." "Really? Then I'll kill you first. Let's see what your father can do to me." Lu Ming sneered, completely unmoved. He took a step forward, and a cold killing intent erupted, making the scene seem like it was winter. "No, no." Two shouts rang out at the same time. One of them came from the young prince. He screamed in horror, and was almost scared out of his wits. The other one came from Emoing. Lu Ming frowned slightly and stopped in his tracks. "Brother Lu, he is after all the son of the South Protecting Prince. If he dies in the Mo clan, the South Protecting Prince will be enraged and raze the Mo clan to the ground. Please spare his life, Brother Lu," Emoing pleaded. Lu Ming nodded and looked at the young prince. He scolded. "Seeing that Miss Emoing pleaded for you, I'll spare your life. Get lost." The young prince felt as if he had been pardoned. He ignored the pot-bellied old man and ran away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming did not continue to attack. It was not that he wanted to let the tiger go back to the mountain. As Emoing said, he was not afraid of killing the young prince, but it would definitely implicate Emoing and the Mo family. "Brother Lu, I've implicated you." Emoing walked to Lu Ming's side and said apologetically, "Haha, what does this have to do with you? It's normal to meet brainless idiots everywhere." Lu Ming smiled. Then they helped Bai treat her injuries. Not long after, an angry roar came from a luxurious mansion in Su Tian City. "Damned little bitch, damned bastard, die. Damn it, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not a man." In a hall, the young prince's face was ferocious. He roared again and again, smashing the tables and chairs in the hall. On both sides of the hall there were 5 or 6 figures standing. They did not even dare to breathe. After a while, the young prince In Jiufeng gradually calmed down. "Young prince, it's all because of that little bastard called Lu Ming. I don't know what kind of drug he used on Emoing. When Emoing saw him, she seemed to be fascinated. It's really hateful." A gloomy voice sounded. It was Mo Bing. At this time, his legs were still wrapped in thick plaster. Obviously, the legs that were broken by Lu Ming had not recovered. "Humph, Emoing, that little bitch. I thought she was a chaste woman, but she turned out to be a slut. Seeing that she was about to die, I wanted to have sex with her first. It's a pity that such a beauty died like that. Now that she's with that little bastard, I can't wait to kill her immediately." The young prince In Jiufeng said with a gloomy face. "Young prince Emoing, that bitch, won't live for long anyway. But that Lu Ming, I didn't expect his cultivation to be so high. How should we deal with him?" Mo Bing asked. "It doesn't matter. I'll send a message to my father and ask him to send a master over. At that time, I'll make him beg for death." In Jiufeng gritted his teeth and said gloomily. In the next few days, Lu Ming continued to deprive Mo Ying of her yang qi. 3 days later, the yang qi in Mo Ying's body had been completely expelled. Mo Ying was relieved. Her qi became very active. Every day, her face glowed and became more beautiful. The Mo family martial arts field was the place where the Mo family disciples cultivated. As soon as Mo Ying's yang qi was expelled, she took Lu Ming to the Mo family martial arts field. In the middle of the Mo family martial arts field, there was a huge stone pillar. The stone pillar was crystal clear like jade. At first glance, one could tell that it was not ordinary. "Brother Lu, this stone pillar can test my compatibility with the Mo family's ancestral inheritance. The higher the compatibility, the more I can get the Mo family's ancestral inheritance. In the past, when my yang qi was not expelled, I was the one with the highest compatibility with the ancestral inheritance among the younger generation of the Mo family. Now that the yang qi is expelled, I want to see how compatible I am with the Mo family's ancestral inheritance." Emoing obviously trusted Lu Ming, and had no reservations about Lu Ming. The Mo family's ancestral inheritance? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but look into the depths of the Mo family. That place was the place where the 9 dragons bloodline cheered. He didn't know if it had anything to do with the Mo family's ancestral inheritance. Moing came to the stone pillar, and immediately attracted the attention of some of the Mo family members nearby. Is Moing going to test her compatibility with the ancestral inheritance again? She's already the highest among the younger generation. The ancestral inheritance belongs to her. What's the point of testing? Yes, her compatibility with the ancestral inheritance is as high as 5 stars. Moreover, the compatibility is innate. It won't increase over time. I really don't understand why she's here to test again. Around them, some of the Mo family members were discussing. Moing ignored them. She placed her palm on the stone pillar, and there was a flash of blood on her spine. Buzz. Chapter 326. Everyone from the Mo family was stunned. Their faces were filled with disbelief. After a while, there was a heated discussion. 6 stars. Mo Ying's compatibility with the ancestors' legacy has reached 6 stars. How is that possible? She used to have 5 stars. Unbelievable. The compatibility with the ancestors' legacy can be improved? I've never heard of such a thing. Even the ancient books have never recorded such a thing. Unbelievable. I'm so envious. Some of the young people from the Mo family were already incoherent. Creak. A white-haired old man walked out from a loft beside the martial arts arena. The old man was overjoyed when he saw Moing condensing 6 stars on the stone pillar. He muttered, 6 stars, that's great. I've tried so many times and this is the most compatible one. This time, it will definitely succeed. Great things can be expected. When the time comes, the Mo family status will definitely rise by a lot. In the martial arts practice field, Lu Ming saw the stone pillar shining, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. When the stone pillar shone, he felt the 9 dragons' bloodline in his body stirring. It was very strange. At that moment, Moing retracted her palm and looked delighted. True Qi has become purer. The compatibility with the ancestors' legacy has increased. Moing said happily. Lu Ming looked at the stone pillar, and suddenly lifted his leg and walked toward it. What is Brother Lu doing? Moing was stunned. Then, she saw Lu Ming reaching out his palm, and placing it on the stone pillar. Is Brother Lu trying to test it? But this is the testing stone pillar of the Mo family. What's the use of him testing it? Moing thought to herself. The other members of the Mo family were even more shocked. Who is this kid? What is he trying to do? This is the stone pillar used by the Mo family to test the compatibility of the ancestors' legacy. What is he doing? Is this kid trying to test the compatibility of the ancestors' legacy too? What a joke. He's an outsider. Brat, stop right now. The members of the Mo family at the side started to speak. Some of them even sneered. But in the next moment, buzz. The testing stone pillar shook violently and emitted a bright light. The light was more dazzling than the one caused by Moing just now. Then, the light condensed into stars in the air. 1 to 8 stars. In the end, a total of 8 stars were formed. This. The eyes of all the Mo family members almost popped out of their sockets. Their bulging eyes were filled with disbelief. Each and every one of them trembled as they pointed at Lu Ming, unable to say a single word for a long time. Mo Ying's reaction was similar. Her small cherry lips opened so wide that one could swallow a duck egg. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. 8 stars, 8 stars. This brat actually has 8 stars of compatibility with the ancestors' inheritance. How is this possible? How is this possible? I'm dreaming. I must be dreaming. Pa. A crisp sound of a slap was heard. Why did you hit me? I was checking to see if you were dreaming. Turns out you weren't. Nest. An outsider actually has an 8-star compatibility with the ancestors' inheritance. This is truly blinding. The surrounding Mo family members had already lost their minds. This heavens will bless our Mo family. Ha ha ha. In the pavilion, the white-haired old man was so excited that his body was trembling. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. I must inform the family head about this immediately, the white-haired old man whispered and then turned to leave. As expected, in the martial arts field, Lu Ming retracted his palm and fell into deep thought. Previously, he had discovered that this so-called test of compatibility with the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance was actually related to the dragon's bloodline. Lu Ming guessed that the Mo family's ancestor also had the bloodline of the cloud dragon or flood dragon. That was why Moing had such a high compatibility. Lu Ming had the 9-dragon bloodline, and could be said to be the ancestor of all dragons. Naturally, his compatibility was high. He had reached 8 stars. Unfortunately, Brother Lu is an outsider. Moing sighed in her heart. Moing, let's go. Lu Ming smiled. Moing nodded and returned to the courtyard with Lu Ming. At this time, in a secret room of the Mo family, there was an urgent discussion. 2 days later, a middle-aged man came to Mo Ying's courtyard. Greetings, family head. Mo Ying and the rest quickly bowed. This middle-aged man turned out to be the family head of the Mo family. Littling, tomorrow, you will inherit the ancestors' inheritance. The family head of the Mo family did not beat around the bush, and went straight to the point. Tomorrow? So soon? Moing was stunned. Obviously, it was a little unexpected. A long delay may cause trouble. The sooner you inherit the ancestors' inheritance, the sooner you can carry it forward, then I can rest assured. The family head of the Mo family smiled and said very kindly, "Thank you, family head." Moing bowed emotionally. She was originally only a side-branch disciple of the Mo family. It was already extremely rare for her to be able to reach this step. Furthermore, she was going to inherit the inheritance of the ancestor tomorrow. In the Mo family, this was an unparalleled honor. At this moment, she was deeply grateful to the Mo family's patriarch. Haha, there's no need to be so courteous. The family head of the Mo family laughed heartily, then looked at Lu Ming and said with a smile, "I guess this must be young hero Lu Ming." "That's me. Greetings, family head of the Mo family." Lu Ming held his fists together and said, "Haha, young hero Lu, there's no need to be so courteous. 2 days ago, you resonated with the testing pillar of the 8 stars. This news has spread to the entire Mo family. A miracle indeed." The family head of the Mo family exclaimed, then changed his tone and said, "Here, I have something that I need your help with." "You need my help? May I know what it is?" Lu Ming was curious. "I would like to invite young hero Lu to go with Mo Ying to the place of the ancestors' inheritance, and help her obtain the inheritance," the family head of the Mo family said. Me? This time not only Lu Ming, but even Mo Ying was surprised. That's right. To be honest, inheriting the ancestors' inheritance is not a smooth journey. There might be some twists and turns along the way. Young hero Lu's compatibility with the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance is as high as 8 stars. With you following and helping Mo Ying, there will be no mistakes. I hope young hero Lu can agree. The family head of the Mo family held his fists together and said, "You're being too courteous. Since I can help Mo Ying, I will not refuse." Lu Ming said, "That's good too." Lu Ming also wanted to see what it was that caused the 9 dragons' bloodline to cheer. Seeing that Lu Ming agreed, the family head of the Mo family was overjoyed. After chatting with the two for a while, he stood up and left. "Brother Lu, I'll have to trouble you again." Mo Ying bowed slightly, her eyes were clear like water. A day's time passed very quickly. On the second day, the family head of the Mo family sent someone to pick up Mo Ying and Lu Ming. Chapter 327. It is indeed deep within the Mo family. Lu Ming was surprised. The Mo clan's residence was filled with layers upon layers of buildings. It was unknown how many palaces there were. The two of them walked around for half an hour before they arrived at a dilapidated stone house. In front of the stone house, the Mo family head and a few white-haired elders had arrived. "Haha, Mo Ying, young hero Lu, you are here. Under this stone house is the inheritance of our ancestors. When the door is opened, you can go in." The Mo family head smiled. Lu Ming and Mo Ying nodded. "Let's begin." The Mo family had nodded to the elders. The figures of several old men moved and scattered around the stone house. Their hands shot out rays of light that disappeared into the stone house. The stone house began to tremble slightly and emitted rays of light. The stone house was covered with inscriptions. The inscriptions shone brightly. As the elders shouted, a stone door in front of the stone house opened abruptly. The moment the stone house opened, Lu Ming seemed to see a sea of blood surging towards him. At this moment, the 9 dragons' bloodline seemed to be so excited that it was about to roar into the sky. This place is not simple. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Emoing did not seem to feel anything unusual. She looked at the stone house with anticipation. All right, Emoing, young hero Lu, the stone door is open. You can go in. The Emo family head said. Thank you, family head and elders. Emoing thanked the Emo family head and elders sincerely. Then, she got up and walked towards the stone house. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He followed Emoing and walked in. When the two of them walked in, the stone door of the stone house closed automatically. Ha ha ha, this is a success. This time, the Emo family will make a great contribution. When the stone door closed, the Emo family had laughed excitedly. However, there was no kindness on his face. Instead, it looked a little ferocious. In the stone house, after the stone door closed, the stone house was not dark. The walls of the stone house were inlaid with luminous stones. There was a large hole in the floor of the stone house. A stone staircase led down from the hole. Previously, the patriarch of the Emo clan had mentioned that the succession of the Emo clan's ancestor was located deep underground. The two of them did not hesitate and walked down the stairs. The staircase was very long, and it led downwards at an angle. After walking for about a kilometer, he saw a stone door. There were inscriptions flowing on the stone door, and it was overflowing with light. In the middle of the stone door, there was a pit. Emoing took out a jade token and shone it at the pit. Gotcha. Immediately, the stone door creaked and opened automatically. Behind the stone door, there was another stone staircase that led downwards. The slope of the stone staircase was getting steeper and steeper, until it was almost vertical. After walking for a while, she saw another stone door. Emoing drew a gourd and opened it with a jade token. This time, behind the stone door was a passageway. On both sides of the passageway were stone rooms. Lu Ming frowned slightly, because he could feel a chilling aura from these stone chambers. Why is this place so eerie? Obviously, Emoing felt it too, and she frowned slightly. Perhaps, it's because no one has been here for too many years. Lu Ming said. Emoing nodded and did not say much. The two of them continued to move forward. After walking for a while, the stone chambers disappeared and the passageway continued to move forward. After walking for another kilometer, they reached the end of the passageway, and a huge underground cave appeared in front of them. In the cave, the chilling aura was even more intense. In the middle of the cave, there was a huge pool. When they saw the pool, the two of them were shocked. This pool was not filled with water at all, but with bright red blood. Yes, the entire pool was filled with blood, and the smell of blood filled the entire underground cave. What? What is this? Is this the inheritance of our ancestor? Emoing said in shock and disbelief. Swoosh. At this moment, the blood in the pool surged violently. Then, the blood rushed into the air and condensed into 2 blood-red dragons that pounced on Lu Ming and Emoing. Roar. The 2 blood-red dragons roared, and the smell of blood filled their nostrils. The dragons' claws were as sharp as knives, and they clawed at the two of them. Not good. Lu Ming's face changed. The demon banishing spear appeared and stabbed out. Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 spear radiants burst out and shattered the 2 blood-red dragons. Roar. Roar. However, the pool surged again, and the blood in the pool condensed into blood-red dragons. This time there were 8 of them. 8 blood-red dragons pounced on the 2 of them. How could this be? At this moment, Emoing finally reacted. She waved her hands to resist the blood-red dragons. Lu Ming's long spear shook and thrust out, destroying the blood-red dragons one by one. However, the blood-red dragons were not destroyed. They gathered together in the air and reformed into a blood-red dragon. At the same time, blood-red dragons continued to form in the pool and pounced on Lu Ming and Emoing. There was no end to them. Soon, Emoing was scratched by a blood-red dragon's claw, and a deep wound appeared. Boom! Lu Ming's aura exploded violently. He swept out his long spear and dozens of blood-red dragons exploded in the air. However, it was useless. After a while they would reform. Since I can't kill them, I'll destroy this pool. Lu Ming strode forward, intending to blast the pool that was filled with blood. Clang! Clang! At this moment, the sound of metal clashing could be heard from the pool. It sounded like iron chains colliding with each other. Clang! 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 The clashing sounds became louder. The blood in the pool surged even more violently, creating a loud sound like a stormy sea. Roar! Roar! The Crimson Dragons uttered a series of roars and stopped attacking Lu Ming and Mo Ying. They flew back into the blood pond. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent roar from the pool. The entire underground cave shook violently. It was as if there was an ancient giant beast in the pool that was about to break free. I'm not resigned to this. Suddenly, there was a loud roar from the pool. Lu Ming and Mo Ying's faces changed drastically. There was someone in the pool. I'm not resigned to this. The Inui imperial family is despicable and shameless. The Mo family is despicable and shameless. They framed me. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. A loud roar came from the pool. It was filled with pain and unwillingness, as well as monstrous hatred. Clang! Clang! The clashing sounds of the iron chains became louder. The next moment, the pool suddenly surged violently and formed a human figure. The human figure was dozens of meters tall and huge. It looked like a burly old man. He roared to the sky, trying to break free from the shackles. However, he was surrounded by endless blood. Roar! Chapter 328. I can't accept this. The elder roared and struggled with all his might. Blood filled the air, and the underground cave kept shaking. Lu Ming and Mo Ying looked at the scene in shock. The 9 dragons' bloodline's abnormal movement came from this pool of blood. Looking at the situation, it should be the blood of a flood dragon, and even the soul of a flood dragon. Lu Ming's mind was racing. But what's up with that elder? Lu Ming could not figure it out, but one thing was for sure. This was not the ancestral inheritance that the Mo family had mentioned. Looking at Mo Ying's expression, it was obvious that she did not know either. He and Mo Ying had been deceived. The huge elder struggled more and more violently, as if he could break free at any time. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, 2 old men with almost all their hair and faces full of wrinkles suddenly appeared on both sides of the cave. As soon as the 2 old men appeared, rays of dazzling light flew out from their hands. The light flew into the surrounding walls of the cave, and inscriptions appeared on the walls. Countless inscriptions intertwined and formed an inscription formation. They condensed into strips of light and flew into the pool of blood. Suddenly, inscriptions appeared on the surface of the blood in the pool of blood, and the huge flood dragon condensed by the blood. This greatly increased the power of the blood-water flood dragon, and it immediately suppressed the huge old man's figure. Ah! Despicable Mo family, I can't accept this. The huge elder let out an indignant roar. Suppress. The 2 old men from the Mo family shouted softly and their bodies shone. They controlled the inscription formation to suppress the huge elder. Rumble. Although the huge elder struggled with all his might, it was useless and his movements were getting smaller and smaller. Start condensing. One of the old men from the Mo family shouted softly, and the other nodded. The 2 of them moved their palms and dozens of flood dragons flew out of the pool of blood. They roared and pounced on Lu Ming and Mo Ying. What was different from before was that each of these blood-water dragons had inscriptions flowing on their bodies. Clearly, they were more powerful. Elders, what are you doing? I'm a disciple of the Mo family. Mo Ying was shocked. However, the flood dragons did not stop and Mo Ying could only fight back. Bang! However, with just one move, Mo Ying was sent flying. Then, a bloodwater dragon coiled around Mo Ying, trying to drag her into the bloodwater pool. Elders, what are you doing? I'm Mo Ying, a disciple of the Mo clan. I'm here to receive the inheritance of my ancestor. Let me go. Mo Ying screamed in horror. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as he swept out with his long spear, causing the blood flood dragons to explode. Then he grabbed the blood flood dragon on Mo Ying's body and squeezed it hard, causing it to explode. On both sides of the cave, the faces of the 2 Mo family elders changed. Their gazes towards Lu Ming were filled with killing intent. Blood refining array kill. The two elders of the Mo family shouted loudly. The light of the inscription formation in the cave became even brighter. All of a sudden, hundreds of bloody flood dragons flew out and pounced on Lu Ming. Of course, these bloody flood dragons were only a few meters long and could not be compared to the huge flood dragon that was entangling the huge old man. Ha ha ha, little girl of the Mo family, don't expect to get out of here alive. What inheritance of your ancestor? They just want to use you to refine the Inua demonic leader. At this moment, the old man's laughter came from the bloodwater pool. Rumble. That sentence was like a clap of thunder that exploded in Mo Ying's heart. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she screamed. Use me to refine the Inua demonic leader? No, this is not true. I don't believe it. You don't believe it? The truth is right in front of you. Little girl, accept your fate. You have been deceived by a group of hypocrites. The old man in the bloodwater pool said. No, this is impossible. Elders, is this true? Mo Ying looked at the two elders of the Mo family. As a disciple of the Mo family, it is your honor to be able to sacrifice for the Mo family. Why don't you surrender now? The two elders of the Mo family said. Their faces were extremely cold and emotionless. Mo Ying staggered back as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. The Mo family is despicable and shameless. They want to refine the blood and soul of a dragon into my body through the two of you. They want to refine me into a soulless, obedient puppet that only knows how to kill. No way, I will not surrender. The old man in the bloodwater pool roared. It's useless even if you don't surrender. This time not only do we have a little girl with the cloud dragon bloodline, but we also have a kid who is more compatible with the dragon. With the two of them, we can definitely refine the Inua demonic leader. This is God's blessing for the Mo family. Yin Quan, this is your fate. Why don't you surrender now? One of the elders of the Mo family roared. Fuck your head. The old man roared. Mo Ying's body trembled and her eyes were lifeless. It was as if her soul had been sucked away. It was fake. Everything in the past was fake. What genius of the Mo family. What key grooming. What ancestors' inheritance. It was all fake. The purpose of everything was to refine the Inua demonic leader. The reason was because of the cloud dragon bloodline in her body. No wonder the head of the Mo family invited Lu Ming in. He said that he would help her, but it was all nonsense. It was nothing more than that he had taken a fancy to Lu Ming's bloodline. Everything made sense. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming kept waving his long spear and blocking the bloodwater dragons. Mo Ying, cheer up. We don't need such a family. At most, we'll rebel. Lu Ming shouted. Mo Ying's body shook, and then she recovered a little. She gritted her teeth and said loudly, I'm the master of my own fate. I won't listen to other people's arrangements. Rebellious and stubborn. Become a part of the glory of the Mo family. Kill. The two elders of the Mo family roared and controlled the inscription formation. More bloodwater dragons flew out and pounced on the two. A bunch of hypocrites. Kill. Lu Ming shouted. Boom. His aura erupted like a volcano as a huge stone tablet appeared. For silver chakras were shining brightly on it. Lu Ming burst out with all his strength. Boom. The power of wind and fire gathered. With a sweep of his long spear, a large number of bloodwater dragons exploded. Level 4 King class bloodline. Who is this guy? An elder of the Mo family roared in shock. As far as he knew, there was no genius with level 4 King class bloodline in the entire Inmoon Empire. Where did Lu Ming come from? Could he be a peerless genius from a medium-sized empire? No matter who he is, there's no way out today. Let's kill this guy first. The other elder of the Mo family roared. Okay, let's do it. The two elders of the Mo family pinched their hands. Roar. The huge bloodwater dragon that was entangling the elder let go of him and pounced on Lu Ming with a roar. Its aura was so strong that it shook heaven and earth. It gave people the feeling that it was much stronger than an ordinary martial artist at the 9th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. It was unstoppable. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. He was about to retreat, but suddenly he stopped. Buzz. Chapter 329. The Nine Dragons' bloodline roared to the sky. Although the Nine Dragons' bloodline was only a dozen meters long, it looked very small in front of the bloody flood dragon. However, as the bloodline of the Nine Dragons roared, the bloody flood dragon suddenly stopped in the air. It looked at the bloodline of the Nine Dragons with fear in its eyes. The giant serpent's body began to tremble violently. It let out a roar and turned around to flee. However, it was too late. The Nine Dragons' bloodline roared, and a strong devouring power burst out of its mouth. At the same time, the Nine Dragons' bloodline twisted its body like a flash of lightning. It instantly reached the top of the bloody flood dragon's head and shrouded it with a strong devouring power. The bloody flood dragon was terrified. It kept roaring and its huge body kept twisting. However, the Nine Dragons' bloodline steadily stopped at the top of the bloody flood dragon's head and kept bursting out its devouring power. Roar. The blood flood dragon roared as a flood dragon's soul was extracted from the body of the flood dragon that was condensed from blood. The first thing that appeared was the head of the flood dragon's soul. It kept roaring and wanted to shrink back, but it was useless under the devouring power of the Nine Dragons' bloodline. It was being extracted bit by bit. What's going on? What the hell is going on? An elder of the Mo family shouted in disbelief. Kill him! Kill him! The two elders of the Mo family gnashed their teeth and desperately urged the inscription formation to get rid of the Nine Dragons' bloodline and kill Lu Ming. Unfortunately, the huge bloody flood dragon was like a mouse meeting a cat when it encountered the Nine Dragons' bloodline. It did not dare to resist at all. The flood dragon's soul was constantly being extracted. Soon, more than half of the flood dragon's soul had been extracted. Boy, what are you doing? Why don't you stop? Stop right now. You're destroying the Mo family's 1,000-year plan. Do you know that? Stop right now. The two elders of the Mo family shouted hysterically. Haha, you two old dogs. You've lived for so long. Have you been living like dogs? Stop. And then use my life to complete the Mo family's 1,000-year plan? Have you fucking lost your IQ? And what's the Mo family's 1,000-year plan? What does it have to do with me? In my eyes, it's all trash. Lu Ming let out a long howl. The words of the two Mo family elders were simply too ridiculous. You are courting death. The two Mo family elders' shriveled faces flushed red, as if they were about to bleed from anger. They were the Mo clan's grand elders and were usually high and mighty. When had anyone dared to scold them like this? I'll kill this brat first. An elder of the Mo family roared. He temporarily stopped controlling the inscription formation and was about to attack Lu Ming. However, as soon as he stopped controlling the inscription formation, the old man in the pool of blood went berserk, and the underground cave began to shake. Damn it! The elder of the Mo family was unwilling, but he could only fly back to continue controlling the inscription array. Roar! At this moment, the Nine Dragons' bloodline let out an earth-shattering roar. Its devouring power suddenly increased, and the blood flood dragon's soul was pulled out. The flood dragon's soul roared again and again. Terrified, it struggled with all its might. No, stop. The two elders of the Mo family roared. However, the Nine Dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and sucked the flood dragon's soul into its mouth, disappearing without a trace. The Nine Dragons' bloodline revealed a satisfied expression and flew back into Lu Ming's body. Damn it, let go of the flood dragon's soul quickly. The two elders of the Mo family screamed crazily like ghosts. Let go? You think too much. Lu Ming sneered. Boom. At this moment, the underground cave began to shake violently. The pool of blood in the pool of blood surged violently. Clang. The sound of iron chains colliding violently rang out. Not good, quickly suppress old monster Yen Quan. The two elders of the Mo family screamed in horror and desperately controlled the inscription formation to suppress the old man in the pool of blood. But bang! In the next moment, there was an explosion. A figure soared into the sky from the pool of blood. It was an old man in his 60s. His face was covered with a long beard, and his body was extremely burly. He seemed to be more than 2 meters tall. The figure that was dozens of meters tall was not his real body, but a human figure condensed by true chi. Several iron chains as thick as an arm wrapped around the burly old man's body, and extended out from the pool of blood. When the burly old man moved, the iron chains clanged. Not good, Yin Quan is about to break free. The two elders of the Mo family screamed in horror. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. Mo family, today I, Yin Quan, swear that I will destroy your Mo family. The burly old man laughed maniacally. Kill him, quick. The two elders of the Mo family roared and gave up on controlling the inscription formation. A battle sword appeared in their hands, and they slashed at Yin Quan. The sword chi whistled and was extremely shocking. Peak of the 8th martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The two elders of the Mo family were terrifyingly strong. They were both at the peak of the 8th martial ancestor realm. A mere 8th martial ancestor realm wants to kill me? You overestimate yourself. Yin Quan laughed and waved his palms. Two terrifying palms struck out towards the two elders of the Mo family. Bang! Bang! With two explosions, the two elders of the Mo family screamed and their bodies flew out like cannonballs. They crashed heavily into the walls of the cave and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Clang! Yin Quan waved his palms and caused the iron chains to collide. A total of 4 iron chains bound him. He was too strong. Even when he was bound by the iron chains, he was still able to injure the two elders of the 8th martial ancestor realm. His strength was terrifying. You want to bind me with a few pieces of scrap metal? Break! Yin Quan shouted, and a terrifying true chi burst out from his body as he pulled with all his might. Rumble! The entire cave shook violently and the ground trembled, producing deep rumbling sounds. Not good, Yin Quan is about to break free. Run! The two elders of the Mo family were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They turned around and ran towards the exit. Break! Yin Quan suddenly shouted loudly. He grabbed one of the iron chains and suddenly pulled it. Clang! The iron chain that was as thick as an arm broke into two. This was not an ordinary iron chain, but a rare black iron with inscriptions carved on it. However, it still broke with a single pull. You want to leave? Go and die. Yin Quan shouted. With a swing of his arm, a broken chain flew out and shot towards the two Mo family elders. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and it instantly caught up to the two Mo family elders. Block! The two elders of the Mo family roared, and each used their strongest move. However, the difference was too big. Bang! Bang! Two rumbling sounds could be heard and the two elders' attacks were destroyed. A section of the iron chain crashed into their bodies. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The two elders of the Mo family screamed and flew out. They fell heavily on the ground, and were no longer breathing. At this moment, the entire Mo family was in chaos. Just a moment ago, when Yin Quan broke the iron chain, the entire ground of the Mo family shook violently as though there was an earthquake. What is going on? Many disciples of the Mo family panicked. The patriarch of the Mo family and a few elders were guarding the stone house. Other than them, there were a few more people. One of them was the young prince, In Jiufeng. Beside In Jiufeng, there were a few elders with powerful auras. At this moment, the patriarch of the Mo family's face changed drastically. Not good, there is a problem underground. Chapter 330. Quick, gather the clan's experts and get ready. The Mo family patriarch roared, his voice echoing throughout the Mo family. Whoosh! Whoosh! One figure after another flew toward the Mo clan from every corner. They were all martial ancestor realm experts. As one of the top 10 families of the In Moon Empire, the Mo family's strength was not to be underestimated. Apart from the martial ancestor realm experts, there were also some martial grandmasters gathering. In an instant, the front of the stone house was filled with figures. In the underground cave, break! Yin Quan roared, his genuine chi bursting forth like an ancient giant beast struggling. Clang! 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 3 crisp sounds were heard as the remaining 3 chains were broken by Yin Quan. Ha ha ha! After being trapped for more than 10 years, I'm finally free. Mo family, accept my revenge. Yin Quan laughed maniacally, his face revealing a sinister expression. After a while he turned his gaze towards Lu Ming and Mo Ying. Swoosh! His figure moved and instantly appeared a few meters in front of Lu Ming and Mo Ying. Ah! Mo Ying cried out in fright, and involuntarily took 3 steps back. Lu Ming did not move, but his pupils constricted. He held his spear in front of him, ready to fight. Haha, little girl. What are you afraid of? You saved me. Why would I make things difficult for you? Yin Quan grinned at Mo-ing. Following which, he looked at Lu Ming and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Little brother, it's all thanks to you that I was able to escape this time. This is a huge favor and I have to repay it. However, now is not the time to talk about this. Let me exterminate the Mo family first before we talk about this. After speaking, Yin Quan laughed and strode towards the exit. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he said, "Let's go out too." He and Mo-ing followed closely behind the old man and walked out. When he passed by the corpses of the two elders of the Mo family, Lu Ming silently devoured the blood essence of the two elders. The three of them walked forward. Soon, they walked out of the underground cave and returned to the stone house. Boom! Yin Quan struck out with his palm, and the stone door of the stone house exploded. Shattered rocks flew everywhere, and a series of exclamations came from outside. Looks like they're all waiting outside. Great, I don't need to look for them. Yin Quan grinned, his eyes filled with killing intent as he strode out. Lu Ming and Mo-ing followed. As soon as he walked out of the stone house, Lu Ming's expression changed. Outside, there were hundreds of people densely packed together. All of them had strong auras. They were all experts. The weakest among them was a martial grand master. Yin Quan. Seeing the three of them, the Mo family's patriarch and several elders' faces changed drastically, and they cried out involuntarily. Set up the formation, quickly. An elder screamed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Their figures flashed wildly as at least a few dozen martial arts grandmasters flashed and formed a battle formation. At the front of the battle formation was the Mo family head and a few elders. Mo-ing, how audacious of you! How dare you release the devil suppressed by the clan? This is unforgivable. The head of the Mo family shouted. Mo-ying's delicate body trembled. They were the ones who deceived Mo-ing and wanted to use her life to refine the Dark Moon demonic leader. However, as soon as they came out, the head of the Mo family pinned the crime of releasing the devil suppressed by the Mo family on Mo-ing. How shameless! Patriarch, you lied to me. There is no ancestors' inheritance below. You want my life. Mo-ing said in a trembling voice. Shut up, little bitch. You're wrong. How dare you talk back? Kneel down and accept your death. The head of the Mo family shouted, not allowing Mo-ing to talk back. He was no longer as amiable as before. Mo-ying's face was pale, and her delicate body trembled nonstop. She bit her lips so hard that they bled, but she did not realize it. Originally, she still had a glimmer of hope for the Mo family, but now, she was in despair. Haha, old man, you lied to your own disciple, saying that you're inheriting the ancestors' inheritance. In fact, you just want the life of a junior to refine the Dark Moon demonic leader. Even now you're still so dignified. Are you a fucking dog? Don't you have any shame? Lu Ming laughed and pointed at the head of the Mo family. Little bastard, what did you say? How dare you talk to me like that? The head of the Mo family roared, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. What the fuck are you? Do I have to give you face when I speak? Don't flatter yourself. Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked at the head of the Mo family with contempt, as if he was really looking at a pile of dog shit. This kind of gaze almost made the head of the Mo family vomit blood. He was so angry that his body trembled nonstop. Ha ha ha, little brother, you've scolded well. The whole Mo family is a pile of dog shit, haha. Yin Quan laughed. Damn it, Lu Ming, you actually destroyed the refining of the Dark Moon demonic leader, and ruined the plan of the Inua royal family. Even if you die 10,000 times, you can't make up for it. At this time, a scream filled with resentment sounded. It was Yin Jiufeng. Oh, isn't this the little prince? Why aren't you going home to drink milk? Do you want to be beaten again? Lu Ming curled his lips and said. This sentence almost caused Yin Jiufeng to suffer internal injuries. Lu Ming, if I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not a human. Yin Jiufeng shouted furiously. If I remember correctly, you also shouted like that last time. Why? Are you still a human? Lu Ming sneered. Ah. You kill him for me. Yin Jiufeng's face turned pale, and he almost exploded with anger. Kill. Behind Yin Jiufeng, two old men shouted and were about to pounce on Lu Ming. Who can you kill? Yin Quan shouted coldly and threw out a punch. Bang! Bang! The two old men exploded and Yin Jiufeng screamed in fear. Under the protection of the remaining two old men, he retreated. Let's attack together and suppress old demon Yin Quan. The head of the Mo family roared. Suppress old demon Yin Quan. Everyone from the Mo family shouted. More than 30 martial ancestor realm experts formed a large array and charged towards Yin Quan. Good timing. Today, I'll settle the score with the Mo family. Yin Quan shouted and charged towards the Mo family. Kill! Yin Quan shouted and his aura was shocking. He was like a demon god. He threw out a punch and a dazzling fist force charge towards the Mo family. Lu Ming could feel that Yin Quan's aura was no weaker than the sect leaders of the 5 major sects in the Burning Sun Empire. He was at the limit of a martial ancestor, and was known as a half-king. 100 sword array kill. The Mo family did not dare to be careless. More than 30 of them joined forces, and their auras merged to form a huge sword that was a few hundred meters tall, and slashed towards Yin Quan. Boom! The huge sword and the fist radiance collided, and there was a loud explosion. The entire Mo family shook violently, and some of the buildings nearby were blown into pieces by the shockwave. They were evenly matched in this exchange. Kill. Immediately, Yin Quan and the Mo family started fighting again. Kill this little bastard for me right now. Yin Jiufeng shouted. Shush. Shush. Behind Yin Jiufeng, the remaining two old men charged towards Lu Ming, and they exuded a powerful aura. 8th Martial Ancestor Realm. Chapter 331. Now let's see who can save you. Yin Jiufeng looked ferocious. However, there was a smile on Lu Ming's face. He stood there motionless. Roar. At this moment, there was a loud roar in the sky. A tall and burly figure fell from the sky and landed heavily between Lu Ming and the two elders, creating a large hole in the ground. Golden-eyed blood zombie. This tall figure was actually the golden-eyed blood zombie. I've finally arrived. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Just now, when he came out of the stone house, he noticed the abnormality of the demon suppression token, and found that the golden-eyed blood zombie was in the vicinity of Su Tiancheng, probably looking for him. He was not surprised that the golden-eyed blood zombie could escape from the assassins of the Yin Moon Empire. The golden-eyed blood zombie had reached the early 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, and its body was like a diamond. If it wanted to escape, even a half-step king realm expert might not be able to kill it. When Lu Ming found that the golden-eyed blood zombie was nearby, he immediately used the demon suppression token to summon the golden-eyed blood zombie. He also deliberately chatted with Yin Jiufeng to delay time until the golden-eyed blood zombie finally arrived. Golden-eyed, kill them. Lu Ming ordered. Roar. The golden-eyed blood zombie roared and pounced. Pung. Pung. In just one move, the two elders of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm that Yin Jiufeng brought flew back screaming. There was a claw wound on each of their bodies. Where the claw had clawed, the flesh and blood had disappeared, revealing the white bones. It was extremely horrifying. This scene was too sudden, and Yin Jiufeng was stunned. Mo Ying, who was beside Lu Ming, was also stunned. She found that she could not see through Lu Ming at all. Since the first time she saw Lu Ming had brought her a series of surprises since Lu Ming said that she was divided into yin and yang. In her opinion, Lu Ming was a mystery, an unfathomable mystery. Now there were experts of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm that obeyed him. Monster, go take the young master away. An elder roared. He wanted to rush over and take Yin Jiufeng away, but it was too late. The golden-eyed blood zombie roared angrily and rushed out. He waved his claws and the claw light slashed out like a few heavenly blades. Puchi. In just a few moves, the two old men were torn in half by the golden-eyed blood zombie. Ah! Yin Jiufeng screamed in fright. His face was as white as paper, his body trembling. The 4 experts that his father had sent to help him had been killed just like that, leaving him all alone. It's your turn now. Lu Ming smiled at Yin Jiufeng. But Lu Ming's smile, in Yin Jiufeng's eyes, was more terrifying than the devil. Patriarch Mo, save me, save me. Yin Jiufeng screamed in a hoarse voice. But the Mo family head didn't even look at him. What a joke. Save him? Right now, the Mo family was locked in battle with Yan Quan. They couldn't even take care of themselves, so how could they have the time to save him? It seems that no one will come to save you. Lu Ming smiled again, walking step by step towards Yin Jiufeng. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. My father is the Jinnan king, he has a lot of troops. If you kill me, you will also die, and Yin Jiufeng screamed. And what? Last time, I let you go because of the Mo family. This time, you want to use the Mo family to threaten me? And you have tried to kill me many times. How can I let you go? Lu Ming's face finally turned cold. No. Yin Jiufeng screamed and turned to run. But Lu Ming flicked his finger, and a spear light shot out, piercing through Yin Jiufeng's back. Yin Jiufeng screamed, lying on the ground, screaming again and again, but he was not dead yet. Lu Ming walked over and squatted down to look at Yin Jiufeng. Save me, save me. Yin Jiufeng struggled, blood flowing out of his mouth. Save you? I will tell you another secret. Then you will not ask me to save you. I have another name, Tianyan. Lu Ming smiled faintly, whispering in Yin Jiufeng's ear. What? Yin Jiufeng's pupils suddenly widened, revealing a look of despair. He growled. Champion. Champion. Before he could say the word Marquis, he had already died. The Burning Sun Empire's champion Marquis Tianyan. There was no one in the Yin Moon Empire who did not know him. He had killed several powerful legions of the Yin Moon Empire. His name was known throughout the Yin Moon Empire. When Yin Jiufeng heard that it was Tianyan, in despair, he breathed his last. All around, the great martial masters of the Mo family looked at Lu Ming in horror, not daring to attack. Boom. Boom. Between heaven and earth, there was only the sound of Yan Quan, and the Mo family's battle echoing. The battle between Yan Quan and the Mo family was still going on, and it was hard to tell who would win. It had to be said that the 100-sword battle formation set up by the Mo family was indeed powerful. With the combination of more than 30 martial ancestor realm experts, and the Mo family's master's cultivation of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, they were actually able to fight Yan Quan to a draw. Roar. At this moment, the golden-eye blood zombie growled beside Lu Ming, his eyes constantly looking in the direction of the stone house. You want to absorb the blood? Lu Ming understood what the golden-eye blood zombie meant. The golden-eye blood zombie was very eager for the dragon blood in the underground cave. Go. Lu Ming whispered. Swish. Receiving Lu Ming's order, the golden-eye blood zombie rushed into the underground cave with a swish. On the other hand, Lu Ming stood still and watched the battle while refining the blood essence. Lu Ming's body had devoured the essence blood of several 8th-level martial ancestor realm experts. It was too thick. The essence blood was constantly converted into energy and refined into genuine qi. Lu Ming began to attack the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Rumble. Soon, a dull sound came from Lu Ming's body. He had broken through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Just as Lu Ming broke through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm, the 9 dragons' bloodline suddenly roared and rushed out of Lu Ming's body, roaring to the sky. At the same time, the 9 dragons' bloodline's body shape rapidly changed. It was originally a python that was more than 10 meters long. Now it was rapidly growing longer and thicker. The scales on its body became more crystal clear. Then 4 claws grew out of the python's abdomen just like dragon claws. 2 horns grew out of the top of its head. A dragon. This was the shape of a dragon. The 9 dragons' bloodline had evolved. After the 9 dragons' bloodline had devoured a shocking amount of essence blood and the dragon's soul, it had finally begun to evolve. From the python form, it had evolved into the dragon form. Roar. The dragon form of the 9 dragons' bloodline roared to the sky. The dragon's roar reverberated and a bright silver chakra appeared on its body. Level 1 King class bloodline. Around them, the martial grandmasters and Mo Ing of the Mo clan were all dumbfounded. Even the Mo family's martial grandmasters and Yan Quan, who were in the midst of the battle, looked at Lu Ming in shock. The bloodline could evolve. From the mortal class to the king class? This was too shocking. It was simply unheard of. There were no records of this in the ancient books. This young man is too extraordinary. Chapter 332. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. The evolution of the Nine Dragons bloodline was too sudden. He could not control it at all. If it was possible, he would not have chosen to evolve his bloodline at this moment. All of you, retreat quickly. Send this news to the South protecting king and the royal family. This person is a demon. He must be killed. The head of the Mo clan roared at the martial grandmaster realm warriors. A bloodline evolving. This was simply unheard of. It was too shocking. Since such a person was already an enemy, he could not be allowed to live. This was the Mo clan head's thought. Let's go. There were over 100 martial grandmasters rushing in all directions at this moment. Since that is the case, all of you will stay here. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes emitting a terrifying killing intent. The Nine Dragons bloodline must not be exposed. Although this place was very far away from the headquarters of the Heavenly Deity Palace, it was better to be safe than sorry. If the characteristics of the Nine Dragons bloodline were to reach Martial Monarch DE, it would be a great disaster for him. These people had to die. Lu Ming soared into the sky. Behind him, the Nine Dragons bloodline appeared. A wriggling dragon that was 100 meters long was suspended above Lu Ming's head. Roar. The Nine Dragons bloodline roared at the sky, and a strong devouring power burst out from its mouth. The strength of this devouring power was dozens of times stronger than before the evolution. The mouth of the Nine Dragons bloodline was like a black hole. A terrifying devouring power spread out, enveloping over 100 martial grand masters. More than 100 warriors in the great martial mentor realm seemed to have been frozen in place. Then they revealed extremely terrified expressions. The power of my bloodline is flowing away. Not good. I feel like my essence blood is being sucked out. The 100 martial grand masters let out terrified cries. Devour. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he shouted softly. Roar. The Nine Dragons bloodline roared, and the devouring power in its mouth became even stronger. Following that, a terrifying scene occurred. Over 100 martial grandmasters, all kinds of blood vessels floated above their heads. These blood vessels let out a mournful wail, and actually left their masters. They flew towards the Nine Dragons blood vessels, and were swallowed by the Nine Dragons blood vessels. My bloodline power has been devoured. A blood-curdling scream rang out, but the next moment, the scream abruptly stopped. This was because 9 drops of blood essence flew out from each person's body, and were devoured by the Nine Dragons bloodline. More than 100 people were lying flat on the ground, no longer breathing. The scene was completely silent. Even the great battle between the Mo clan's martial ancestors and Yan Quan had temporarily stopped. Everyone stared at Lu Ming, dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. A single roar from his bloodline had actually devoured the bloodline power and blood essence of over 100 people. What kind of ability was this? He was simply a demon. Demon, you are a demon. Someone from the Mo family shouted. What demon? In my opinion, your Mo clan is the real devil. All of you deserve to die. Kill. Yan Quan roared as he charged towards the Mo family. The two sides once again engaged in a fierce battle. Moing looked at Lu Ming in horror. I never thought that after the Nine Dragons bloodline evolved to the king level, its devouring power would be so terrifying that it could directly devour living people. Even Lu Ming himself was shocked. In the past, it could only devour the blood essence of those who had died in battle. Now that the Nine Dragons bloodline had evolved to the king level, it could even devour living people. Those martial artists were only martial masters. I wonder if it would be effective against martial artists above the martial ancestor realm? At the thought of this, Lu Ming cast his gaze towards the Mo clan's martial ancestor realm experts. Let's give it a try. Immediately, Lu Ming controlled the Nine Dragons bloodline, and the terrifying devouring power enveloped the Mo clan's martial ancestor realm experts. Immediately, some of the martial ancestor realm experts with lower cultivation levels trembled, and their bloodline power became unstable. What kind of power is this? The martial ancestor realm experts roared as their genuine qi exploded wildly to resist Lu Ming's devouring power. It is more effective against martial artists below the 4th martial ancestor realm, as it can affect the stability of the bloodline. It is also effective against martial artists above the 4th martial ancestor realm, but it is relatively less effective. In an instant, Lu Ming came to a conclusion. For martial artists with lower cultivation levels than him, it was still effective. It could affect the circulation of their bloodline, but it could not devour their blood essence and bloodline power like a martial grandmaster. It would be blocked. For martial artists with a higher cultivation level than Lu Ming, it was also effective, but the effect was relatively small. However, it was not to be underestimated. If his opponent's bloodline and blood essence were affected in a big battle, their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Be careful. At this moment, the Mo clan had roared. Due to the influence of Lu Ming's bloodline's devouring power, the Mo clan's 100-sword battle formation became unstable. Yan Quan seized the opportunity to attack fiercely, and was at a disadvantage. The Mo clan will be destroyed today. Yan Quan roared as his attacks were like a tidal wave. Hold on, hold on. Yan Quan has been suppressed for more than 10 years, and is heavily injured. This is only a temporary eruption. He won't be able to hold on for long. When he can't hold on any longer, it will be our time to counterattack. At that time, everything will still be under our control. The Mo clan had roared. Everyone from the Mo clan calmed down and used all of their strength to stabilize the situation. Yan Quan's face was somewhat gloomy. His situation was indeed as the Mo clan head had said. He had been suppressed for too long and suffered all kinds of torture. There were many hidden injuries on his body. Now he was only using a secret technique to erupt with his peak strength. However, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Once the secret technique's duration was up, he would fall into a passive situation. Immediately, Yan Quan used all of his strength and attacked with all his might. Haha! Yan Quan can't hold on any longer. Just as I guessed, we can hold on. The Mo clan had laughed and revealed a joyful expression. Boom! At this moment, a huge explosion sounded from the ground behind the stone house, following which, a blood-colored pillar of light shot out from the ground and pierced through the clouds. Shwa! Following which, a tall and sturdy figure rushed out from the blood-colored pillar of light. Golden-eyed blood zombie. This figure was the golden-eyed blood zombie that had gone to the underground cave to absorb the flood dragon's blood. However, the aura emitted by the golden-eyed blood zombie was extremely terrifying. It was not any weaker than Yan Quan's. This was the aura of a half-step king. Who would have thought that after absorbing the flood dragon's blood, the golden-eyed blood zombie would advance from the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm to the half-step king level. Furthermore, it had only taken such a short time. After being stunned for a moment, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Golden-eyed, kill them. Lu Ming pointed at the Mo clan members. Roar. The golden-eyed blood zombie roared and pounced towards the Mo clan members. Not good, block it, block it. The Mo clan head's face changed drastically. Ha ha ha. The heavens want your Mo clan to die. Die. How could Yan Quan miss this opportunity? He laughed heartily and attacked the Mo clan members. Devour. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons bloodline again, and a powerful devouring force was used on the Mo clan members. Boom. Boom. 2 explosions sounded, following which screams rang out. Some of the Mo clan members who were only at the 1st or 2nd level of the martial ancestor realm were directly killed by the terrifying energy. Even those with higher cultivation were greatly shaken. Chapter 333. Under the combined attacks of Yan Quan, Golden-Eye Blood Zombie, and Lu Ming, the 100-sword battle formation of the Mo family collapsed. 7 or 8 martial ancestor realm 1st and 2nd realm experts were instantly killed. Not good. Run, run. At this moment, the Mo family head was terrified as he roared crazily. The 100-sword battle formation had been broken, and the other side had 2 half-step king realm experts. There was no need to fight. If they stayed, they would definitely die. After the Mo family had roared, he turned into a ray of light and fled crazily into the distance. You want to leave? No one can leave. Yan Quan roared as he chased after the Mo family head. In a few breaths, he caught up with the Mo family head. Yan Quan. The Mo family head roared as he launched a frenzied counterattack. However, the difference between an ordinary martial ancestor realm 9th realm and a half-step king was obvious. In just a few moves, the Mo family head was beaten until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Die. Yen Quan shouted as he grabbed the head of the Mo clan's patriarch and twisted it, twisting his head off. Ha ha ha, kill, kill, kill. Yen Quan roared with laughter as he continued to chase after the others. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the other side, Lu Ming's long spear was constantly thrusting. Streaks of spear radiance shot out and pierced a few martial ancestor realm 3rd and 4th realm Mo family martial artists into sieves. The GoldenEye blood zombie's body flashed rapidly as it waved its claws and tore the Mo family martial ancestor realm experts into pieces. This was a massacre. The Mo family martial ancestor realm experts were as weak as babies in front of the GoldenEye blood zombie and Yen Quan. Even if there were some who managed to escape, they would be caught and killed. Lu Ming did not have the slightest bit of mercy. The Dark Moon Empire and the Burning Sun Empire were at war, and were originally enemies. Moreover, it was the Mo family who wanted to take his life first. Since they were enemies, there was no need to show mercy. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Kill. Lu Ming held his long spear and fought while bathed in blood. He had broken through to the 4th realm martial ancestor realm. Martial ancestor realm experts were no threat to him. Little bastard, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. A 7th martial ancestor realm elder from the Mo family roared as he charged towards Lu Ming. Roar. The 9 dragons bloodline roared, and a terrifying devouring power acted on the old man, causing his body to slow down. Whoosh. Lu Ming rushed over, the long spear piercing through his heart, creating a large hole. A one-hit kill. Then the essence blood and bloodline power all flew into the 9 dragons bloodline's mouth. In the sky above the Mo family, screams rose and fell. Not far away, the Mo clan's martial masters, warriors, and even those with lower cultivations were frantically fleeing in all directions. Lu Ming did not kill these people. These people hadn't seen Lu Ming's bloodline evolve, and they posed no threat to him, so there was no need to kill them. At this moment, Su Tiancheng fell into a deathly silence. Countless people were hiding in their homes, trembling. After a while, the screams stopped. The dozens of martial arts grandmasters from the Mo family were all killed. Roar. The golden-eyed blood zombie roared. Blood chi rose from his body, and his body turned red. However, his eyes were even more dazzling. Moing stood there in a daze as she scanned her surroundings. Corpses came into her sight, and her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. In this short period of time, her life had undergone earth-shaking changes. These people were the elders of the Mo family that she respected. However, she suddenly found out that these people were just using her. For a moment, she found it hard to accept. Lu Ming did not speak. He just stood there quietly. After a while, Lu Ming said, "Miss Moing, I'm leaving. What are your plans?" Although Moing had seen his bloodline evolve, he could not do such a thing as killing Moing to silence her. Mo Ying's body trembled, and she seemed to have come to her senses. She squeezed out an ugly smile and said, "Brother Lu, I plan to leave the Een Moon Empire and travel the world." Lu Ming nodded and said, "That's good too." Lu Ming knew that Moing held a grudge against him. After all, Moing was a member of the Mo family. Lu Ming had killed so many people from the Mo family. It was normal for Moing to hold a grudge against him. Therefore, Lu Ming did not invite Moing to go with him. "Brother Lu, we'll meet again if fate wills it," Moing said softly. She glanced at the Mo family, then turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. "Haha, little brother, I can't bear to part with you." At this moment, Yin Quan appeared beside Lu Ming. "No, I'm just lamenting. Sometimes fate is unpredictable," Lu Ming said with a smile. "That's right. Fate is unpredictable. That's why we have to cultivate martial arts to break the shackles of fate and fight against the heavens." Yin Quan grinned and said, "Little brother, this time, it's all thanks to your help that I was able to escape. If you have any requests, feel free to ask. As long as it's within my means, I'll do my best." Lu Ming shook his head and said with a smile, "Senior, you're being too polite. It's just a coincidence." "That won't do. In my life, I've always repaid kindness with kindness and hatred with revenge. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape, and would have been refined into the Inua Devil Lord." sinking into oblivion forever. This is a great favor and I have to repay it, Yan Quan said stubbornly. This, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. To be honest, Yan Quan's combat strength was extremely powerful. It would be a lie to say that he did not want to ask Yan Quan for help. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming said, Senior, please stay by my side and help me for a period of time. Is that possible? All right, I'll stay by your side and help you for 10 years. After 10 years, we'll be even. How about that? Yan Quan said. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Thank you, Senior. The current situation in the Burning Sun Empire was complicated. With Yan Quan's help and the GoldenEye blood zombie, Lu Ming had the strength to protect himself. Only then could he become a true overlord in the Burning Sun Empire. He would also have the strength to contend with the 10 Direction Sword faction. One had to know that in the Burning Sun Empire, a half-step king was the strongest. The Burning Sun Empire had not produced a true king for several hundred years. Yan Quan grinned. In fact, Yan Quan was also extremely curious about Lu Ming. At such a young age, not only was he extremely powerful, but he also had a powerful existence like the GoldenEye blood zombie by his side. Yan Quan had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had encountered such a person. Senior, to be honest, I'm actually not from the Inua Empire, but from the Burning Sun Empire. Moreover, the Burning Sun Empire and the Inua Empire are currently at war. I wonder if Senior would mind? Lu Ming said. War between the two empires? It just so happens that the Inua Empire's royal family is despicable and shameless. They tried to assassinate me. I'm just about to settle the score with them. Heading to the Burning Sun Empire and killing the experts of the Inua Empire is exactly what I want. Yan Quan laughed. All right, then let's go, Lu Ming said. Subsequently, the GoldenEye blood zombie and Yan Quan turned into a ray of light and disappeared, heading towards the Moon City. On the way, Lu Ming roughly explained his identity and the current situation. Chapter 334. Yan Quan was not from the Een Moon Empire. He was an outsider who had traveled to the Een Moon Empire a dozen years ago. During that time, he had met a top expert from the Een Moon Imperial family and the Mo family's previous family master. The three of them had a good relationship back then. However, the Mo family's previous family master and the Een Moon Imperial family's previous family master were ambitious. They had secretly poisoned Yan Quan and then sealed him under the Mo family's ground. They wanted to refine him into a Een Moon demonic leader. They had been sealed for more than a dozen years. If Lu Ming had not encountered this matter by chance, he would not have been able to escape the fate of being refined into a Een Moon demonic leader. Along the way, Yan Quan's expression suddenly changed slightly as he revealed a bitter smile and said, This old man has been suppressed for more than 10 years and has suffered heavy injuries. Earlier, I forcefully unleashed my secret technique. Now that the secret technique's duration has passed, I need to find a place to heal. Senior, healing is more important, Lu Ming said. They found a secluded place. Yan Quan sat down cross-legged and started to heal his injuries. Lu Ming asked the GoldenEye blood zombie to patrol the surroundings while he sat down cross-legged. He had devoured a large amount of blood essence, and now it was time to refine it. Half of it was absorbed by his bloodline, and the other half was converted into true qi. There were dozens of martial ancestors from the Mo family. Among them, there were a few martial ancestors of the 8th realm, and the Mo family's family master, who was a martial ancestor of the 9th realm. How strong was the blood essence? Lu Ming's cultivation rose rapidly. One day later, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th realm of the martial ancestor realm. However, no matter how hard Lu Ming tried, he could not break through. Lu Ming knew that his cultivation had risen too quickly, and his true qi was not pure. His foundation was not stable and he needed time to improve. Lu Ming then used the remaining blood essence to improve his bloodline. However, after refining all the blood essence, his 9 dragons bloodline was still at the 1st realm of the king bloodline. It was too difficult to improve his bloodline. At that moment, Yan Quan was still healing his injuries. His body was emitting a scorching red aura as he nurtured his body. Yan Quan's recuperation took 7 days. After 7 days, Yan Quan opened his eyes. Senior, how do you feel? Lu Ming asked. After being suppressed for more than a decade, there are simply too many hidden injuries all over my body. It'll be difficult for me to make a full recovery in a short period of time. However, I've managed to stabilize my condition for the time being. It shouldn't be a problem for me to exert my full strength during the battle. As for the other hidden injuries, I should be able to make a full recovery soon, Yin Quan said. That's great, Lu Ming said with a smile. After that, the three of them continued their journey. With their speed, it only took half a day to return to Full Moon City. Of course, on the way, Lu Ming put on his mask again and returned to the appearance of Tianyin. The Marquis is back. When the Scarlet Blood cavalrymen in charge of patrolling the camp saw Lu Ming, they cried out in pleasant surprise. Then, the news of Lu Ming's return spread throughout Full Moon City at a crazy speed, causing a huge sensation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures shot through the air at an extremely fast speed. It was Autumn Moon and Xian Yanqing. Young master. Seeing Lu Ming, Autumn Moon was incomparably excited. She wasn't afraid of being shy and threw herself into Lu Ming's arms. Tears flowed down like pearls, and she cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Young master, you're finally back. We saw the traces of the battle at the place where GoldenEye was cultivating. We thought you. Woo, it's great that you're back. Autumn Moon cried loudly. Strings of tears flowed down, wetting Lu Ming's clothes. Silly girl, your young master is blessed. How could something happen to him so easily? Moreover, I can't bear to part with my family's Autumn Moon. Lu Ming stroked Autumn Moon's hair and said softly. Only then did Autumn Moon feel a little better. She left Lu Ming's arms, but her eyes were red and tears were still rolling. On the side, Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth when he saw this scene. He didn't say anything. Humph, you're so comfortable. You're so warm and soft as soon as you come back. After a while, Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth and said, Xiaoqing, now that my arms are empty, do you want to try? Lu Ming blinked and smiled. Try your head. It's good that you're not dead. Xian Yanqing continued to snort coldly. Haha, I still owe you a favor. How can I die before I complete it? Lu Ming laughed. Humph, it's good that you remember. Xian Yanqing snorted again. At this time, Hua Ying and the other Qixia cavalry warriors appeared one by one. Then it was Ming Meng Miangcheng and the other two siblings. Greetings, Marquis. When they saw Lu Ming, they all bowed. No need to be so polite. Let's go back to the camp. Lu Ming waved his hand. On the way, Yin Quan saw the majestic Qixia cavalry, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. However, Lu Ming frowned, because he found that the entire camp was heavily guarded, and the atmosphere was very heavy. Did another big battle happen recently? Huaying, how's the situation? Did another big battle happen? I feel that the atmosphere in the camp is not right. When they arrived at the camp, Lu Ming asked. Marquis, something big happened. This was Hua Ying's first sentence. His expression was very heavy. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and looked around. He found that Ming Meng, Miangcheng, and the others all had heavy expressions. Lu Ming had a bad premonition and asked, Tell me what happened. Marquis, the Ghost Moon Saber sect was destroyed. Huaying replied. What? Even with Lu Ming's calmness, his body shook violently and his eyes showed disbelief. The Ghost Moon Saber sect was one of the 5 great sects of the Blazing Sun Empire. It dominated the northern part of the Blazing Sun Empire, and was incomparably powerful. How could such a powerful force be annihilated just like that? Even if the 10 Directions Sword sect attacked with all their strength, they might not be able to take down the Ghost Moon Saber sect. What the hell is going on? Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down. Marquis, 10 days ago, the Yin Moon Empire sent out 2 million troops to invade the territory of the Ghost Moon Saber sect. The Ghost Moon Saber sect sent out a large number of experts to resist. However, they never expected that at this time, a large number of experts from the omnidirectional sword sect would launch a surprise attack on the Ghost Moon Saber sect. At the same time, a portion of the Ghost Moon Saber sect had already surrendered to the omnidirectional sword sect. They attacked the Ghost Moon Saber sect from the inside. Afterwards, the 10 Directions Sword sect sent out many experts to attack the Ghost Moon Saber sect's experts together with the Yin Moon Empire's experts. The Ghost Moon Saber sect was caught off guard and their experts were all killed. The Ghost Moon Saber sect was completely destroyed. Huang explained. So that's how it is. I understand. This was a trap set from the beginning. Lu Ming suddenly understood. Obviously, the 10 Directions Sword sect had cooperated with the Yin Moon Empire long ago. Therefore, the Yin Moon Empire's army attacked. Their goal was to attract the Ghost Moon Saber sect's experts so that they could prepare to attack the Ghost Moon Saber sect. Unfortunately, last time, the Yin Moon Empire had suffered great losses because of Lu Ming's sabotage. They did not attract many Ghost Moon Saber sect's experts. Therefore, there were assassins who tried to assassinate Lu Ming. Moreover, there were people from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion among the assassins. After thinking about it, everything became clear. 10 Directions Sword Sect, you 10 Directions Sword Sect. Chapter 335. Marquis, the annihilation of the Ghost Moon Saber sect has shaken the entire Burning Sun Empire. We're in the north, not far from the Ghost Moon Saber sect. We're afraid that the Decimo Sword sect will attack us, so we're on high alert. Huang explained. After the annihilation of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, the Yin Moon Empire's army has moved south and occupied a large part of the Burning Sun Empire's territory. I guess that's what the Decimo Sword sect promised the Yin Moon Empire. They're really a bunch of traitors. Ming Meng gritted his teeth. Then, did the Decimo Sword sect make any new moves during this period? Lu Ming asked. Not yet. Huang said. Pay attention to the news from the outside world. The Decimo Sword sect's actions have shaken the entire empire. The other sects will definitely join forces. This isn't good news for the Decimo Sword sect. So, the Decimo Sword sect will definitely make a big move. Lu Ming analyzed. At this moment, Ming Meng's expression changed slightly. He moved his hand and a jade token appeared. This was 1,000 miles voice transmission talisman. Usually, a general would have one to send messages. When Ming Meng saw the message from the 10,000 miles sound transmitting talisman, his body shook violently. His face suddenly became incomparably pale, without a trace of blood. How could this be? Ming Meng roared, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Brother Ming, what's going on? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. He had a bad feeling in his heart. The Sky Suppressor rebelled. He led the army to break into the imperial capital and flatten the palace. The emperor was killed. Ming Meng said in a trembling voice. What? Ming Meng's words were like a bolt from the blue. Most of the people present, including Lu Ming, were shocked. Lu Ming, Hua Ying, and the others' faces turned pale. The Sky Suppressor, the Decimo Sword sect. Lu Ming roared, his killing intent surging. The Sky Suppressor couldn't have done it alone. Needless to say, the Decimo Sword sect was behind all this. Traitor, traitor, how dare the Sky Suppressor? How dare he? Hua Ying roared hysterically, his eyes red. He was a member of the imperial family. He almost went crazy. The Sky Suppressor's banner is to eliminate the incapable emperor and rebuild the Burning Sun Empire. Haha, how shameless. Ming Meng laughed in anger. Father, mother. Lu Ming's first, Lu Yintian. How were Lu Yintian and Li Ping doing in the general hall? At the thought of this, Lu Ming was burning with anxiety. Master, and madam and the others? By the side, Chiu Yu grabbed Lu Ming's arm tightly. Her entire body was trembling slightly and she was extremely worried. Big brother Ming, is there any other news? Imperial family's emperor is alive. Lu Ming forced himself to calm down. He sect king from the sect. Ming sect, according to the news, the sky-suppressing king actually attacked. His Majesty and the experts of the royal family fought back with all their might. In the end, the 8th prince escaped with a group of people. However, after the 8th prince escaped from the royal capital, there was no news of him. Ming Meng said. Hua Qi escaped. Lu Ming's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. If Hua Qi escaped, he would definitely bring Lu Yintian and Li Ping with him. Then Lu Yintian and Li Ping might be fine. 10 Directions Sword faction. If anything happens to my parents, I swear I'll kill all of you. Lu Ming clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Marquis, what should we do now? From now on, my Zhenyu army will listen to the Marquis. Ming Meng cupped his fists and knelt on one knee. Good. Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. Marquis Champion was of a higher rank than Ming Meng. It was normal for him to lead the mountain suppression army. Everyone listen to my order. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and began to give the order. Please give your orders, Marquis. Hua Ying, Ming Meng and the others knelt on one knee. Full Moon City is located in the north. The Inua Empire is in the north and the Shifang Sword Sect is in the south. It is very unfavorable for us. We should not stay here for long. Ming Meng, you will lead the mountain suppression army to the east and head to the Wang Immortal Pass. The Wang Immortal Pass is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is a natural stronghold and has always obeyed the orders of the royal family. We will not ally ourselves with the Shifang Sword Sect. Once we reach the Wang Immortal Pass, we can ally ourselves with the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and fight against the Shifang Sword Sect. Lu Ming ordered. He knew that the Burning Sun Empire was in chaos. There would definitely be a great war in the future. Yes, Marquis Champion, Ming Meng said. Also, 30,000 Red Blood Cavalry will follow me to the imperial capital and save the 8th prince. Lu Ming ordered. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Yes. Hua Ying and the others accepted the order loudly. Marquis, you can't. The Shifang Sword Sect is full of experts. It is too dangerous. Ming Meng's expression changed drastically as he objected. Although the Red Blood Cavalry was strong, they could only be used as vanguard. If the Shifang Sword Sect sent out experts to assassinate Lu Ming, it would be dangerous. The others also hesitated. Don't worry. I will kill every Shifang Sword Sect that I see, Lu Ming said coldly. Rumble. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from outside. Report. There is a large army coming from outside. A soldier came to report. It must be the Shifang Sword Sect. The Shifang Sword Sect is finally here. I knew that they would not leave us here. Ming Meng's expression changed. Good timing, Qixia Cavalry, follow me into battle. Lu Ming ordered. Yes. Hua Ying and the others accepted the order loudly. Rumble. Not long after, Lu Ming rode on the red-blood scaled Wolf King, followed by Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu, the golden-eyed blood zombie, Yin Quan, Hua Ying, Ming Meng, and the rest. He led 30,000 red blood armored cavalry out of the military camp and arrived outside Full Moon City. In front of them, smoke and dust filled the air. A majestic army appeared in their line of sight. Black war horses, black armor, and black weapons. Between the heavens and the earth, a black torrent of steel spread over. A large flag with a divine sword embroidered on it fluttered in the wind. That is the Ghost Iron Army of the Ghost Moon Saber Sect. It seems that the Ghost Iron Army has already joined the Shifang Sword Sect. Ming Meng's expression changed. That large flag was the flag of the Shifang Sword Sect. Lu Ming nodded. After the Ghost Moon Saber Sect was destroyed, some of the army under the Ghost Moon Saber Sect had joined the Shifang Sword Sect. This was normal. Rumble. The Ghost Iron Army stopped a few miles away. Their aura was heavy and dense. Looking at their numbers, there should be no less than 100,000 people. Shwa. Shwa. A few figures flew out from the Ghost Iron Army and hovered in the air above Lu Ming and the others. There was a total of 3 people, an old man and 2 middle-aged men. They all carried battle swords on their backs. With one look, one could tell that they were experts of the Shifang Sword Sect. The 3 of them emitted an extremely powerful aura. A peak 8th Martial Ancestor Realm, and 2 peak 7th Martial Ancestor Realm. Chapter 336. The 3 men from the Decimo Sword Sect glanced at Lu Ming and the others before fixing their eyes on Lu Ming. You're Tianyan? The leading old man asked. That's right. Lu Ming said indifferently. He wanted to see what they were up to. Tianyan, you've repeatedly gone against the Decimo Sword Sect and killed our geniuses. Do you know what you've done? The leading old man stared coldly at Lu Ming. Do I know what I've done? I haven't even told you that I've killed your bastards. How can I know what I've done? What's wrong with that? Lu Ming replied indifferently. He didn't take them seriously at all. You. The leading old man's face turned pale, and he emitted a cold killing intent. After a while he calmed down and waved his sleeve. Tianyan, There are no eternal enemies in the world. There are only eternal interests. Today, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. As long as you lead the Red Blood Cavalry and submit to the Decimo Sword sect, and make a blood oath to be loyal to us, I'll consider letting you go. All the crimes you've committed in the past can be written off. After the old man finished speaking, everyone understood what he meant. Now that the Red Blood Army was powerful and famous in the Inua country and the Scorching Sun country, the Decimo Sword sect was going to recruit Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered. You want me to let you go? Who do you think you are? You're just an old bastard. Do you really think you're a big shot? Well, are you done talking nonsense? If you're done, you can die. Lu Ming glanced at the old man and lost his patience. Little bastard, since you refuse a toast, I'll kill you today. After killing you, the Red Blood Army will still belong to the Decimo Sword sect. Die. The old man's face darkened completely. He shouted and slashed out with his sword. This slash revealed the old man's strength of the 8th martial ancestor realm. It had the power to break mountains and rivers. It was extremely shocking. Oh no, be careful. Ming Ming shouted. Young master, get out of the way. Marquis. On the autumn moon, Xian Yanqing, Hua Ying, and the others were all shocked. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to be a match for a martial artist at the peak of the martial arts grandmaster realm. But Lu Ming rode on top of the crimson blood scale Wolf King, motionless. Die. The old man revealed a ferocious expression. The sword light became even more resplendent as it rapidly slashed towards Lu Ming's head. Seeing that it was about to behead Lu Ming, the old man was overjoyed. What kind of peerless genius is that? What kind of genius is that? What kind of genius is that? You're still going to die in my hands. But as soon as he thought this, he saw a slap coming from beside Lu Ming. Bang! When this slap landed on his sword light, it was as if the sword light was made of tofu and instantly shattered. The old man was stunned. Ming Meng, Autumn Moon, and the others were also stunned. It's just a fly making a big fuss here. It's so annoying. Yan Quan appeared beside Lu Ming and said indifferently, that slap just now was naturally from Yan Quan. Who are you? I'm an elder of the Decimo Sword sect. How dare you? The old man from the Decimo Sword sect was stunned for a moment before he shouted. But before he could finish, Yan Quan slapped him again. Slap. No one could see how this slap was delivered. It was too fast. They only saw a blur before they heard a crisp slap. Then they saw the old man from the Decimo Sword sect cry out in pain as he was sent flying. In the air, his head was like a watermelon as it exploded with a bang. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. Ming Meng and the others almost bit their tongues as their eyes almost popped out. An expert at the peak of the martial arts grandmaster realm, was considered a top expert in the Blazing Sun Empire. In the 5 major sects, he was definitely a superior existence. His status was even higher than an ordinary golden-robed elder. Ordinary golden-robed elders were only at the martial arts grandmaster realm. An expert at the peak of the martial arts grandmaster realm was slapped to death with a single slap. That was too shocking. The old man beside Lu Ming was actually such a terrifying expert? Previously, when Ming Meng and the others saw Yan Quan, they had only guessed that he was an ordinary martial arts grandmaster. They had never expected him to be so terrifying. Then they looked at Lu Ming with even more respect. How did Lu Ming manage to have such a person by his side? The remaining 2 burly men from the Decimo Sword sect were scared out of their wits. At that moment, they shouted and turned to run. You want to run away in front of me? How is that possible? Yan Quan laughed coldly as he threw out a punch. Boom. Boom. 2 bursts of fist force shot out. The 2 burly men at the peak of the martial arts grandmaster realm were drowned by the fist force. When the fist force disappeared, there was nothing left of the 2 burly men. Yan Quan had easily taken care of 2 experts at the peak of the martial arts grandmaster realm. Once again, everyone was dumbfounded. Only Lu Ming was an exception. What a waste, what a waste. Lu Ming was heartbroken. Yan Quan's punch had even burned their blood essence. How could Lu Ming not be heartbroken? Those were 2 experts at the peak of the martial arts grandmaster realm. The commotion here naturally shocked the Ghost Iron Army several miles away. Oh no, Tianyan has made his move. Kill them all. Of course, there were experts from the Decimo sword sect in the ghost army. At that moment, they roared and led the army to charge at Lu Ming and the others. Charge, destroy them. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Roar! 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 The crimson blood-scaled wolves howled and their roars shook the sky as they charged at the ghost army. Their aura was so strong that it shook the heavens and the earth. Oh no, the mounts are frightened. Charge, beast, hurry up and charge. The howls of the 30,000 crimson blood-scaled wolves frightened the mounts of the ghost army and caused their formation to become unstable. In a short while the crimson blood-scaled wolves had reached them. Boom! The two armies slammed into each other. At that moment, the difference between the two armies was obvious. The ghost army was like a piece of paper while the crimson blood-scaled wolves were like a blade. As soon as they collided, the ghost army was torn apart, and this gap was rapidly expanding. Hold on, you trash! An expert from the Decimo sword sect shouted. What are you shouting for? At this moment, Yan Quan's figure appeared beside him. Ah! Help! Just as he was about to shout, his head was chopped off by Yan Quan. Yan Quan leaped through the army and killed the martial arts grandmaster expert. No one could stop him. A half-step king. Only a half-step king could stop him. It was simply cheating to kill a half-step king. The difference was too big, and it was no longer something that could be solved by numbers. Unless there was a battle formation like the Mo family and dozens of martial arts grandmasters, they would be able to resist. Or, above Lu Ming's head, the 9 dragons' bloodline floated. With a loud roar, a terrifying devouring power erupted. Immediately, the power of bloodline and blood essence of hundreds of Ghost Legion soldiers were devoured. Wherever Lu Ming passed, corpses were left behind. This was a one-sided battle. The Ghost Army could not stop the Crimson Blood-Scaled Wolves at all. Chapter 337. I surrender, I surrender. Finally, someone from the Ghost Iron Legion shouted, throwing away his weapon and jumping off his horse. I surrender too. With the first, there was naturally a second, third, 10th, 100th. The Ghost Iron Legion originally belonged to the Ghost Moon Saber sect. It was already good enough that they didn't have any enmity towards the Shifang Sword sect. How could they be loyal? Seeing that the situation wasn't right, they naturally surrendered. Those who surrender will be spared. Lu Ming shouted, his voice resounding throughout the battlefield. Those who surrender will be spared. Ming Meng, Hua Ying, and the others also shouted. This time more and more people surrendered. Large groups of people jumped off their horses and knelt on the ground. In the army, the people of the Shifang Sword sect saw that the situation was hopeless and wanted to escape, but they were all killed by Lu Ming and the others. In this battle, the 100,000 Ghost Iron Legion was destroyed without any effort. Ming Meng, I'll leave the surrendered Ghost Iron Legion to you. Bring them to the Wangxian Pass. They will be a powerful force in the future. Lu Ming ordered. Yes, Marquis. Ming Meng cupped his fists and accepted the order. On the side, Miangcheng, Pearl, and Ming Peak had a complicated expression. This young man who used to cultivate with them in the Star General Hall had now completely surpassed them. Now even their father had to listen to Lu Ming. However, they didn't have the slightest bit of jealousy. They only felt happy for Lu Ming and encouraged themselves. Qixie cavalry, follow me to the imperial capital to rescue the 8th prince. Do you dare? Lu Ming waved his long spear and shouted. Dare, dare, dare. The 30,000 Qixie cavalry roared. Good, since you dare, then we will break through all the passes and kill our way to the imperial capital. If God blocks us, then we will kill God. If Buddha blocks us, then we will kill Buddha. Lu Ming shouted. Who is the Marquis? If God blocks us, then we will kill God. If Buddha blocks us, then we will kill Buddha. The 30,000 Qixie cavalry felt their blood boiling as they waved their weapons and roared. At this moment, even Ming Meng, a veteran of many years, felt his blood boiling. He wished he could follow Lu Ming and kill to his heart's content. But he understood that he had more important things to do. Charge! Lu Ming waved his long spear. The Crimson Blood-Scale Wolf King let out a long howl and turned into a gust of wind, charging forward. Beside him, Mid-Autumn Moon, Xian Yanqing, Yan Quan, and the golden-eyed blood zombie followed closely behind. Charge! Immediately after, the howls of wolves rang out unceasingly. The 30,000 Qixia cavalrymen followed Lu Ming and charged forward. "It's windy," Ming Meng muttered to himself as he watched the 30,000 Qixia cavalrymen leave. Immediately after, he also began to take action. He gathered his men, ordered some items, and led an army of more than 100,000 to the east, towards the immortal Gazing Pass. The Crimson Bloodscale Wolf's speed was as fast as the wind, and it was not a problem for it to travel 1,000 miles in an hour. In a few hours, they had traveled 1,000 miles. Some of the cities along the way did not dare to obstruct the mighty Qixia cavalrymen in the slightest. Their journey was smooth and unobstructed. After passing through dozens of big cities, they quickly approached the Yutong Pass. The Yutong Pass was a famous pass in the north of the Burning Sun Empire. The pass was surrounded by steep mountains that were thousands of meters high. The Yutong Pass happened to be in the middle of two peaks. It could be said that the Yutong Pass was guarded by one man against 10,000. In history, the Yinmun Empire had conquered many cities in the north, but they were all blocked outside the Yutong Pass in the end. Now the general guarding the Yutong Pass was called Wan Xiu. He had a cultivation of the 6th martial ancestor realm, and led 120,000 soldiers to guard the Yutong Pass. He dominated dozens of big cities and could be said to be a big shot with great power and influence. Moreover, he had long since joined the Shifang sword sect. Thus his prestige was even greater. In the entire Burning Sun Empire he was considered a top figure. Wan Xiu had a hobby. He liked to set up banquets on the walls of the Yutong Pass, and invite famous people to come. Just like this, standing on the walls of the Yutong Pass, overlooking the vast land and listening to the flattery of others, he felt like he was the ruler of the world and had thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. This feeling fascinated him. Today he set up a banquet on the walls of the Yutong Pass, and invited more than 10 city lords and martial experts of the nearby big cities to come to the banquet. Several tables were set up on the walls. "Congratulations, General Wan. Congratulations, General Wan." A pot-bellied middle-aged man raised his wine cup and congratulated Wan Xiu. "Patriarch Shen, what's the good news?" Wan Xiu asked, even though he already knew the answer. "Haha, General Wan is so humble. Everyone knows the current situation. Not long ago, the Shifang sword sect destroyed the Ghost Moon Saber sect. A few days ago, Sky Suppressing King broke into the imperial capital and killed Hua Jingxing. Now that there is a change of dynasty, it is certain. Now the Sky Evil sect and the Shifang sword sect have joined forces and occupied the imperial capital. Now only the Mystic Essence sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley can rival the Shifang sword sect. But in my opinion, the Mystic Essence sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley are no match for the Shifang sword sect. When the time comes, the Shifang sword sect will unify the Burning Sun Empire and become the ruler of the world. As a trusted subordinate of the Shifang sword sect, General Wan will prosper day by day. Isn't this worthy of congratulations? The pot-bellied middle-aged man laughed. Yes, Patriarch Shen is right. When the time comes, General Wan will rise to the top. Don't forget about us. At the banquet, other people also flattered Wan Xiu. This made Wan Xiu feel a little smug. He stroked a few strands of his sparse beard and couldn't stop smiling. Rumble. Suddenly, a dull rumbling sound came from the ground. The wine on the table started to sway slightly. Everyone's expression changed. Report. At this moment, a soldier in armor came to report quickly. What happened? Wan Xiu asked. General, there might be an army coming from the north. The armored soldier reported. An army is coming? How is it possible? The Ghost Moon Saber sect has been destroyed. Now the north is under the control of the Shifang sword sect. Could it be the army of the Yinmun Empire? Wan Xiu's eyes moved as he pondered. Impossible. I heard that the Yinmun Empire and the Shifang sword sect have an agreement. They won't attack now. Then whose army is it? Wan Xiu's eyes kept moving. General Wan, there is another army in the north. That is the Crimson Blood Army led by the Marquis Champion Tianyan, and the Mountain Suppression Army, led by Ming Meng. Could it be them? A city lord of a big city guessed. Hearing this, other people's expressions changed greatly. Tianyan? Could it really be Tianyan? It is said that the Crimson Blood Army led by Tianyan is extremely powerful and invincible. The Moon cavalry is as weak as tofu in front of them. If it really is Tianyun's Crimson Blood army, we should run for our lives. Another big city's city lord cried out in horror. Why are you panicking? People always like to exaggerate. In my opinion, Tianyun and his Scarlet Blood cavalry have been exaggerated. What do you mean by invincible? They've just won a few battles by luck. Moreover, even if it is true, so what? In front of the Yutong Pass, even the strongest army can't break through. Tianyun's Crimson Blood army can only obediently retreat in front of my Yutong Pass. If he wants to attack, I will let him die without a burial place. Guards, set up the defense. Wan Xiu was calm and composed. He sneered and gave the order. Soon the Yutong Pass was filled with armored soldiers. That's right. The Yutong Pass cannot be broken through. I worried too much. The city lord of a big city let out a long breath. Rumble. The rumbling sound became louder. The whole world seemed to tremble. Roar. Roar. Chapter 338. There were countless crimson blood-scaled wolves. Each one of them was tall and strong, and each one was filled with killing intent. 30,000 crimson blood-scaled wolves, in addition to 30,000 martial master knights, gathered their auras together. That kind of aura was simply earth-shattering, like a tsunami a few hundred meters high, sweeping through the heavens and the earth, as if it could destroy everything. Wan Xiu's pupils dilated, and he showed a terrified expression. This is the Crimson Blood Cavalry? His voice was trembling, and his face was pale. Cold sweat poured down from his forehead. The other castellans were also trembling, and their faces were pale. They were full of confidence a moment ago, and thought that Yutong Pass was unbreakable. But when they saw the situation in front of them, their confidence collapsed. The Crimson Blood-scaled wolves were too terrifying. Wan Xiu had said that the outside world was exaggerating about the Crimson Blood cavalry. Now they only wanted to shout, what exaggeration? They were obviously looking down on the Crimson Blood cavalry. Block it, we must block it. Wan Xiu shouted at the top of his lungs. Then he turned around and ran away. Wait for me. The other castellans also turned around and ran away. Since all the generals had left, there was no suspense in this battle. Yutong Pass's dangerous terrain could not stop the Crimson Blood-scaled wolves. The Crimson Blood-scaled wolves originally lived on the plateau, and running in dangerous terrain was like running on flat ground. Half an hour later, Yutong Pass was flattened, and the Crimson Blood cavalry whistled through, heading straight for the imperial capital. The Crimson Blood cavalry had great endurance, and after running for half a day, they stopped to rest once. 3 days later, the Crimson Blood cavalry had run for tens of thousands of miles, and were getting closer and closer to the imperial capital. Rumble, 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 rumble. There are cavalrymen coming. Huang said. Could it be the Shifang sword sect? Someone guessed. But the answer was soon revealed. Horses neighed in front of them, and the Crimson Blood-scaled wolves shook them, causing them to fall off their horses. Lu Ming and the others were speechless. This army's fighting strength was not that great, and there were not many of them, only about 10,000. Was it really the Shifang sword sect that had sent them? Was it a joke? Lu Ming led the Crimson Blood cavalry, and stopped, and did not attack. After a long while, the troops in front were finally organized. A few burly men wearing iron armor rode out on green-scale horses. Who are you? How dare you block our way? A short and stout man glared and shouted angrily. They did not recognize the Crimson Blood-scaled wolves' cavalry. That's right, unless the soldiers were near the border. It was normal for the soldiers near the imperial capital to not recognize the Qixia armored cavalry. I want to ask? Who are you? How dare you dare to block me? Shouted and shouted Crimson of the King Blood we Crimson Blood King with King's Royal Imperial Orders Crimson Blood Kings. The Blood Emperors. Crimson Man. Crimson Blood Wolves Scaled Wolves' Eyes. Cry Crimson Blood Scaled. Crimson Blood Crimsons. Cry Cricker cried the short and fat man's eyes were filled with vigilance as he asked. Speak, who are you people? Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Kill. Leave the generals in front alive. Lu Ming roared as soon as the short and fat man finished speaking. Roar. Roar. Wolf howls resounded as the crimson-blood-scaled wolves began their charge. Without the slightest suspense, the Qixia cavalry charged forward, and this army of 10,000 men was completely annihilated. Some died in battle, some fled, and some surrendered. The generals in the lead were all captured alive. You are the Qixia cavalry? At this time, the short and fat man seemed to remember something and shouted in horror. Your reaction isn't slow. All right, speak. Where is the 8th prince and the others? Lu Ming stared at the short and stout man and asked coldly. You are Tianyan? The short and stout man's body kept trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear. Speak. Lu Ming coldly shouted. I'll talk, please spare my life. The short and fat man screamed. Speak. Lu Ming's killing intent burst out, and it was incomparably cold. I'll talk. We received news that the 8th prince and his men are hiding in the East River mountain range. We were ordered to encircle and annihilate them. We are only one of the armies. There are many other armies that set out earlier than us. The short and fat man shouted. East River mountain range? Lu Ming's eyes showed a trace of anxiety. He shouted, lead the way, let's go to the East River mountain range. The short and fat man naturally did not dare to disobey. He immediately led the way, and the Qixia cavalry galloped towards the East River mountain range. The East River mountain range was not very far from here. With the speed of the crimson blood-scaled wolves, it was only 1,000 miles away. The East River mountain range was not very famous. Although it was vast, the mountains were not very high, and it was not very dangerous. There were also no powerful demonic beasts, and even ordinary people could step into it. There was a small hill surrounded by an army. There were at least 10,000 people surrounding the hill, and it was impenetrable. In the air, there were also more than 20 experts standing in the air. Huaqi, I advise you to surrender. Don't make any useless struggles. You're doomed, and your fate is sealed. In the air, a big man with a battle sword on his back shouted. That's right, Huaqi and the others were on the hill. There were about 2,000 of them, and all of them were in ragged clothes. Some of the bloodstains had not dried yet. It was obvious that they had gone through a fierce battle. Huaqi stood at the front of the hill, and beside him stood a dozen middle-aged men and old men. Each of them had an extremely powerful aura, like a mountain. They were the only experts left in the imperial family. Behind them were two figures, Lu Yintian and Li Ping. At this moment, the two of them were extremely haggard. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were weak. Lu Yintian had lost his cultivation, and Li Ping was an ordinary person. The two of them had been escaping with Huaqi and the others for a few days, and one could imagine how much hardship they had suffered. 8th Prince, you should escape first. With these seniors leading you, you still have a chance to escape. When you find Ming, ask him to avenge us. Lu Yintian said to Huaqi, Uncle Lu, how could I, Huaqi, be the type of person to drag out an ignoble existence? Moreover, since Brother Lu has handed all of you over to me and he is fighting alone at the border, I must ensure your safety. Otherwise, how would I have the face to face him? Huaqi smiled and stood straight. Lu Yintian sighed. Brother Tian. Li Ping grabbed Lu Yintian's hand tightly. Ping. I'm already satisfied to be able to see you again. It's a pity that I dragged you into this. Lu Yintian looked at Li Ping and said, Brother Tian, I'm not afraid. As long as I can be with you, it doesn't matter whether I live or die. Li Ping said. Lu Yintian looked at Li Ping with pity and said, I believe that Ming will avenge us. One day Ming will flatten the Shifeng sword faction. I believe so too. Chapter 339. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Huaqi, I'll send you to accompany your damned father. The middle-aged man from Decimo sword sect was enraged when he saw Huaqi ignoring him. Murderous intent erupted from his body. Decimo sword sect, you traitors. As long as I don't die today, I'll flatten Decimo mountain in the future. Huaqi's eyes flashed with murderous intent when the middle-aged man insulted his father. Ha ha ha, you think you can flatten Decimo mountain? What a joke, the funniest joke I've ever heard in my decades of life. The middle-aged man laughed loudly. Moreover, do you think you can escape today? An army of 100,000 has surrounded the area within a few miles. My Decimo sword sex experts have sealed off the sky and the ground. You can't escape, and no one can come in, haha. The middle-aged man laughed mockingly. Is that so? Then how did I get in? Suddenly, a cold voice came from above their heads. Who is it? The middle-aged man abruptly looked up. High up in the sky, 3 figures stood in the air. One was a young man, one was an old man, and the third was a burly man shrouded in a black cloak and bamboo hat. On the hill, Huaqi, Lu Yintian, and Li Ping trembled when they heard the voice. They hurriedly looked up and cried out in surprise. Lu Ming! The 3 figures in the air were Lu Ming, Yan Quan, and the golden-eyed blood zombie. When they approached the East River mountain range, Lu Ming led Yan Quan and the golden-eyed blood zombie to search for Huaqi's whereabouts and point out the direction for the Crimson Blood Cavalry. They quickly found Huaqi's group from the sky. With their cultivation, the Decimo sword sex experts didn't notice them at all. Who are you? This place is occupied by my Decimo sword sect. How dare you come here without permission? Are you courting death? The middle-aged man roared angrily. He had never heard of Lu Ming's name before. Just now, he had just said that no one could enter and Lu Ming and the rest had appeared. It was as if he had slapped himself in the face. This made him angry out of embarrassment. However, Lu Ming didn't even look at him. His figure flashed and appeared beside Lu Yintian and Li Ping. Dad, Mom, are you alright? I'm late, Lu Ming said in a trembling voice. When he saw Lu Yintian and Li Ping, Lu Ming felt as though a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. Before seeing Lu Yintian and Li Ping, he was really worried that something might have happened to them. Ming, we're fine. Why are you here? Don't worry about us. Leave, Li Ping said anxiously. Mother, don't worry. Since your son is here, they won't be able to touch a single hair of yours. Wait a moment, let's go together. Lu Ming at this moment, the sword-carrying man from the 10 Directions sword sect, was so angry that his mouth was crooked. An aura that was as deep as the sea erupted from his body. It was extremely terrifying. Martial Grandmaster Realm 9th Realm. The middle-aged man was a Martial Grandmaster Realm 9th Realm expert. Kid, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? The middle-aged man said coldly. Who do you think you are? Do you think I have to answer your question? Lu Ming glanced at him indifferently. You're courting death. Lu Ming's nonchalant expression almost made him explode in anger. He roared and unsheathed his giant sword. A terrifying sword radiance slashed at Lu Ming. With this sword strike, the entire hill would be reduced to ashes. Be careful. Block it. Immediately, a dozen martial grandmasters behind Huaqi roared and unleashed their power to block the sword radiance. There was even a martial grandmaster Realm 9th Realm expert. He was injured and his aura was weak. He must be a top expert of the Imperial family. However, a figure was faster than them. The golden-eye blood zombie appeared in front of them in a flash. He waved his hand and a claw radiance shot out. Boom. There was an earth-shattering sound. The golden-eye blood zombie did not move, but the middle-aged man was sent flying 100 meters away. How can you be so powerful? Who are you? The middle-aged man shouted in disbelief. Although he did not use his full strength, there were not many people in the Burning Sun Empire who could defeat him with one move. However, the golden-eye blood zombie did not move and ignored him. Tianyun, he's Tianyun. Someone shouted in shock from the army at the foot of the hill. Apparently, someone recognized Lu Ming. Lu Ming had stayed in the imperial capital for a long time, so it was normal for someone to recognize him. Tianyun, you're Tianyun? The middle-aged man's expression changed. Then he shouted, Tianyun, so what if it's you? I admit that the person you brought is very powerful, but do you think he can save more than 2,000 people by himself? I have 100,000 soldiers here. As long as I give the order, the army will charge. How many people can you save? As long as you leave, I will kill them all. Oh, Lu Ming said faintly. Huaqi and the others had ugly expressions. On the hill, the other 2,000 people had heavy expressions. 8th Prince, go with the champion Marquis first. Don't worry about us. We live and die as members of the Imperial family. Yes, 8th Prince, the champion Marquis is a peerless genius. As long as you escape, You will be able to avenge us with the champion marquee. 8th Prince, you go first. On the hill, the 2,000 people yelled and asked Hua Qi to go first. If we leave together. I will not abandon you all, Hua Qi said in a deep voice. Ha ha. Seeing this, the man with the sword on his back laughed arrogantly. Since I'm here, I will definitely take everyone out of here alive. Suddenly Lu Ming spoke. His voice was firm and it reached everyone's ears. Ha ha ha, Tianyun. I can't stop the expert you brought with you if you want to take a few people away. But if you want to take more than 2,000 people away, you must be dreaming. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed in disdain. Who said I only brought 2 people? Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? The middle-aged man was stunned. Ayo. Ayo. At this moment, wolf howls resounded through the sky. Rumble. Then the earth rumbled violently. What's going on? The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. This is... Hua Qi was startled, then he thought of something and was overjoyed. Kill. In the forest, shouts of killing filled the sky and the earth rumbled violently. Not good, it's the Qixia cavalry, Tianyun's Qixia cavalry. Block them, block them. At this moment, the middle-aged man seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed greatly. Block them? Can you block them? Qixia cavalry, listen to my order, kill without mercy. Lu Ming let out a long howl and gave the order. Kill without mercy. The Qixia cavalry roared, their killing intent surging. In the next moment, shouts of killing filled the forest. The army of 100,000 was completely stunned by the sudden attack of the Qixia cavalry. They could not form an effective counterattack. Chapter 340. The scarlet blood-scaled wolves could walk through the forest as if it were flat ground. Their battle power didn't decrease at all. It was a one-sided battle. The sword-bearing man's face paled as he roared. Damn it, retreat. Retreat? Where are you going? A cold voice sounded as Yan Quan appeared behind the sword-bearing man. Old man, you want to stop me? Do you really think I'm a pushover? The sword-bearing man was enraged as he slashed out with his sword. An incomparably resplendent sword light slashed towards Yan Quan. It was even stronger than the previous one. He wanted to kill Yan Quan in one strike and escape as soon as possible. He was afraid of being entangled by the golden-eyed blood zombie. But in the next moment, his pupils rapidly shrank. Yan Quan punched out, and a fist energy, vast and incomparably hot, bombarded towards him. Pung. The fist energy smashed into the sword light and shattered it. The fist energy didn't stop as it continued towards the sword-bearing man. How can this be? How can he be so strong? The sword-bearing man cried out in shock. His voice was filled with disbelief. He had already used his full strength in the previous strike. He had planned to kill Yan Quan in one strike, but he never imagined that it would be shattered by Yan Quan's fist. How can there be so many experts by Tianyun's side? I have to block it. I have to inform the sect master about this matter. The sword-bearing man roared as he used his sword to block. Clang. The terrifying fist energy smashed into his sword, causing it to tremble. His body violently trembled as he flew back like a cannonball, spurting blood from his mouth. Half-step king, this is a half-step king. The sword-bearing man was scared out of his wits as he turned and ran without thinking. I already said that you can't leave. Yan Quan sneered. His figure was like lightning as he caught up to the sword-bearing man in a few breaths. Boom. Boom. After a few punches, the sword-bearing man let out a miserable cry as several large holes appeared in his body. He died on the spot. Kill. Attack together. Hua Qi roared. On the hill, more than 2,000 people attacked together, charging towards the Decimo Sword School's experts and the army. Corpses were everywhere. Corpses were everywhere. The smell of blood was so thick that it could not be dispersed. It was like purgatory in the human world. The golden-eyed blood zombie roared. With a wave of his hand, he tore apart a few martial arts grandmasters from the 10 Directions sword sect. He opened his mouth and roared. The rolling blood qi was swallowed by the golden-eyed blood zombie. A thick blood qi condensed on his body. Lu Ming did not attack. He stood beside Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. There was no need for him to participate in this battle. Not long after, the forest was littered with corpses. Of the 100,000 soldiers that the omnidirectional sword faction had brought with them, only a small portion managed to escape. Most of them had remained behind. That was especially true of the omnidirectional sword faction's experts. Every one of them had been killed. Lu Ming, I knew you would come. Hua Qi didn't make a move as he came to Lu Ming's side. No one else heard them. Hua Qi, I didn't expect the 10 Directions sword sect to be so bold. When I heard the news, it was already too late. Lu Ming sighed. Now that things have come to this, I can only move forward. Sooner or later, I will make the 10 Directions sword sect pay with blood. Hua Qi gritted his teeth. Lu Ming patted Hua Qi's shoulder and said seriously, "Don't worry, your problem is my problem. I will definitely destroy the 10 Directions sword faction." This time, Hua Qi still brought Lu Yintian and Li Ping with him. This made Lu Ming very touched, and he had already treated Hua Qi as his brother. "I believe in you." Hua Qi revealed a smile, but in the next moment his expression suddenly changed as if he had thought of something. "Lu Ming, there's something important I need to tell you." "What is it?" Lu Ming asked. "It's about the Mystic Essence Sword faction," Hua Qi said. "Mystic Essence Sword faction?" Lu Ming was puzzled. "Yes, not long ago, my father received news that the Duanmu family of the Mystic Essence Sword faction had already sided with the omnidirectional sword faction. These years, they have been secretly working for the omnidirectional sword faction. If it wasn't for my father's spies in the 5 major sects, I'm afraid we wouldn't have found out," Hua Qi said solemnly. "What?" Lu Ming was shocked. "Lu Ming, this matter should be absolutely true. My father originally planned to pass this news to the Mystic Essence Sword faction's sect master, but before he could do so, that bastard sky-suppressing king started to rebel." Hua Qi gritted his teeth. "The Duanmu family actually sided with the omnidirectional sword faction? I should have thought of this." Lu Ming's heart rippled as he muttered in his heart. He had been suspicious for a long time. He knew from Hua Qi that the Silver Wolf Pavilion was an assassin group nurtured by the omnidirectional sword faction, and the Duanmu family's sect master had repeatedly sent assassins from the Silver Wolf Pavilion to kill him. He used to think that the Duanmu family had spent money to hire the assassins from the Silver Wolf Pavilion, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case. Not good, the Mystic Essence Sword faction is in danger. Suddenly Lu Ming's expression changed. "Lu Ming, I'm also worried about this. The omnidirectional sword faction has been scheming for a long time. First, it was the Ghost Moon Saber sect with the omnidirectional sword faction's spies. Then it was our imperial family, and the sky-suppressing king was already a member of the omnidirectional sword faction. Now the omnidirectional sword faction will definitely use the same method to defeat the Mystic Essence sword faction. Once the Mystic Essence sword faction is destroyed, the Blazing Sun Empire will only have the Scarlet Cloud Valley left. It's only a matter of time before the Blazing Sun Empire is destroyed. At that time, the omnidirectional sword faction will unify the Blazing Sun Empire, and will really suffer a crushing defeat." Hua Qi said, his tone was filled with worry. "We must stop this from happening. No matter what, the Mystic Essence sword faction cannot be destroyed. I'll send you guys to the Immortal Gazing Pass, and immediately rush to the Mystic Essence sword faction. I hope I can make it in time," Lu Ming said. "Immortal Gazing Pass? All right, once I reach the Immortal Gazing Pass, I'll announce the crimes of the omnidirectional sword faction and the sky-suppressing king, and gather the geniuses to oppose the omnidirectional sword faction's forces and army, to fight against the omnidirectional sword faction together." Hua Qi nodded. The two of them had reached an agreement. At this time, the battle at the scene had ended and the army had been assembled. "Let's go to the Immortal Gazing Pass." Lu Ming waved his hand. With Lu Ming and the Scarlet Blood Cavalry escorting them, the journey was smooth and unimpeded. Strangely, the omnidirectional sword faction didn't send out any experts to chase after them. This made Lu Ming and Hua Qi frown. The omnidirectional sword faction didn't send anyone to chase after them. It was very likely that the omnidirectional sword faction's manpower was used elsewhere. If they couldn't spare any manpower, where could they be used? Now only the Mystic Essence sword faction and the Scarlet Cloud Valley could be used. Everyone rode at full speed. 3 days later, They were not far from the immortal gazing pass. At this time, Ming Meng had already sent out an army to welcome them. Hua Qi, then we'll split up. Lu Ming said to Hua Qi, all right, Lu Ming, I'll lead the army to support you as soon as possible. Hua Qi said. Ming be careful. Li Ping said worriedly. Father, mother, don't worry. I'll be fine. Lu Ming nodded and said goodbye to everyone. Scarlet Blood Cavalry, set out with me. Lu Ming shouted. Let's go. Chapter 341. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect was completely engulfed in the flames of war. Each of the 5 great academies was in an intense battle. Countless people roared. Sword chi crisscrossed, and blood splattered everywhere. At every moment, there were people dying in battle. Outside the 5 great academies, shouts of killing shook the sky. Countless soldiers in iron armor were fighting, and corpses were everywhere. Boom. Tens of thousands of meters above the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, 2 dazzling sword lights clashed as if they could split the heavens apart. Tens of thousands of sword chi swept out, and the collision between the 2 forces was terrifying. Duanmu Songhai, why did your Duanmu clan betray the Mystic Origin Sword Sect? The Mystic Essence Sword Sect has treated you well. Sect Master Lin Shui looked up to the sky and howled, his voice filled with grief and indignation. The 2 people in the air were Lin Shui and the Duanmu clan's ancestor, Duanmu Songhai, the White Tiger Institute's Dean Duanmu Pujuan's father. It's very simple. My Duanmu clan has worked hard for the Mystic Essence Sword Sect for close to 1,000 years, but we can only occupy 1 courtyard. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect should have belonged to my Duanmu clan long ago. A cold smile appeared on Duanmu Songhai's aged face. Haha, so the 10 Directions Sword Sect made such a promise to you. However, Duanmu Songhai, do you think that the 10 Directions Sword Sect will honor their promise after the matter is settled? How can you still be so naive at your age? Lin Shui smiled bitterly. You don't have to worry about that. You can go in peace. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect will definitely prosper in my hands. Also, don't think that the Crimson Cloud Valley will come to your rescue. 10 Directions Sword Faction and Heaven Evil Sect have gathered a large number of experts in the Crimson Cloud Valley. Now the Crimson Cloud Valley can't even take care of itself. As long as we kill you and combine our forces, we can flatten the Crimson Cloud Valley in one fell swoop. Duanmu Songhai sneered. Boom. Boom. The 2 of them exchanged a few moves in a row, and the space around them shook crazily. This was a life and death battle between half-step kings. Ah. Ah. Screams of agony could be heard all over the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, causing Lin Shui's eyes to turn bloodshot. Every scream represented the death of a Mystic Essence Sword Sect disciple. Lin Shui's heart was bleeding. Back when the Ghost Moon Saber Sect was in trouble, Lin Shui knew that something was wrong. She called back most of the experts from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect just in case. Furthermore, hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers were deployed from various cities to guard the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Sure enough, 5 days ago, the 10 Directions Sword Sect launched a large-scale attack. Other than hundreds of thousands of soldiers, there was also a large number of martial arts experts. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect was embroiled in a war. However, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect had the home field advantage. With the 5 great academies as the base, they activated the 5 Ultimate Formation. With the 5 Ultimate Formations guarding, the 10 Directions Sword Sect could not break in at all. The 2 sides fought fiercely for more than 4 days, but the Mystic Essence Sword Sect was as steady as a mountain. But Lin Shui and the others never imagined that at this moment, the Duanmu clan would rebel. After destroying the 5 Ultimate Formation, they joined forces with the Omnidirectional Sword Sect to attack the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect was caught off guard and suffered countless casualties. In the end, under the leadership of Lin Shui, they fought back desperately and barely managed to stabilize the situation. High up in the sky not far from the 2 of them, there were also 2 people engaged in an intense battle. The shockwaves from the battle between these 2 people were not the slightest bit smaller than Duanmu Songhai and Lin Shui's. They were also 2 half-step kings. One was from the 10 Directions Sword Sect, and the other was from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect originally had 3 half-step kings. Now that Duanmu Songhai had rebelled, There were only 2 left. Other than the peak battle in the sky, there were also fierce battles going on in other places. In the Vermilion Bird Courtyard in the south, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's Din Yanlan and the White Tiger Courtyard's Din Duanmupajuan were engaged in an intense battle. In the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, Mulan's roared. Sword light surged and killed an expert from the 10 Directions sword sect. By now, Mulan's cultivation had already broken through the martial ancestor realm. Moreover, it had reached a very high level. In the Azure Dragon Courtyard in the east, Zhang Muyun became one with his sword and fought an expert from the 10 Directions sword sect. In the White Tiger Courtyard in the west, Ling Tian roared, "Duanmu clan, I swear that I will never be on the same side as you." Ling Tian roared and rushed down the White Tiger Courtyard, his body covered in blood. In the sky above the Qilin Courtyard, the battle between the 2 young people attracted a lot of attention. Many people who were in the middle of the battle looked over from time to time, because these 2 people were too famous in the Mystic Essence sword sect. One of the 6 heroes, Feng Wuji. The other person was actually Duan Mulin. At this moment, Duan Mulin and Feng Wuji were in an intense battle. The 2 of them continued to attack, and their power was extremely terrifying. Duan Mulin is too shocking. He can actually fight Feng Wuji to a draw? Some time ago, Feng Wuji had already broken through to the 4th realm of the martial ancestor realm. I didn't expect Duan Mulin to be on par with him. Shocking, this is too shocking. Many elders and deacons of the Mystic Essence sword sect could not help but be shocked in the midst of the battle. Duan Mulin was a rare genius and his cultivation speed was shocking. However, he still managed to catch up with the others who were constantly improving. Feng Wuji, this is your strength? You're really disappointing. If I was born a few years earlier, I would have trampled you under my feet. Duan Mulin roared arrogantly. Duan Mulin, no matter how strong you are, you're just a traitor. The world will punish you. Feng Wuji roared. What a joke. Feng Wuji, you're really ridiculous. History is written by the victors. Don't you know that? Duan Mulin laughed loudly. The 2 of them continued to fight, and it was extremely intense. In the sky, the battle between Lin Shuai and Duan Mutsonghai was getting more and more intense. Duan Mutsonghai, you're too naive to think that you can destroy us. Lin Shuai shouted angrily. Who said it's only them? At this moment, a domineering voice came from afar. Hiss hiss, then, a hissing sound could be heard. Hearing this sound, Duan Mutsonghai was overjoyed and laughed. Haha, we're finally here. Whoosh. In the distance, a fiery red light flashed like lightning. In the next moment, the light disappeared and a huge and ferocious centipede appeared in the sky. This centipede was really incomparably huge. It was more than 100 meters long and was red all over. The most shocking thing was that it even had 3 pairs of huge fleshy wings. Both sides of its body were densely packed with claws. The claws cut through the void like blades. On the centipede's back stood dozens of figures. Each of them had a strong aura like a mountain. The person in the lead was wearing iron armor, and his aura was as deep as the sea. 1,000-legged centipede, Moon South Guardian Monarch. Lin Shuai roared in disbelief. On the giant centipede's back was the Moon Empire's South Guardian Monarch, Tianjue. Ha ha ha, Lin Shuai. How about we destroy your Mystic Essence sword sect together? Tianjue laughed. Despicable and shameless, you actually colluded with the Moon Empire. Lin Shuai roared angrily. What colluding? It's just cooperation. There are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal benefits. Lin Shuai, you're a sect leader. Don't you know this? No wonder you're defeated.